The frantic banging of a pan echoed as the man doing it yelled, "Get up!" Increase, exhausted, put a hand to his forehead as he groggily woke up. He watched the guy next to his bed who was getting ready to put on his shoes. I think there's something in my shoe. His angry scream jolted Increase fully awake. "This damn bug!" He silently groaned. "Just shut up." He recalled his name was Increase. After causing so much trouble, he had been demoted from squad leader. All because of these idiots. Just then, Zen was warming up his shoulder joints. Christ had also just woken up, yawning widely. The person next to him was praying while Vegan was still fast asleep, oblivious to everything. Jackson, who had been awake for a while, sat diligently sharpening his knife. Suddenly, he recalled images of the army marching into battle. The commander would shout, "Attack!" and the troops would immediately swarm forward like a disturbed hornet's nest. The shouts mixed with the ear-splitting clash of weapons. He didn't have any special powers or anything like that. He'd made it this far, through relentless training. Ingrid was fighting with everything he had, but then his opponent countered, landing a heavy blow right in his gut. A wave of pain washed over him. But this was the end for him. Ingrid lay motionless on the ground as his opponent continued the brutal assault. Just then a squad appeared. They sliced the enemy's head clean off, saving him in the nick of time. As Ingrid reached out a trembling hand trying to grab his sword again, I have no talent, and he knew his dream was beyond his grasp. Still, he finally managed to get to his feet to keep fighting. Suddenly, an arrow flew towards him at incredible speed. It pierced straight through the head of the soldier behind him, finishing the enemy in a single shot. Increase turned around, his jaw agape in shock. He had hoped that, even if everyone laughed at him and said that, it would never come true. The peace didn't last long. Another one charged at him, sword in hand. He hadn't even had a moment to recover, but as long as he held his sword tight, he was sure he could become a knight. But perhaps that was just a hopeless dream. At that very moment, Increase was stabbed straight through the chest. Blood sprayed from the wound. He just stood there, stunned, unable to believe he'd been hit. He was immediately overcome by the urge to cough up blood. A mouthful of bright red blood spewed out. Increase's legs gave out and he collapsed to the ground, pain spreading through his entire body. He hunched over his face just above the growing pool of his own blood. He never even imagined his death would be this pathetic. A blue flame suddenly appeared and flew towards him. Utterly exhausted, Increase forced his eyes open to see. The scene before him blurred until he could see nothing. The pain and exhaustion were swallowing him whole. His eyes squeezed shut as he felt himself sinking into another world, a silent void. Then suddenly the banging of the pan and the shouting echoed once more. "Get up!" Ingrid's eyes shot open. He couldn't believe his ears. Was it all a dream? Next to him, Jem said skeptically, I think there's something in my shoe." It was the same familiar scene. Jem turned his shoe upside down. "This damn bug." Increase looked over at Jem in horror. What was it, just a memory? A hallucination? That same scene played out again, starting from the moment he fought those soldiers, right up to the surprise attack. Then the end was always the same, getting run through again. The second time he was killed, the third time he was stabbed in the chest by that same guy, then the fourth time, the pan-banger's voice echoed in his head. "Get up! Get the hell up!" Ingrid just stared into the void. The enemy's sword pierced his throat. A searing pain, a gush of blood. The battle raged on, brutal and without mercy. He gripped his sword tightly, filled with resentment. Before him was the bastard who had already killed him 3 times. He was walking over now. It was the same script as always. He'd charge with his sword, trying to take Increase's life. This day just kept repeating. Enrique stared with cold eyes directly at his attacker's advance. His focus was absolute, locked onto his opponent's every move as the memories flashed through his mind again. It played out like a film, a perfect thrust. He looked on helplessly, watching the blade he had now seen for the 17th time. As if finally giving in, he closed his eyes and awaited his death. The sword pierced Increase's chest once again, his 17th death. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. As the blade was withdrawn, a stream of blood gushed from the wound. He blamed himself. If only I had trained a little harder with my sword. If only I had worked a little harder. Maybe I wouldn't have died here. After delivering the blow, the killer walked away. Increase lay motionless in the pool of his own blood. As he lost consciousness, sinking into the void, a single dim light appeared in the darkness. Then a mysterious voice echoed in his ear. Do you truly believe that the mysterious voice spoke to him again? Try to struggle. Feel it, and then give up. That despair you feel before a wall you cannot overcome. Ingrid sat in the endless void. His eyes were filled with absolute silent rage, his teeth clenched tight. Once again, the sound of the pan pulled Ingrid back to reality. He calmly thought about everything he had just experienced. Jem glanced at him from the side, confused. "Squad leader, you're up right on time today." Ingrid looked at him and said plainly, "Jem, there's a bug in your shoe?" Jen stared blankly into his shoe, then let out a horrified shriek as he shook the bug out. He stomped on it, crushing it with his foot. He then turned angrily to Increase, who was already walking towards the door. "You put it in there, didn't you? What kind of stupid prank is this?" Ingrid replied, "Shut up! I just saw it crawl in." He thought to himself, "This is the 18th time I've seen that bug's corpse. If I see it a few more times, I wonder if I can finally put an end to this day." Increase recalled, "I've been training with a sword since I was a kid. I learned swordsmanship from a former mercenary who happened to stop by my village. He once praised me." Increase remembered, filled with surprise. "Increase, if you're already this good, then the kid could become a knight." He continued his recollection. He started to dream of being a knight who could take down 100 men all by himself and change the tide of an entire battle. An invincible hero. The knight who could end a war. We would call him the Knight of the Apocalypse. He thought he would be the hero of a song sung by a wandering minstrel. "Come on, leave the village and become a knight." The drunken jeers echoed in his head. "Ingrid, see that failed rookie over there? A coward who's even more useless than a stray dog, and he dreams of becoming a knight. He probably couldn't even make it as a freelance mercenary." He suddenly realized that he who had left his village and joined a corps of mercenaries realized his talent wasn't that special. But it was still too early to give up after 10 failures, because effort would never betray him. If he didn't have talent, he believed that with time and hard work, he could overcome anything. He gained a lot of experience. He gained the strength to be recognized by those around him. He was getting stronger. He would be able to become a knight. But that fierce hope began to shatter. "A kid from my village challenged me to a duel." The boy sneered, "Ingrid, Uncle, you're so weak." He silently sized up the boy. 12 years old, and had only started learning swordsmanship 6 months ago. A fool who had spent over a decade swinging a sword until his hands bled was completely pathetic, in front of a genius who had only trained for 6 months. Was all my effort useless? Is there really no other way? Ingrid was still lost in thought. I want to become a knight. Everyone looks down on me, saying it's a hopeless dream. By spending less time eating and sleeping than others, swinging the sword, and swinging the sword. Ingrid trained like a madman until one day he swung his sword and struck the tree trunk right in front of him. The tip of the sword was then pulled out, vibrating continuously. Drenched in sweat, Ingrid gasped for breath, staring at what was before him. On the distant horizon, a ray of light was shining, like the hope swelling in his heart. Ingrid fixed his gaze forward. The slashes were now carved deep into the ancient tree trunk. He wearily hunched over, observing intently. With trembling hands, Ingrid gripped the sword, thinking, even if I can't become a knight. He then used all his strength to swing it high. Ingrid tightened his grip on the hilt, unleashing an incredibly powerful slash. He gritted his teeth and told himself, at the very least, Ingrid can be an experienced soldier. Sweat flowed ceaselessly, but it couldn't make the young man give up. Ingrid opened his mouth wide and let out a piercing scream, as if expressing his determination. He just kept training diligently for 3 more years. Now in the Capros sector, 4th Company, 4th Platoon, and under it, 4th Squad. The flag fluttered in the wind. Ingrid kept moving forward. He became the leader of a second-class squad. That was the best position Ingrid had managed to achieve, thanks to his relentless effort. Still, being a regular soldier was better than being a wandering mercenary. He turned back and called to the person sitting and fiddling around. Hey, Jackson. Jackson glanced over coldly and asked, what is it? Ingrid asked, can you cover my morning duty today? He looked at him in silence. Jackson pushed himself up, sighing wearily as he reminded him, make sure you return the favor next time. Jen watched him leave and grumbled, oh, for heaven's sake. What a stray cat bastard. Look at the way he glares. Ingrid spoke in a low voice. Jem, he asked. Huh. You planning on pushing some work onto me, too? Ingrid proposed the beast's heart. I want to learn it again. Jem was a bit stunned, observing him in silence. Jem laughed mockingly. I thought you gave up on that a long time ago. You think learning it again will do any good? The sky then was incredibly clear, the sun casting down dazzling rays of light. Ingrid unwittingly recalled the battle between Naulilia and Aspen starting again. He had died in that battle. Back then, his entire body was pierced by the enemy's sword. He came back to life and began to repeat those days over and over. He fought and trained endlessly. Although Ingrid had learned the beast's heart from Jem every time he revived, he still couldn't match the sword strike that pierced his throat. Right at this very moment, Ingrid had to grit his teeth and defend himself. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Today for sure. At the same time, twilight descended. The soldiers lined up in neat rows fully assembled here. They raised their weapons and screamed wildly. Amidst the chaos, Ingrid was no exception. For the 20th time in the same battle, he charged forward with his comrades, fighting bravely. Suddenly, the tip of the blade was pressed against the nape of Ingrid's neck without him noticing. He thought he had completely memorized this constantly repeating situation, dodging the spear thrust from behind. Instantly, Ingrid lurched upward to avoid the dangerous blow. Next was the attack from the guy behind him. He quickly used his shield to block it, and sweat streamed down Ingrid's face again. His eyes became more determined than ever. The other members of his squad looked back. Seeing them charging on the battlefield, his expression became extremely tense. As the enemy's sword got closer and closer to him, Ingrid silently predicted, "He's going to die soon anyway." At the same time, an arrow was loosed. He corrected his previous thought. Ah, no. He's already dead. Then he rushed right behind him, raising his shield to block the arrow. Someone in the battle panicked. What was that? Meanwhile, an enemy had raised his blade, intending a sneak attack from behind. The plan failed. Ingrid rushed in and struck him with his shield. Nearby, a body slowly fell to the ground. Ingrid sighed in relief. All right. Although he had blocked the arrow, the man immediately kicked it away. He had completed his first objective for the day. Suddenly, he glanced in that direction. His pupils lit up. All that's left is... One of them plunged his sword straight into the chest of his nearby comrade Ingrid. The sword was then lifted and a drop of blood fell onto the other man's face. He stood up straight and swung the sword behind him, but Ingrid, looking at those blazing red eyes, felt incredibly bitter. He always had to face a pathetic failure at the hands of this bastard. Meanwhile, the two were facing off in an incredibly brutal battle. He had stabbed him in the throat and killed him 20 times, but he always held on to one belief. I will survive. Ingrid recalled Gen's words as he tossed the axe into the air. He always squeezed his eyes shut in dangerous situations. A second later, he caught the axe handle. Gen bluntly pulled it back, the axe blade touching the nape of Ingrid's neck. Ingrid also shut his eyes tightly. He warned him, Look here, if you do that on the battlefield, you'll die in an instant. His warning echoed in his ears. Be braver. Don't get so easily agitated or startled. Become someone who doesn't know death. Back in the present battle, Ingrid frowned, his eyes wide with terror. He remembered Jem's advice like a beast. While Ingrid was lost in thought, the man charged at him with a blood-soaked sword in a life-or-death situation. His eyes widened, his mind only able to think of a beast's heart. Ingrid's heart ached at the sight of that sharp weapon, a beast that doesn't know death. He leaned back, asking himself, Am I afraid of death? Ingrid's pupils contracted, glowing with a blue light. He silently affirmed no. Death makes me stronger. Instantly, Ingrid leaned to one side to dodge the attack. Ingrid's entire body suddenly froze. He could only frown, looking at the sword now pressed against his neck. Ingrid's heart pounded, each thunderous beat echoing through the air. The man's momentum carried him forward, leaving Ingrid standing there dumbfounded. As he glanced back for the first time, he was surprised at himself. Today, on the 21st time, I dodged his strike for the first time. The man was just as astonished to see Ingrid dodge. He composed himself and swung his sword once more. The man quickly reversed his blade's direction, pointing it backward. The movement was so fast that the sword tip shot straight towards Ingrid again. He couldn't believe it. His mouth agape as he stared at that hateful thing below his neck. Ingrid's pupils glowed a brilliant purple, and the man pulled his sword back. As it pierced through his throat, Ingrid clenched his teeth, looking down as blood splattered from his body. A different space appeared with a long oar touching the surface of the water. He seemed to have been taken to a river of parting with an ancient soul. The soul was rowing a boat towards Ingrid, who sat slumped over on that endless day. He was trapped, feeling pained and desperate. A mysterious voice spoke up. "Give up and get on the boat. Admit your weakness and free yourself." Ingrid became as still as the water around him. For a moment, a mysterious smile played on his lips as he firmly refused, "No. That day will never come, you bastard, and that's because that time I saw the tip of his sword with my own 2 eyes, and dodged it." The flashback ended with the sound of someone's clapper. Jem sat beside him, tying his shoes while looking at his gloomy mood, and asked with concern, "Squad leader, you're up on time today." Ingrid silently made a resolution. He was moving forward 1 step at a time. This 22nd time, Ingrid would challenge it once more. At that moment, the soldiers from both sides began to fight fiercely. Ingrid's eyes snapped open just as the sword tip reached him. This was already the 33rd day.
"I saw the path of the sword clearly."
He immediately spun around to dodge the fatal slash. Ingrid silently calculated throughout the battle, "I will dodge it before it reaches me." Right at this moment, the blade once again swept across his throat. Blood splattered everywhere. Ingrid gritted his teeth. "Damn it! He's too fast!" Right after he collapsed to the ground, his body motionless. The necklace around Ingrid's neck snapped as if signaling his death. The pendant fell to the ground, its light flickering. Suddenly, fragments of memories flooded Ingrid's mind. Back when he was a mercenary, he had accepted a few requests to slay monsters. It wasn't really that Ingrid was forced to take these missions. It was just that he happened to be asked for help by villagers in the places he passed through. The reason Ingrid chose to help them was because he dreamed of becoming a knight and protecting the weak. So that's a knight's duty. Just as he was about to leave, a villager pressed something firmly into his hand. "We are very poor, so this is the only thing we have to repay you." Ingrid glanced down at the object he was given. He turned it over. A protective charm. It was a joke compared to the price of Ingrid's life. At the same time, the villager whispered softly, "This charm can grant you the wish you desire most." Back in reality, Ingrid lay on the ground, blinking as he looked at the pendant. Could it be because of this? This charm is making today repeat over and over because of my wish to become a knight. A soldier approached him, taunting, "You must be in a lot of pain." The man suddenly raised his sword, growling each word, "This is my mercy." Ingrid's eyes shot open, his expression resentful. "Damn it! Mercy!" In that moment, his eyes filled with killing intent locked onto his. He saw the man smirk. Ingrid screamed silently in his throat, "You're clearly a psycho, finding pleasure in stabbing others." Elsewhere, a group of people simultaneously banged on an iron plate, the sound echoing loudly. At the same time, Ingrid announced, "Lem, I just dropped a bug in your boot." He immediately shot up. "Huh, what the hell?" Jen roared furiously. "You just woke up and you're already pulling this crap. Are you out of your mind?" Angry, he stomped his heel hard on the ground. "Stop sulking and get out here." You glanced over with a vacant look. "Teach me the heart of a beast." Jem sat down on the spot, his eyes still following Increase outside where the sunlight was scorching nearly everything. He swung the axe back forcefully. Meanwhile, Increase's brow furrowed, his face tense. Immediately, Jem swung the axe right at him, launching the attack. Surprised, he jerked back to the side. Seeing this, he stopped the assault. Jem couldn't help but feel suspicious. "You're a bit strange today." "Where did all that intense courage come from?" Increase replied nonchalantly. "From my training." He still looked bewildered. "But this is way too fast." He had repeated this conversation more than 10 times. At that moment, Jen emphasized each word. "My family's secret technique isn't something you can just learn because you want to." He's right, this fighting spirit. Increase got it from going through countless life-or-death situations. Hearing that, he turned around. "Is it that important? I guess I was just lucky enough to learn it." Increase went back to the weapons, cradling them in his hands. Shortly after, he returned with a sword. He challenged him again. "Fight me, one more round." "One." Hearing this, Jen almost froze, his eyes glued to Increase. A moment later, he smirked with delight. "I like the sound of that." He knew in his heart that even if he learned the heart of a beast, it wouldn't be enough if he couldn't land a blow. Meanwhile, Jen suddenly rushed forward, raining down axe strikes without hesitation. On the other side, Increase focused solely on dodging, his eyes fixed on the axe blade as he roared with unyielding fury. "How long are you going to keep dodging, squad leader?" Just then, Jen abruptly spun his weapon and slammed it straight at Increase. This time, a cut appeared on his face. The only sword technique Increase knew was Valen's mercenary sword style, a bizarre sword style created by a mercenary named Valen. Quite a few people scorned this technique. They called it a chiap trick. At that moment, Jen charged forward decisively. Your lower body strength is terrible. Increed immediately spread his legs wide, one behind the other. But right now, among everything I have, this is probably my most proper move. He quickly got into a fighting stance. His hand tightened on the sword's hilt. Noticing Increase's unusual expression, he hesitated slightly. Meanwhile, the face of that soldier suddenly appeared before his eyes. Instantly, Increase swung the sword forcefully towards him. At the same time, Jen quickly knocked the sword from his hand. It clattered to the ground, spinning on the grass. Increed looked down in confusion at his hand, which wouldn't stop shaking. Just now He realized with a shock I mimicked that pervert's thrust. He had been grabbed by Increase's hand several times. Having died at his hands more than 10 times, my body is starting to remember it. At the same time, Jem felt a surge of relief. Damn it, that was a close call. Could have been a bloodbath. He commented calmly. Out of everything you've shown me so far, that last thrust was your best move. It should have been executed like this. With a bit more power, you get it? Jem shifted his gaze to Increase. Ah, that. Your hand. Your hand should have been more decisive. He started to run out of words. How should I put it? Hesitation. It's like you're still hesitant when you strike. Then, as if realizing something, he exclaimed, Ah, a strike like that can just glance off an opponent. And what if it's blocked? What are you going to do then? Then he roared word by word. You should be striking with the determination that says, you can't dodge this and you're dead, you little punk. Finally, Jen emphasized again. That's how you should hold a sword and deliver a fatal blow. Increed stared at his palm. Even though his explanation sucks, I think I get it. But right at that moment, he dazedly realized the difference between his thrust and that bastard's. The memories of being killed by him grew clearer and clearer in Increase's mind. After a while, he calmly came to a conclusion. I don't have enough conviction and power in my sword path. At that same moment, he pointed the tip of his sword down at Increase. This is my mercy. As the soldier thrust his sword down, he instantly snapped back to reality. I have to execute a decisive strike, returning to the present. Increase let out a scream and charged forward manically. This time, Jen easily batted the sword from his hand. He could only see the soldier roaring in fury. This is my mercy. Then he lunged forward and stabbed Increase hard in the throat. He repeated endlessly in his mind, step by step. No, the soldier screamed again. This is my mercy. Increase constantly reminded himself. I will keep moving forward even if it's just half a step. He suddenly stabbed through his neck. This is my mercy. On the 111th day, the soldier continued to repeat the familiar phrase, This is my mercy. On the 123rd day, he glanced at him with a sharp glare. This is my mercy. The soldier was seen lunging forward to end Increase's life. Finally, on the 124th day, he bravely shouted. Instantly, the sword tip shot towards General. He suddenly froze his eyes wide with shock. But on the other side, Increase didn't stop. He swung the blade with all his might. Jem turned to him with a look of displeasure. Are you crazy? Blood suddenly gushed from Ingrid's palm, dripping to the ground. He stared at him in horror. The boy's hand was a bloody mess. Jen felt a shiver run down his spine for a moment. Why was he laughing like a madman? Suddenly, Ingrid smirked. He laughed maniacally. I've finally mastered that bastard's thrust. Determined to finish his opponent, Ingrid's first thrust failed. The soldier swung his sword back hard, his eyes burning with hatred. He lunged forward, hand gripping the hilt, thrusting with lightning speed. The tip of his blade only scraped past the man's armor. At the same time, the soldier's blade sliced across Ingrid's neck and fresh blood gushed out. He grit his teeth, vowing to himself, I will not blink. But Ingrid had to keep reminding himself of that. And he wouldn't let go of his sword. Even so, he couldn't stop his body from swaying from the blood loss. Everything that had happened from the previous duels to that last thrust. The soldier immediately stepped closer and stomped hard on the center of Ingrid's chest. He sneered, You look pathetic. He then pointed his sword at him again. He snarled every word, This is my mercy. As the soldier was about to finish Ingrid, he suddenly spoke up. Tomorrow! Ingrid's eyes widened, locking onto him. You will die. That was the only thought in his head. Hearing this, the soldier sneered. He roared and thrust his sword down decisively. "There's no tomorrow for the dead." At that very moment, the pendant, also known as a protective charm, suddenly appeared. Elsewhere, a fly buzzed near the ground only to be stomped on by a foot. Ingrid's hand rested on his sword hilt as he gazed into the distance. "I saw him coming just now." Ajen hesitated slightly. "Thanks." He suddenly made an offer. "If you're so grateful, then be my bodyguard." He muttered under his breath, unable to hide his annoyance. How can he just order me around so casually? Day 125. Another loop. Ingrid suddenly called out, "Hey!" A bewildered Chris turned back. "Huh?" He immediately rattled off a list. "Get me some greaves, a shield, and a dagger. I'll pay you back later." Chris looked at him in disbelief. "Pay me back later," he thought, watching as Ingrid's figure faded into the distance. Chris immediately shouted, "I'm only trusting you because you're the captain, you know. I don't normally help anyone you know." That Zem came up from behind. "Did the old captain used to give orders like that?" Jackson suddenly interjected with a mocking tone. "You guys are always pushing your work onto him, aren't you? You lazy bums." He threatened aggressively. "What did you say? Want a taste of my axe?" Auden suddenly clasped his hands in prayer. "Good luck, brother." Jem glanced at Ingrid with concern. "This guy's acting strange today." He felt a little suspicious. He isn't usually this tense. Elsewhere, Ingrid was frantically hacking at a tree in front of him, gritting his teeth in fury. "Every time I die, the pain is excruciating." Ingrid nearly froze as the soldier's image appeared clearly once again. "What if I can't win even after thousands or tens of thousands of tries? If I find a way to escape, what will happen? Will I be able to wake up tomorrow? Or will I have to live through today again?" He looked down at his feet, submerged in the swirling water. "I'm stronger now. Should I be satisfied with this?" A second of silence passed. Ingrid's eyes snapped open. "No, I don't have that choice. I have to get past this." Meanwhile, he fell back into an illusion of the past, his hands tightening on his sword hilt, as Ingrid constantly reminded himself that he had to overcome this wall and learn to thrust and slash. The blade pierced through layers of bark. He screamed in his head, "I will not waste this blessing." "Over here." Ingrid furiously drew his sword and stabbed relentlessly. He gritted his teeth, staring at the blade piercing the tree trunk. "I have to keep going." Elsewhere, Ingrid slapped the iron armor he was wearing. He then bent down and put on the iron boots. Ingrid took out a shield and held it in front of him. A sharp, victorious glint flashed in his eyes. At this very moment, the group blew their horns in unison. The formation of 6, led by Ingrid, advanced. 2 troops of soldiers began to charge each other, ready for a blazing battle. His eyes locked onto the enemy. "I, a man with no special skills, survived this battle thanks to 3 things. Ingrid shoved his shield forward against the enemy. Preparation, luck, and a cool head. On day 46, his left shoulder was shattered by a spiked mace. On day 47, Ingrid rolled to dodge the mace only to be struck in the head by someone else. Just then, an idea flashed in his mind. I have to spin and slash him first. On day 71, an enemy severed Ingrid's leg, leaving him unable to fight. However, this time, the blade stopped at his iron boot. Ingrid instantly lunged forward, smashing his shield down on the man's head. On day 89, someone's axe sent his head flying. If I let him live, he'll just interfere in this fight again. So I can't let him live. Ingrid had mastered throwing weapons after living through this day so many times, so it was easy. After all, the enemy was behind him again. An archer known as Eagle's Talon appeared. He didn't have time to deal with him. Ingrid decisively lopped off his opponent's head. Now it was time to face the wall. Now the soldier was all alone. Panic was clear on his face, but it was quickly replaced by eyes burning with rage. Ingrid turned back to face him. Staring straight at the soldier, the two of them stepped toward each other amidst the chaotic battlefield. Instantly, the soldier shot forward like a steel arrow, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. Steel flashed as the clash of metal rang out like thunder. The shield took a direct hit, and at the same moment he spun around and bolted like a whirlwind. You can't win by just dodging and stabbing. This way is better. Meanwhile, the soldier slashed down wildly. Their blades crossed, sending sparks flying. They both tensed up in that instant, and Increase couldn't react in time. He's just an ordinary soldier, but he's incredibly strong, almost at the level of a genius. The soldier's eyes widened in confusion. He looked like he was attacking, so how did he block the blow? He immediately came to a conclusion: the man lacks real combat experience, so he's easily caught off guard. Instantly, Increase slammed his head into him, a variation of the Valen mercenary's sword style. It would definitely work on him. The soldier's entire body stumbled backward, his feet scraping against the dirt. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of counterattacks. At the last second, Increase let out a yell and swung his blade with all his might. The soldier's eyes bulged bloodshot. And right at that moment, the soldier suddenly turned, pointing the tip of his sword straight at him. The blade flashed past Increase's neck. The two ended up on opposite sides, the sword in the soldier's hand plunged deep into the ground. His eyes were blazing as his body whipped around. Increase turned as well, his gaze locked onto the soldier. Now I get it, he thought silently, observing every movement. I just need to see through that one move. Increase tightened his grip on his sword and lunged at him. The tips of their blades flashed past each other. Suddenly, the soldier's sword shattered into pieces. Elsewhere, a mysterious figure silently drew their bow. An arrow shot out instantly, piercing through the chaotic crowd. At that same moment, the soldier's grip loosened and his sword fell. Increase stared intently at him. I'm going to win. Meanwhile, the arrow hurtled towards the two of them. Jen's axe suddenly spun through the empty air. It shot forward, slicing the arrow aimed at Increase in two. Back with Increase, he decisively ran the soldier through. Rem roared in fury, I'm going to beat the hell out of that bastard from the eagle's claw. Seeing this, Jackson tried to stop him. It's too late, don't waste your strength. At the same time, Increase lifted his foe with one hand. He yanked his sword free and blood poured from the man's throat. Nearby, the soldiers were still locked in a fierce battle. Increase's gaze swept coldly over the soldier's corpse as the crowd continued to slaughter one another. Just then, flashes of light streaked past him. Increase's gaze shot down to the fallen soldier. His body was trembling violently, his eyes burning with resentment. Seeing this, he raised his sword once more. Increase spoke coldly, his voice echoing, "This is my mercy." And then, he bluntly sliced off the soldier's head. The corner of Increase's mouth curled into a smirk, his face showing clear satisfaction. He had finally broken through the wall. At that same moment, Increase's body suddenly convulsed and he was thrown to one side. He writhed in agony, letting out a terrible scream. Seeing this, Jen immediately rushed to his side. He suddenly yelled, "He's a frog! A frog fiend!" The creature now stood towering over them, its face gleaming with a cold expression. Increase's face was twisted in utter agony. The frog fiend's voice was low, followed by a quiet sigh. I put a lot of effort into raising him, you know. I never expected him to fall to someone like you. The scene shifts to the soldier's corpse, now lifeless. Increase clutched his arm, his face twisted in pain. The frog fiend suddenly shrieked, striking like a thunderbolt. Die! Just then, an axe blade came slashing down. Zen quickly moved in front of Increase, parrying the blow with his own weapon. He swung his axe hard at the fiend. With a flash of fury in its eyes, it blocked the blow with its staff. Jen gritted his teeth and lunged forward. For its part, the frog fiend showed no signs of panic or courage. He just swung his axe wildly, one strike after another. Meanwhile, another enemy seized the chance to close in on Increase, tightening his grip on his spear. Mansoor. Jackson lopped the man's head off with a single swing. Back with Rem, he crouched low to the ground, his eyes fixed on the fiend. It suddenly leaped backward, like some mindless creature. The two stared each other down, hands still gripping their weapons. Jen spoke, then his voice a threat, his eyes unblinking. If you want to take our captain's head, you'll have to go through my dead body. Hearing this, the fiend couldn't hide its doubt. Captain, this weakling is your captain, not you. He didn't reply, silently observing the frog fiend. The lineage of frog fiend warriors, born for battle. The only way is to burn this damned frog with magic, or a strike straight through its heart. This is a pain. He frowned. Why is a creature like that on a puny battlefield like this? To kill him. The frog fiend stared at Jen's powerful frame. A flicker of hesitation crossed its mind. I'd have to risk my own life. At the thought, it unconsciously took a step back. This fight isn't worth it. The frog fiend stared straight ahead, saying nothing. Then the frog fiend abruptly turned and left. Seeing this, Jen grunted with contempt. Coward. At the same time, a shadow shot past, leaving only the sharp whistle of the wind in its wake. He saw Jackson dashing toward the soldiers. Over here, Jen finished them off one by one. Back with Jackson, an enemy suddenly attacked him from behind. Instantly, Auden moved in and smashed the man over the head. Before Jackson's eyes, their group finished off the remaining soldiers. They fell back and regrouped. At that moment, the strength began to fade from Increase's eyes. As if on command, the enemy group shouted in unison, "Retreat! Retreat! Now!" As the shouts echoed, he squeezed his eyes shut. The remaining soldiers turned and fled, leaving behind a blood-soaked battlefield. From high above, a single drop of water fell. A voice echoed from the wall, addressing Increase. "You have survived this day." "Survived. But that is all," it said with a contemptuous tone, "because you will not be able to endure. The wall that always blocks my path." The wall emphasized every word. Your destiny is only despair and surrender. Hearing this, he propped himself up. Destiny. Increase strained with all his might to sit up while the figure behind him remained collapsed. A moment later, he stood leaning towards the wall. "To me, a wall exists." Increase breathed out each word as if it were a powerful blow to his chest. "To be broken." The wall tilted its head up the corner of its mouth, curling into an amused smirk. "I'll be waiting to see the moment those selfish and ambitious eyes lose their light." Returning to reality, Increase jolted awake from the dream. He stared blankly at the unfamiliar ceiling. "Where is this place?" Jem's voice answered calmly as if he'd been waiting. "The infirmary tent." He tilted his head, looking at Increase as if he were a strange creature. "You've been out cold for 2 straight days," he said. Jem didn't forget to take credit. "I'm the one who saved you from that damn frog, remember?" He looked dazed for a moment, trying to dig through his memories. "That frog? What frog?" Increase struggled to sit up, clutching his chest where his heart was still pounding. "Was it that frog? I'm still alive." Jem's voice pulled him back to reality. "You don't have any broken bones, but you took a nasty hit to the head. You still remember your best buddy, me, right?" Increase frowned silent for a long moment, then replied nonchalantly, "I don't recall ever saying we were friends." He immediately moved to cover his mouth. "Quiet." The room was silent. The others were fast asleep. Jem spoke up in protest, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. "Just because no one cares about that secret, you're just going to blurt it out like that?" Increase immediately changed his tone. "So which is it? Are we not involved, or are we best friends? Pick one." "Not today. You survived." Meanwhile, Chris leaned back in his chair, stammering, "The terms. Captain, you have to pay triple, you hear? Do you have any idea how much money I had to spend to get you in there?" Increase tilted his head, wondering why a common soldier like himself was in the infirmary tent. He suddenly called Chris out. "I didn't see your face anywhere during the battle." "Same as always, huh?" He changed his expression, a wide grin stretching from ear to ear. "I'm only giving a special discount just for you. You can pay double." Outside the tent, the sky was gradually turning a pale orange mixed with deep black. Jackson walked in from outside, looking intently at Increase. Seeing Jackson's unusual expression, he immediately asked, "What is it? If you have something to say, just say it." Without a word, he tossed an object straight at Increase. Jackson then turned abruptly, not forgetting to add, "Remember to apply it twice a day, morning and night. Don't ask me where I got it." He stared in confusion at the container of medicine. This was the same ointment Jackson used. Doesn't he hate sharing his things? On the other side, Auden was crying, clutching a cross and praying. He just sat there muttering beside Increase's bed. He turned to look at Auden with an annoyed expression. "Go away. I'm not dead." Only after a while was Increase able to lie down and rest comfortably. He stared blankly at the ceiling. Why are they taking shifts? They've always just minded their own business. Increase half closed his eyes, a suspicion forming in his mind. But now they're doing this because they're worried about me. How strange. Just then, Ratna suddenly walked in. He let out a surprised, "Oh!" Ratna blinked a few times, then stared wide-eyed at Increase. "Why are you here, Captain? Why are you here?" With that, he bluntly turned and left. Not a single word of concern. He closed his eyes, exasperated. Of course not with Ratna. That kid doesn't care about anything. Besides Increase, there were 2 other wounded soldiers in the tent. One was a squad leader from another company. He'd picked a fight with him before. Vengeance turned to him with an insolent attitude. "What are you looking at?" Increase didn't know the name of the other person who just stared into the void all day. He stared intently at the man. He seemed to be a low-ranking soldier. How did he end up in here? Meanwhile, Increase's gaze suddenly shifted in one direction. The two men in the room simultaneously looked towards the source of a sound. Just then, Jo Hyung suddenly approached him. Her sharply pointed ears immediately caught Increase's attention. His gaze shifted to Jo Hyung's hip where a weapon was slung. Jo Hyung stood outside the doorway. She stared intently inside. After a moment, she spoke nonchalantly, her eyes glinting coldly. "Who is the leader of Squad 444? Hearing this, Increase couldn't hide his look of bewilderment. In the room, all three of them focused their gazes on Jo Hyung. Vengeance spoke up his eyes, showing clear curiosity. An elf? She immediately turned to him. "What unit are you from?" He didn't hesitate to answer. "I'm Vengeance, platoon leader of the 3rd Platoon, 2nd Company." Jo Hyung looked him straight in the eye with a stern gaze. "Your company!" "I taught you to state your race when addressing a superior officer." Vengeance lowered his head, a flash of embarrassment on his face. "My apologies." Increase silently observed the superior officer. So that was the new commander of the 4th Company. He didn't hesitate to speak up, drawing the attention of Jo Hyung. "I'm Increase, squad leader of the 4th Squad, 4th Platoon, 4th Company." She turned slightly, her face expressionless. "I've heard you lead your squad members very well. I have high expectations for you." As soon as Jo Hyung finished speaking, she turned and left. He blinked, not yet understanding what had just happened. Huh. She came all this way just to say that. Right at this moment, Jo stopped at the threshold. She turned her head back toward Grand. "And you, what's your name?" He looked flustered. Grand hesitated for a moment before answering. "Kang. Yes, I'm Kang." His awkward expression caught Grand's eye. Did he just make that up? His attitude in front of the company commander was awful, too. Is he some kind of noble from the other side? Jo Hyung turned back, her expression ice cold. Then without another word, she left, leaving the group completely bewildered. At the same time, he watched Jo Hyung's retreating figure until she was gone. A while later, as the sun began to set, the sky quickly darkened. Back with Incrid, he suddenly clenched his fist. A moment later, Incrid slowly opened it. He sat there staring at his palm. The pain was almost gone. Now I can make this body stronger. I need to start training. Vengers immediately sat up. "Where are you going?" Incrid replied bluntly. "The training grounds." Vengers couldn't help but sneer. "Idiot. What's a low-ranking grunt like you trying to prove?" Unlike Vengers, Grand watched Incrid intently. Outside, the light glinted off his sword. As Incrid stared at it, he made a silent vow. "I have to remember my last battle. It's one of the few useful techniques I spent a fortune to learn when I was young." He felt a little anxious. That final thrust. What if it had failed? Incrid thought to himself. I really shouldn't have put all my eggs in one basket. If that attack had failed, I would have been a goner. In that instant, he remembered Jem. Jem's axe strikes were all fatal blows. After putting all my strength into that thrust, the next step would have been right at this moment. A sudden voice pulled Incrid from his thoughts. "Working hard, I see." Grand was sitting on a tree stump, chin in hand, looking pensive. "I don't understand what you're doing." Your hand was twitching back in the tent. "And now you're out here staring intently at it. Why?" He answered without hesitation. "I'm training my grip. I'm just simulating the battle." He tilted his head, confused. "Why?" Incrid replied simply. "To avoid getting into trouble." Grand continued, his tone steady. "And then what? What are you trying to become by staying alive?" Caught off guard by the question, Incrid froze, his gaze fixed on him. Incrid didn't answer, just looked up at the sky. "What I want to become is my dream. But if I say it out loud, people will just laugh. A dream I'm pursuing with my pathetic talent." Incrid's hands suddenly tightened on the hilt of his sword. "But I've never stopped wanting to achieve it." Then he pointed his sword toward the heavens. Incrid raised his head, his eyes filled with determination. "A knight." Hearing his answer, Grand was speechless. Seeing that he didn't respond, Incrid turned back in confusion. Grand spoke almost to himself. "That's a first," Grand repeated, looking puzzled. "Seen what?" Incrid answered, his tone full of sincerity. "Seen someone who didn't laugh at me." Grand scrambled to his feet. "Oh, I forgot. I just remembered something." And just like that, Grand headed into the woods alone, adding over his shoulder, "Seeing you, I know what I have to do now." As Incrid glanced back toward his disappearing figure, Grand turned his head. "If you become a knight, remember my name, my friend. At that moment, he realized, this is the first time anyone has ever supported me. The scene shifts to the next morning. Sunlight streamed down on the camp. A man gently strummed a stringed instrument. Who is the hero of the battlefield? The men roared in unison, Cyprus, and Vengeance wouldn't stop complaining. Why isn't breakfast here yet? Are they going to eat it all and just give us the scraps? Incred wearily rubbed his head. After waking up to that same old song and waiting for a late breakfast, he took a walk instead of heading to the training grounds. Captain Jackson approached him. How's that wound of yours? Incred turned his expression unreadable. The medicine works fine, thanks. Jackson suddenly proposed, if you're that grateful, then hurry up and get back to work. Night fell. In the dark tent lit only by a single candle, Grand suddenly spoke. Good night, Incred. He turned over, pulling the blanket around himself, not forgetting to reply. You too. In the end, all Incred did was go to bed early. Vengeance started complaining. Those crazy bastards were talking all night. His whole day was spent doing nothing. The very next morning, the group of men started shouting, Cyprus! Who is the hero of the battlefield, Cyprus? Incred grimaced, his head aching. That wandering minstrel is here again today. Thought he'd wandered off and died somewhere. And as usual, Vengeance bellowed like a hungry tiger. Why isn't breakfast here yet? Are they going to eat it all and just give us the scraps? He glanced over with a sigh. He's so loud. He said the exact same thing yesterday. In that very instant, the color drained from Incred's face and a cold sweat beaded on his forehead. A thought flashed through his mind. Huh! No way! Captain Jackson repeated his question. How's that wound of yours? He replied hesitantly. The medicine works fine. Thanks. Jackson again made his suggestion. If you're that grateful, then hurry up and get back to work. The suspicions in Incred's mind became vivid. He was certain. Today was exactly the same as yesterday. Right at this moment, the voice of the wall echoed in Incred's ears. Another wall will only stand in your way. Just try to survive. A chill ran down his spine. Did I die in my sleep without even knowing? Incred looked up at the thrice-darkened sky. This time felt even more hopeless than when I was stabbed. Despite the immense discomfort, he stared back, unflinching. But I just became even more determined. It was another challenge. At the same time, thousands of stars appeared in the sky, just like a galaxy. Inside the tent, the candles were still lit. Incred squeezed his eyes shut, his mind racing. Who killed me and how? He had to get past all the guards to get in here. Only a knight could do that. His eyes flew open instantly. No way. He must be an anonymous assassin, and there's a high chance that person is one of us. Each thought slammed into Incred's mind. They know the location of the medical tent and are hiding. Someone highly skilled in assassination. At this thought, he couldn't help but be amazed. The swift, silent feet of the elven race, perfectly suited for assassination. At that moment, Jo Young swooped down from above. It was then that Incred realized it. So that day she came to confirm the location beforehand. He looked toward the tent's entrance. I have to see her to be sure. The medical tent only has one entrance. I can scream to wake the other soldiers when I see her. A jolt of tension ran through Incred. All I have to do is wait for the assassin. As he was concentrating, a needle was suddenly stabbed into his neck. He was almost paralyzed on the spot. A poison needle. Incred writhed and struggled on his own bed. I didn't even see him. He fell wretchedly to the ground, unable to move or speak. Incred was so angry he gritted his teeth. This is a paralyzing poison, so this is why I died without even knowing it. He sharply turned towards Vengeance. The others. Platoon leader, Vengeance. Immediately, Ingrid looked over to Kang's bed. He struggled with all his might. His hands clutched his throat in agony. It's that bastard. Incred stared intently at the enemy, the assassin. He stabbed down hard into Kang's chest. All he saw was him spitting out a mouthful of blood before going limp. Witnessing that scene, he nearly lost his mind, but right at that moment, the tent was torn open by a sword blade. Incred immediately turned to the source of the sound. He has an accomplice. His eyes widened as he tried to see the other person clearly. From inside the cloak, a distinctive ear was revealed. Incred's gaze flicked to Jo Young's hand. In that instant, he confirmed it again. So it really was her. In the dim moonlight, Jo Young's face was clearly visible. Incred couldn't help but feel resentful. The company commander. The next morning, the mountains were covered in gentle early sunlight. At that moment, a man was strumming an instrument while shouting, "Who is the hero of the battlefield?" The group of people cheered in unison. Cypress inside Incred hung his head low. It's been 3 mornings exactly like this. His mind felt as heavy as a stone. I've been on guard this whole time but haven't found anyone. This isn't easy. A cold wind blew past, carrying with it that familiar sense of unease. And then there's that company commander. Even if I manage to stop the assassination, I'll have to face her right after. Incred's whole body slumped over. He felt almost completely dejected. It's so hopeless. Incred's body was shrouded in shadow, exuding exhaustion. I felt this way a few days ago, too. But in that moment, the image of that soldier appeared before his eyes again. He whispered to himself, "Even so, I'm still the one who won." A spark of determination, which seemed to have died out, flashed in Incred's eyes. I will definitely find a way, as long as I don't give up. Right after that, he suddenly threw off his blanket and Vengeance, hastily grabbing a mouthguard, cursed,
What's wrong with you today? Are you crazy?
Incred immediately turned around, ignoring the cursing in his ear. My guess that the assassins infiltrated the base must have been wrong. Then I have to be wary of the outside, too. He added another mocking remark. You psycho. Are you planning on practicing catching cockroaches with your sword or something? And Vengeance added in a scornful tone, I'm sure that's fitting for a low-ranking soldier. He didn't flinch, but instead smirked provocatively. I had no idea you cared about me so much. He craned his neck to argue back. Are you deaf, you moron? I'm mocking you. Incred didn't bother to pay him any mind and just sighed. I was just teasing you back. At that moment, Vengeance's voice could no longer remain calm. Get lost. I don't want to see your face. Grand suddenly appeared. Are you two fighting again? He looked inside, exasperated. I'll come back in a bit. Seeing this, Incred immediately spoke up. It's fine, come on in. He hurriedly lay back down on the bed, cursing, such annoying bastards. Meanwhile, he looked over at Krang with a wary gaze. The assassins observed him so carefully. He must be the main target. Incred quietly watched him. He really is suspicious. But just who is he? His mind began to struggle. I don't intend to dig into things the other person would only talk about if asked. Incred glanced over at the group of people. Just like those other bastards. He hesitated for a moment. But it's because of him that I got caught up in this assassination plot. So that should be enough. Incred immediately called out Kang's name. He quietly calculated, I should just ask to be clear. Incred asked bluntly, What are you? Faced with the unexpected question, Kang froze for a moment. The atmosphere stalled. He swallowed hard. Did I say something wrong? I guess my communication skills are on the same level as Jen's. Kang suddenly hesitated. What am I, you ask that? Then he replied firmly, I can't tell you. Increase was still curious. Why? Kang shrugged slightly. It's a long story. The more Increase heard, the more suspicious he became. A glint suddenly flashed in his eyes. A moment later, Increase crossed his arms and said, All right, if you say so. Vengeance, who had been listening in, started to get annoyed. Are you kidding me? I wanted to hear the answer. If you're just going to stammer like that, you shouldn't have even asked, you blockhead. He questioned Kang, or whatever your name is, on his behalf. Well, then you're definitely not from this kingdom. I can tell just by looking at you. Spit it out. What country are you a spy for? He turned to glare at him, his eyes filled with disgust. Faced with that look from Kang, the words on the tip of his tongue died. He slowly stepped closer, and a moment later Kang was standing at attention right in front of him. With a slight tremor of fear, he said firmly, his voice low, I have never and will never betray the kingdom. In Crescendo, who was observing from the side, thought grimly, I can see it, in his eyes and the way he carries himself. He carefully made his judgment. The aura of a knight. Instantly, Vengeance's voice cut through the air, pulling everyone back to reality. Is that any way to speak to a superior officer? Kang suddenly let out a laugh. It would seem so, sir. Increase denied it in his mind. Kang isn't a knight. He was just as helpless against the assassins. Still, a seed of doubt sprouted in his heart. But he is definitely hiding something. As night fell, Trang spoke again in a warm tone. Sleep well, Increase. He replied with surprising gentleness, You too. At that, Increase couldn't help but glance at Vengeance. Is he scared of Trang now? Why the sudden soft tone? He then turned to gaze into the distance as a plan silently formed in his mind. If those assassins break in here, we're all dead. A moment later, he shot up, his hand flying to his sword. The other man grumbled, "What are you doing? Just go to sleep." Increase turned to Vengeance, his words clipped and harsh. "The assassins are about to attack. If you want to live, cooperate." Hearing this, his eyes seemed to burn with curses. Vengeance immediately turned his back, not forgetting to add, "You psycho." Meanwhile, the corner of Kang's mouth unconsciously curled into a smirk. Increase instantly glanced at him. "I knew you'd make that face." Just then a voice drifted in from outside. "How did he know we were coming?" The assassin's eyes widened in shock, bloodshot veins popping. Right at that moment, a slash cut across Increase's throat. He was nearly numb with shock. From his paralyzed state, a question sparked in his mind, when, at the same time, the buy-in. Vengeance was finished off by the other assassin. The killer then turned to Trang and stabbed down. The bloody scene flashed through his mind again. A while later, that familiar voice echoed from outside. "Who is the hero on the battlefield?" "Cypress." Increase. Dome's head was chopped off. This is the 4th time. Since I have no proof the assassins are coming, I can't ask Vengeance and Kang for help. I have to report this to my superiors and raise the alarm. As soon as Graham heard, he started yelling. "Are you out of your mind? Get lost, before I make sure you never speak again." He quickly thought of another plan. "All right then, I'll just predict the moment the assassins appear and yell right before they attack." And so Increase stared intently at the tent flap. "Is it time?" He bit his lip tense. After one single beat of silence, Increase made his call. "Probably. Right now." Instantly, a sword point pierced his throat. He could only watch as they coldly withdrew the blade. Blood gushed out like a spring. He screamed from his subconscious, "Damn it, they're too fast." Scene change. Increase was crouched low, his hand already on the hilt of his sword. "There's no way to get anyone to help. I have to ambush and defeat them before they can make a move." Still, right at this moment, a hand suddenly flicked out, sending a needle flying. It plunged straight into Increase's neck. He felt a wave of helplessness. How was he supposed to fight back? "When I can't even see my enemy." A moment later, Increase had a sharp realization. "I can't see them, but they can see my every move." He gritted his teeth as blood spurted out. "If I can't dodge the poison dart, it's all over." Meanwhile, the assassin's figure vanished into the night. From outside, the man yelled again. "Who is the hero on the battlefield?" The crowd roared in unison. "Cypress!" Increase's hand trembled. "The 20th morning, and I still can't do anything." His face darkened, pure horror etched upon it. 20 times. Increase bit his lip as if trying to will it all away. Then a cold smirk played on his lips. He snapped his eyes open. "I've only died 20 times. He immediately began moving around the barracks. A plan was forming. "I have to find a way to dodge that poison dart first, then I can worry about taking them down." But the thought kept repeating in his mind, "How can I dodge an attack before the enemy even sees me?" Over here, Jackson was carefully cleaning a dagger. The moment he saw Increase, his whole body froze. "Jackson?" A memory flashed through his mind. An innocent-looking Increase asking, "Why is Jackson a perverted stray cat?" He tilted his head, confused. "But you're the one who called him that," Jen casually replied, "because he plays dirty, of course." He continued to explain, "He never attacks head-on. He just likes to stab them in the back and then run away. Isn't that just like some perverted stray cat?" At the same time, Jackson turned to look at Incrid. The captain looked up, his eyes showing a hint of concern. "How's your wound?" A thought flashed through his mind. He definitely could have defeated those assassins that day. Incrid's face grew serious, thoughts racing like a storm. "But I can't keep him by my side." "I don't have the right to do that." Even if he did, he kept telling himself, "I have to climb that wall myself." So right now, Incrid whispered Jackson's name, a plan secretly forming in his mind. "I will become as skilled as Jackson." As soon as the thought passed, he asked bluntly, "If someone like you were to stab me in the back, what would I have to do to block that attack?" Jackson rested his chin on his hand, thinking with intense concentration. A moment later, he turned and answered quickly, "I wouldn't know. No one's ever survived one of my ambushes." Hearing this, Incrid's face darkened. Noticing Incrid's strange look, Jackson instinctively looked up. He suddenly bowed deeply, arms stretched straight. Then Jackson swung his arms back. You need to have eyes in the back of your head. Incred still hadn't reacted. His voice became dry. Eyes in the back of my head, what are you talking about? Jackson slowly raised his head. Well, you see that cart over there? Incred repeated, bewildered. A cart. Seeing his blank look, he clarified, behind the barracks. Jackson immediately spun around, not daring to believe what was before his eyes. What? How could he see something so far away? Does he really have eyes in the back of his head? At the same time, Jackson whispered softly, his voice somewhat cold. That cart is about to break. Just as he predicted, the cart's wheel suddenly fell right off. Incred's eyes widened in complete astonishment. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, Jackson, are you a prophet? He replied, looking helpless. His gaze did not meet Incred's. What kind of thing is that to say? Or did you hang out with those mangy scum so much you caught their disease? He became more and more urgent. Stop kidding around. Tell me how you did it. Jackson suddenly pointed to his ear. A single word escaped his lips. Sound. Jackson then confessed, I heard the sound of the wheels joint rattling. Instantly, he turned his sharp gaze to Incred. Once I hear it, I can predict what will happen next. The space suddenly fell silent. He was almost stunned. He can hear a sound that small. I'm not even sure I could clearly hear the cart coming, let alone that. Jackson continued. That means you don't necessarily have to use your eyes to grasp everything. At that moment, he leaned forward. If you want to train a skill like mine, you can try listening, focusing your senses, and following even the smallest sounds. But Incred didn't forget to be snide. You're explaining it in quite a lot of detail. Before you acted like anything I asked was a pain. Jackson replied nonchalantly, It is still a pain. His eyes darted away. But this is better than having you whining in my ear all the time. But just then, Jackson suddenly added an implicit remark. Lately, Captain, it seems like you've decided not to give up, huh? A long while later, the barracks were plunged into the deep darkness of the night. Only the flickering fire remained inside. Incred shut his eyes tightly, tense. The second wall I have to overcome is the invisible scythe of the Grim Reaper, he reminded himself. I have to see it to survive. At the same time, Incred perked up his ears, trying to listen to the assassin's every move. He could easily visualize all the movements. The steady footsteps of the patrol guards. The sound of the burning torch. Just then, the assassin suddenly leaped down next to Incred's tent. He squeezed his eyes shut, his eyebrows knitting together. Where? Outside, the assassin slammed his hand on the ground, a murderous aura radiating from him. Back to Incred, he grew tense. Where is the sound he's making? At that moment, the assassin suddenly vanished into thin air. Instantly, the arrow once again pierced Incred's throat. The pain jolted him awake. Fresh blood spurted everywhere. Incred was growing helpless. Failure was inevitable. The next morning, the familiar sound still echoed from outside. Who is the hero of this battlefield? The excited crowd shouted, Simplus! Incred now realized he hadn't improved at all, but his body still remembered the memories of his training days, where he forged a brave heart and sharp sword skills. Right then, Jackson was giving detailed instructions. There's a lot of information you can gather just by listening. You can determine a location based on the direction and intensity of the sound, and when you can hear the smallest sounds from the furthest distances, his stern voice slowly reached his ears. If you can do that, your ears will become a second pair of eyes. Immediately, Jackson swung his arm forcefully toward Incred's chest, his low voice echoing each word heavy like night rain falling on cold stone. Sound is waves. These waves are always present around us, even in the quietest places, among the hundreds and thousands of complex, interwoven sound waves. As he finished speaking, Jackson clenched his fist. Grab hold of a single wave. Incred walked alone through the crowd. They began to murmur amongst themselves. One person boasted smugly, That's how I was able to snap that bastard's neck. Another one of them asked if he'd been to that village yet. There's a really pretty girl there. Another guy snapped, cursing, Nonsense, you damn liar. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to make sense of everything in that chaotic mess of sound. Which sounds are blending together? Listen, distinguish, and grasp them. He racked his brain. The sound of flags fluttering. It sounds like just one big flag. How many flags are there? 7 or 10. He tried to sense them with his hearing from right to left, 3 people nearby, 2 farther away. He tilted his head back slightly, taking a deep breath, his chest heaving violently, feeling the waves of sound. As familiar sounds echoed in his mind, he gradually began to stabilize. He whispered softly, and the unfamiliar ones too. Just as he was concentrating, Kang suddenly called out. He gave a slight smile, his eyes thoughtful. "So what's this exercise about?" Instead of answering, Increase turned and asked a question back. Trang let out a dry laugh. Increase. Sure, if you like," he replied nonchalantly, not paying it much mind. "I don't really like it, but if you want to call me that, feel free." Increase, once again with his eyes half closed, said softly, "I'm just resting." "How does this look like a training exercise?" he asked probingly. "You're not the type to be idle, are you?" Increase opened his eyes, his gaze seeming to pierce right through the other man's soul. In that instant, an arrow once again shot through the tent. It flew like a shooting star and plunged straight into his artery. Immediately, Increase whipped his head towards Trang, only to see the assassin decisively stab him in the stomach. He showed no intention of letting up. The hand gently pulled the sword out, right after Trang let out a blood-curdling scream. A moment later, Increase bowed his head, his eyes filled with killing intent. A third failure. The 34th time. The assassin suddenly swooped down from the darkness. As he landed, Increase tried to feel for him but still heard nothing. He stared blankly at Trang's corpse, where fresh blood stained everything red. Failure. The next morning, he sat alone, motionless, eyes shut tight, without a stir, trying to overcome this difficult barrier. It required not only motivation, but also complete focus. This was all about effort. It didn't need a sudden enlightenment or divine intervention. As usual, the assassin rushed towards the tent, ready for a bloody battle. Increase realized a truth: he just needed to repeat the simplest thing over and over. He didn't rest, didn't stop thinking, observing, listening. He succeeded in detecting the movement of a night bird. Then the assassin stealthily approached the tent. Increase's eyes flew open, his gaze fixed on a distant spot. Before him stood the figure of Kang. He stared back blankly. Kang couldn't help but feel a little flustered. "I snuck in, but you knew I was here. You opened your eyes so fast." Seeing Increase didn't answer, he stammered an explanation. Well, I thought you had your eyes closed this whole time." "Or, are you training to sense killing intent? You're not the type to be idle, are you?" Increase's face darkened, malice evident in his eyes. Night fell again. The assassin drew his arrow and charged. As the arrow flew, he quickly dodged to the side. Instantly, Increase reached for the sword placed beneath him. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, slashing wildly. The assassin recoiled, his whole body tumbling backward. Over here, Increase still gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. From now on. The assassin was so enraged, he gritted his teeth, looking crazed. Meanwhile, Increase laughed like a madman. "No longer an invisible Grim Reaper, huh?" He hissed through his teeth, his voice low and sharp as a dagger as he lunged at Increase. "You bastard!" Increase pressed his lips together, his sharp gaze sweeping over the assassin. This guy was only good at stealth kills. When it came to close combat, he couldn't be as skilled as the one who had killed him countless times on the battlefield before. He could be a worthy opponent for me to test my skills. In the midst of the chaos, Increase was startled. With all this fighting going on, what about the others? He glanced towards the bed next to him. Vengeance was all ready, and Kang was fighting. He clutched the sword in his hand, terrified. At the same time, the enraged assassin swung his knife at Increase. He tried to calm himself down. Even though everyone is awake and on alert, I still need to be careful. Just as Increase was dodging and trying to assess the situation. He may not be strong in close combat, but he's still an assassin at the very least, right at this moment. He suddenly threw the dagger straight at him. Instantly, the blade slashed across Increase's chest. Seizing the opportunity, the assassin spun around and charged, wanting to finish him off. He only saw the sword blade rushing towards him like a shooting star. Increase gritted his teeth, trying to twist his body to avoid it. At the same time, a figure dashed in. He immediately shifted his gaze. "Squad leader Yu-jung, she's here." In that instant, every muscle in his body tensed, his breath caught in his throat. "I need to strike first, or I'm going to fail." Without a second thought, Increase charged madly towards Yu-jung. The assassin roared in fury as arrows flew out. "You called more people here." While Increase was distracted, They flew swiftly towards him. The assassin didn't let up on Kang arrows shooting towards him. He turned slightly, a look of horror on his face, then looked back at Yu Jong. She easily dodged Increase's sword strike. A cloak suddenly flew out, blocking the arrows. Yu Jong was running while using her body to shield Kang and him. A flicker of doubt crossed Increase's mind. Before I thought she was connected to these assassins. But it seems that's not the case. It's more likely she appeared to rescue everyone. Of course, that gives our side a greater advantage. He quickly grabbed his sword and charged at the assassin. In the blink of an eye, the tip of the blade in Increase's hand was before his eyes. The assassin's eyes showed clear terror as he swung his own knife forward. He swung the blade forcefully, easily dodging Increase's blow. The assassin hissed, his voice filled with rage. "Damn it!" Instantly, he turned and bolted. A while later, only he was left in the tent. He stood there stunned. Increase lifted his head and looked outside where the cold wind blew in gusts. He escaped. Just then, Trang cautiously approached. "It seems that assassin was targeting me." He stated it plainly without hiding anything. "I know." Hearing that, his eyes widened, his lips parting slightly. The sound that came out was one of astonishment. "How could you possibly know that?" Before Increase could explain, Yu Jong cut in. "That assassin. They planned their target carefully before acting. It seems I and the others have nothing to do with them. That's right. That assassin is quite dangerous." "Good thing I arrived in time." She gave him a cold look. "How you're reacting to this situation?" "I have to admit I'm quite surprised myself, squad leader." Incrid stared at the sword in Jo Young's hand, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. He knew the squad leader was here to protect everyone, but he had no idea what her relationship with Kang was. What if she's doing this to keep Kang's secret? At this thought, Incrid tensed, gripping his sword hilt tighter. "In that case, I'd become the target. I need to be on my guard right now." Kang suddenly brushed past him, walking quickly towards Jo Young. He hesitated for a moment, then spoke. "There's something I need to say right now." Kang's tone shifted, his gaze turning ice cold. "Everyone has been dragged into this because of me. I just wish no one had to die today." Faced with Kang's sudden reaction, Incrid couldn't help but feel suspicious. He saw Jo Young place a hand on her chest and bow respectfully. "That is a wish that must be fulfilled." Kang's voice seemed to catch in his throat. "It looks like vengeance. He's been poisoned. He probably won't make it. I wonder if anyone else in the camp has been dragged into this because of me." Her voice rang out calm and firm. "Don't worry, there's an antidote for that, so he won't necessarily die." At the same time, Incrid quietly observed Jo Young. It seems the squad leader knows a lot about poisons, too. He frowned slightly, his eyes thoughtful and calculating. "All right, we need to deal with this first. It's a bit chaotic here. We need to act fast before everyone else shows up and makes things complicated." He quickly came up with an idea. "We can search for more information the assassin left at the scene to find out more about him." As Incrid turned to look towards the door, the way he acted, he must have left a lot of clues behind. Just then, the camp was suddenly set on fire. Thick smoke billowed up. A scream suddenly tore through the silence. "Fire, everyone, hurry and put out the fire!" "Hey!" The commander roared incessantly. "Hey, get over here quickly!" Over here, Incrid stared intently at Vengeance. His eyes widened. His breath hitched for a second, and he growled softly. "That bastard assassin." He set a fire before he left to cover his tracks. He looked helplessly at the crowd struggling to put out the flames. Now finding clues about him is going to be much more difficult. Meanwhile, Jo Young's group and... Kang quietly advanced deeper into the forest. Her voice suddenly rose. "If he hadn't woken up in time to warn us, you would probably be dead by now, sir." Jo Young couldn't help but feel doubtful. "The reason you trust him so much, is it because of his strength and courage?" He replied curtly, "That's right. Don't you think he's a trustworthy person?" Hearing this, Jo Young didn't reply, her gaze fixed on something in the distance. "Over here." Hong looked up, a doubt flashing in his mind. "I tried so hard to lay low in the camp. But I don't understand why the assassin still came after me like this." Back to Incrid. He was diligently practicing with his sword early in the morning. On the other hand, he suddenly lowered his head, the corner of his mouth twitching into a bitter laugh. "I was too careless. I hope nothing like this ever happens again to anyone else." Immediately after, he turned decisively to leave. He didn't forget to say his farewells. "Well then, goodbye. I hope to see you all again someday." But in that moment, a weapon like the Grim Reaper's scythe appeared on the water's surface. Just then it suddenly vanished into the night. Incrid stood frozen, his gaze locked on the wall. He didn't look at him, his voice just cut through the cold air. "We'll meet again soon." Seeing this, Incrid stared at the wall and replied through gritted teeth, "By any means necessary." The next day, Incrid had broken the loop. He had survived and escaped that silent death. It was the morning after the battle with the assassin. Incrid was diligently tying his cloth bag, his eyes pensive. "I think I have a better feel for what I've heard and observed, but the appearance of the squad leader is something I just can't figure out. I guess I'll have to train a lot more to get stronger." Only then did he allow himself to relax. "It's a good thing I didn't get hurt at all last night." Just then, Vengeance's voice cut through Incrid's thoughts. "Thanks to your warning, I was saved from the fire last night." He stared at him wide-eyed. Every word he spoke carried a tone of blame. "Why did you save me like that?" Incrid stopped short, frowning, his breath catching. "What the hell? This is weird. I saved him and now he's acting like he's blaming me. I don't get what I did wrong." Immediately after, he walked past him coldly, leaving a fitting reply. "You are my comrade. Therefore, saving you is nothing special, right?" Hearing Incrid's answer, Vengeance lowered his head, his eyes filled with confusion and his voice nearly broke. "Before, I did so many things wrong to you. And yet you still treated me so well," Vengeance replied awkwardly. "Thank you. So where are you going now? As I was heading to practice, you slowed down." He suddenly brought some news. Apparently a lot of strange things have been happening at the barracks since the fire yesterday. You turned back suspiciously. "Huh. What is it?" Vengeance hesitated for a moment, then added, "There's a rumor that our barracks is under a deadly curse." Suddenly in the distance, Ragnar's furious roar shattered the peaceful atmosphere. "Don't be so full of yourself, you bastard!" Without a word, he slammed his hand on Jem's shoulder. The corner of his mouth twitched up as if he found it amusing. Someone shouted angrily, "Hey, are you guys crazy? Why are you fighting inside the barracks?" Jem, nearly losing his mind, furiously lifted Ragnar up. "This bastard wants to die." Someone else shouted in alarm, "Where are the squad leaders? Get over here quickly! Go and manage your own squad members. How could you let them act like this?" A moment later, he relentlessly punched and kicked Ragnar. The crowd started to panic. "Damn it, this isn't good." Jem grabbed him in a headlock and roared, "If you even think about getting up again, you're dead." Instantly, he broke free and threw a punch. Seeing this, the other man furiously retaliated with a powerful blow. Jem swung his heavy axe. "All right, then. All right. Good. Let me use this axe to give you a haircut." Someone else quickly tried to intervene. "Hey, don't use weapons." Ragnar's voice roared, gritting out every word, his breath coming in heavy pants as if his chest would explode. "If you've got the guts, come at me. Let's see who dies first." The others were in a near panic. Somebody stop them before there's a murder. Back with Increase, he was lost in thought. "I don't get where that ridiculous rumor came from either." Increase sighed, exhaustion clear on his face. "But maybe there really are a lot of complicated things happening here." Just then he shouted angrily, "Stop it now!" The crowd yelled in unison, "Squad leader, you're here! So you're still alive after yesterday's fire. Whatever, just hurry up and stop these two. They've gone crazy." Increase calmly replied, "I'm not dead yet." "All right, if you two want to fight to the death, you at least need to tell me why." "Huh?" Beneath a sunset sky with clouds drifting lazily like thin silk ribbons. It had been 3 days since his return to the squad. The last light of day shone into the room, and where Increase was sound asleep in his bed. Suddenly, a soft sound broke the silence. He startled awake to see Jackson standing rigidly by his bed. He explained softly, his tone a bit awkward. "I tried to be quiet. Did I wake you?" Increase sat up straight, his bare feet touching the floor. "No. I was about to get up to train anyway." Jackson remained standing there. His eyes, full of surprise, stared at him. "You only started learning to sense sound recently, but you can already hear this well." Increase replied nonchalantly, "It's because I've been training hard." His voice suddenly turned serious, his gaze cold as he looked at him. "Keep training. It will help you on the battlefield. Winter is coming." The battles have also started to become less frequent now. Increase's hand gripped a tree branch. He pulled himself up, revealing incredibly toned, muscular arms. As Ingrid used all his strength to lift his body, His face was soon drenched in sweat. Thanks to that, we have more free time. Now is the perfect time to train. Suddenly, a voice echoed from a distance. See, good morning, squad leader. Ingrid walked over to a large gray boulder, his eyes fixed on the man. He saw Alden on the ground doing push-ups, with the giant boulder weighing down his back. He quietly called out his name, Alden. He looked up at him. Morning training. You're really diligent. Suddenly, Alden threw the boulder to the ground and said cryptically, You should also think carefully. He walked step by step toward Increase. He remained perfectly calm. Alden asserted again, A strong body is like a sturdy shield. Finally, he spoke his words soft but carrying an invisible pressure. At the very least, you should be able to take one punch from Brock. Alden suddenly scoffed. You're still too weak. You need to train more. Hearing this, Increase tried to hide his displeasure. He talks as if he's so strong. He humbled himself. I still have a lot of weaknesses. Alden didn't seem to want to stop. With his hands on his hips, he jutted out his chin and added, And as for the muscle training method that I showed you. At the same time, Jem suddenly kicked Jagna hard. He roared in fury, gritting his teeth. This lazy bastard, all you do is eat and sleep all day. This useless oaf. He clumsily scrambled up his body, lurching forward. Jagna drew a sword. Jem was stunned for a moment. Instantly, he turned back in a rage. Take your shoe and get lost. Not to be outdone, Jem quickly drew his axe blade. Just as they were about to charge at each other, Increase's voice cut in. Arguing again? He sighed helplessly. You two stop it. Auden clutched the cross, muttering, Violence solves nothing. Seeing this, Jem spoke up, accusing, That clueless fool is trying to starve us. Too lazy right now. Ingrid lowered his voice, trying to persuade Ragnar. If the squad leader asked, just go get breakfast. He replied with a dissatisfied look, If the squad leader says so. Jen immediately turned and taunted him. The bastard finally decides to work. Playing hard to get, are we? Without hesitation, the other guy shoved his hand away. Just move your stuff somewhere else. This is to die for. Hearing that, he lifted his nose and took a long, deep sniff. It smells this good. What's with him? Increase said in a lecturing tone. Stop causing trouble, or are you just bored with nothing to do? A smirk formed on the corner of Jem's mouth. So you've noticed? Not being on the battlefield is making my hands itch. He quickly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Stop nagging and come fight me. The sky turned a murky gray dark clouds swirling as if heralding an impending storm. With intense focus, Increase poured all his strength into his swinging arm. Suddenly, Jem struck him hard in the side. Your stamina is too weak in this part. Instantly, Jen swung his axe so fiercely that the boy couldn't react in time. Increase thought to himself a reminder, maintain focus with the heart of a beast. In a flash, the axe blade came hurtling down. He quickly used his sword to block it. Listen and dodge the attacks with your keen ears. Increase's hand tightened on the hilt of his sword, and a fatal thrust honed through hundreds of failures. On the other side, Jem charged relentlessly toward Increase. He decisively thrust his sword straight at him. Zen quickly used his axe to pin Increase's sword, then used his strength to pull the boy forward, his other hand tightening around his neck. Increase's face began to contort with excitement. Just then, Jen slammed him to the ground. He spoke with a disappointed tone. I was expecting so much more, after seeing how much you'd progressed. And yet this fight... At this, Zem couldn't hide his dissatisfaction. How could you become so boring and still so weak that thrust is old news now? I've already figured out its weakness. Don't you have any other moves? Incrid slammed his sword into the ground. He wearily climbed to his feet. But now I understand. You're slow to realize that I'm not the same person I was. Mentally and physically. Incrid shot him a cold look. Now, even if I have to repeat this hundreds, thousands of times, I will keep moving forward. Come on. This time I'll crush you. Seeing the look in his eyes, Jem still wore a disgusted expression. What a mediocre skill. Just then, Increase's eyes flew open. His eyes shone in the darkness, and the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. Even so, why can't I look away from his eyes? Why, at this moment, Jem gently swung his axe in front of the boy, taunting him, You should at least be able to touch a single hair on my head. At the same time, the rain began to fall with a pitter-patter sound. The cold rain caused him to gradually lose focus. Over here, the tents were being lashed by the downpour. Incredit stood watching the erratic rain fall and then stop. Inside, Jen started grumbling, Damn it, with all this rain, I'm going to get foot fungus. Meanwhile, Ragnar slept peacefully and Odin was still diligently praying to God. Chris walked in with a look of dissatisfaction. How many times have our plans been ruined by the rain? Ha! He couldn't help but exclaim. This has to be a curse laid upon our camp. Hearing this, Increase was baffled. What curse? Chris stared at him stunned. You haven't heard about it, squad leader. Increase's eyes suddenly lit up. Now that he mentions it, I remember squad leader Vengeance saying something before I returned. At that time, he had said softly, there is a curse spreading throughout the camp. Back in the present, Chris was still rambling on. The weather is strange. The number of wounded has suddenly increased, and then there are the fires. Especially with the Jack Rotten scout team, so many were injured. Everyone is saying it's all because of the curse. He sat up frantically. Of course, there's no such thing as a curse, but the weather really is changing erratically like some magic has been cast on this camp. So the rumor spread like wildfire. At this, Increase gave a serious reminder. It's not good to let false rumors spread in the camp. The higher-ups will put a stop to it soon. In that moment, Chris looked bewildered. Hey, why are you just standing by the door? He gave a short reply. Training to sense presence. He became even more confused. Huh, in this storm, Increase replied calmly. That's exactly why I have to train in this downpour. Jen, who was beside him, started getting agitated. What kind of crazy stunt are you pulling? Just standing there is bad luck, you know. Jackson spoke up in his defense. That's not a bad training method. You're doing well. He turned to look at him with a puzzled expression. A moment later, Jen yelled indignantly, What the hell are you teaching him? Since when do you care about the squad leader, huh? Ingrid looked outside, annoyed. It's too loud, I can't even hear the rain. He raised his voice again, shouting, How dare this insolent wretch ignore me? Just then, Auden stopped praying and chimed in, If you're looking for training exercises, there are plenty of ways to train right here in the barracks, even while sitting down. Rabna suddenly had an idea. It's been a while. Let me check your grip posture, all right. With a dissatisfied look, Rem pointed them out one by one. What is this? Look at that. Just as I thought. Do they really want to train in here, too? At that moment, Jackson stopped reading his book. He glanced over to see Auden smiling brightly beside him, not trying to hide it. Jackson's expression softened a little. Jen secretly glanced over at him. See that? Everyone is working so hard, aren't they? You're the only one who isn't. At this moment, Incrid was still staring pensively outside, his face illuminated by the moonlight. From outside the barracks, a voice echoed, Tell the squad leaders to get their soldiers under control. And Graham sternly gave the order, We need to send out another scout team to assess the situation before winter arrives. But we don't have enough soldiers to fill the barracks. Hearing this, Jo Young made sure to ask, What about the leader of Squad 444? He narrowed his eyes in thought. That nameless squad leader. He seems a bit incompetent. Won't he just get in the scout team's way? She immediately spoke up in his defense. Who knows, he might bring back some surprising results. Graham became curious. Do you have a reason for thinking that... Jo Young turned and replied succinctly, just an elf's intuition. The next morning, as the dawn sunlight gently covered the barracks, Incrid hesitantly approached Jo Young. Me? He asked with a skeptical expression. I was chosen for the scout team. She rested her chin on her hand and looked at Incrid, her gaze so cold it was unnerving. Chris suddenly asked, Chris, were you summoned by the platoon leader? He replied in an annoyed tone, You think I'd just let her order me around and do whatever she wants? He kept asking, Then why did you go there? She made you go on the scouting mission, didn't she? But Incrid froze for a moment. All the surrounding sounds seemed to muffle as an image of Jo Young appeared in his mind, her sharp gaze piercing through everything. She has her eye on me, ever since the assassination attempt by those damn assassins. As he thought of this, his expression fell. Kang also left the barracks that day. Just then, Jen suddenly spoke up and asked, So you're really planning on going? He casually remarked, But if you don't like the job the platoon leader assigned you, you could just tell her you know. Hearing this, Incrid's expression instantly turned serious. All right, that's enough talk. When a superior gives an order, I have to obey. Jen couldn't help but admire what an exemplary squad leader. He replied with a sigh of resignation, I just have to set an example for everyone. If I don't, everything here will descend into chaos. At the same time, Auden couldn't help but whimper, Oh Lord, why do you give me such difficult trials? In any case, I will pray that you achieve what you're hoping for. And above all, that you come back alive from these difficult missions. Incrid cursed inwardly, This is so damn exhausting. Just then, Ragnar's voice rang out. Let me... He hesitated for a moment, then continued, Go in your place, sir. Ingrid immediately whipped around, his voice firm. Absolutely not. You don't have any experience in this area. Chris voiced his support. All right, he's right. Ragnar. Jem didn't miss the chance to rub salt in the wound. You might be strong in other areas, but in that regard you can't compare to him yet. At the same time, Jackson, who had been silent this whole time, suddenly interjected. The scouting location the platoon leader mentioned. Is it the Great Plains? He warned cautiously, not looking directly at Ingrid. If you're there and you hear any sound, other than the usual wind and rustling grass, you need to pay attention. That would be highly unusual. It's basic knowledge for avoiding a surprise attack. Hearing this, Jen immediately yelled, Are you trying to lecture the squad leader again? Your only talent is cheap shots. What experience do you even have with scouting? Ingrid sighed softly, a helpless look on his face. This is such a pain. If I leave, who's going to stop them? If we leave them like this, they'll just start fighting again. But then he paused, his expression growing somber, his eyes veiled with a deep-seated weariness. But no matter how many times I think it over, there's no one else more suitable to go there than me. After Ingrid enlisted, since he had no special abilities, he was often assigned to undesirable posts. He'd worked in every position but never gained much experience in any of them. The place where he felt most useful was right now. Jen suddenly charged forward with his axe. You son of a bitch! Jackson immediately drew his dagger, his eyes burning with rage. He quickly ran toward them. Just as the two were about to clash, their gazes suddenly changed. They saw Ingrid standing calmly between the axe blade and the tip of the dagger, and that was this very position as squad leader. The unit he commanded was one that everyone else in the barracks wanted nothing to do with. Ingrid blocked the axe blade with his bare hand. What's gotten into you two? He complained resentfully. Captain, he's the one who kept trying to start something, so I couldn't just stand there and take it. Jackson turned back coldly without a shred of respect. You should be thanking the squad leader. If it weren't for him, you'd be dead for sure. Got it. Jen gritted his teeth. All right, talk is cheap. We'll see who dies first. A moment of silence fell. He stared at them intently. Even though they fought like this, they were both skilled warriors on the battlefield. I just hope they can get along and help each other in this brutal war. This reconnaissance mission will be dangerous, but Ingrid was fully aware of his own capabilities. What was necessary now was to train even harder. Ingrid's face fell slightly, a sense of vigilance flashing within him. The reconnaissance team goes ahead to the front lines to gather information, so being cautious and on guard against everything is essential. Andrew suddenly raised his voice and yelled, Hey, newbie, get a move on, will ya? The man snorted coldly. Even if you were a squad leader before in this reconnaissance team, you're just a newbie. Here I'm the commander. Everything I say you have to obey. Got it. The reconnaissance team's squad leader, Andrew Gardner. Another soldier sneered. What can a guy like him do, Captain? Just ignore him. Pretend he's not here. Another one snorted with laughter. That guy, I bet he can't do anything and will just die an early death. I mean, look how clueless he is. Andrew turned to look at Ingrid with malicious eyes. Of course, when we're fighting, I'll keep a little eye on you. Otherwise, you might just disappear without a trace. I know you were the leader of Squad 4. That squad is full of troublemakers. The fact that you could lead them? I guess someone must have put in a good word for you to get that position, huh? Right after that, the man spun around and barked his orders. All right, that's enough talk. Pay attention. If we encounter the enemy, be careful. First, just take them all down, then we'll talk. The group shouted in unison, Yes, sir! At the same time, he gave them a dissatisfied look. It's ridiculous. What kind of reconnaissance team shouts so loudly and the captain is as hot-headed as a child? I wonder if this recon team can even survive the first battle. Suddenly, an urgent whisper rang out. There are tracks here, Captain. Andrew immediately bent down to inspect them. Looks like these are just antelope tracks. The man turned around with a cunning smile. All right, follow these tracks and we'll have ourselves a barbecue. In contrast to them, Ingrid analyzed it alone. But antelopes travel in herds of 30, and so how could there be so few tracks? At this point, he didn't understand what they were thinking. Ainley couldn't help but interrupt. What do you mean, antelope? These are the tracks of a different species. Same family, but they look completely different. It was only after a moment that he noticed Ingrid's presence. Ellie smiled warmly. You're new. You don't need to pay much attention to the captain. He's a bit childish, that's all. Reconnaissance team member Ellie. But Inley was a hunter before this. Therefore, he has the skill and experience for things like this. The things he said were things I could learn a lot from, things that would be genuinely useful in helping me survive this war. At the same time, he nodded slightly, his voice deep, but holding a rare hint of warmth. On a prairie like this, there are many paths that only animals use. Tomorrow I'll tell you more about these things. Night fell. The group suddenly started cursing. Damn it all. That day, because they were chasing the antelope, the entire team accomplished nothing of substance. Andrew looked around. They were definitely antelope tracks, right? He scratched his head in frustration. All right, well, since we're here anyway, we need to scout out the situation and report back tomorrow. The next morning, the dawn light gradually spread over a mountain as the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the ground. Just then Andrew shouted, "We're here!" His voice suddenly deepened, losing its usual brashness. "This is the location our recon team needs to investigate. It's called the Green Prairie Battlefield." Sure enough, before them was a lush green prairie. Andrew's eyes immediately scanned the area, his grip tightening. "We need to be careful crossing this place. Let's find Asburn's team, then try to capture a few enemies for interrogation to make a name for ourselves." His men cheered excitedly. "Yes, sir!" Ellie suddenly hesitated. He turned to Increase. "Are you just going to walk in there like that?" "The mission is just to scout the perimeter." Parting the tall grass with one hand, he glanced over at him. "It's the captain's order. What can we do?" Soon after, the group followed Andrew's lead deep into the prairie. Meanwhile, Increase was lost in thought. Getting through this head-high grass wasn't going to be simple at all. "Honestly, it took everything I had just to get this far. This is so much harder than it looks. You wouldn't understand unless you did it yourself. But I really have to admire the other members here. They haven't complained one bit." Ellie stopped, his eyes scanning the withered grass covering the ground. "Doesn't look like there are any animal tracks here," he commented nonchalantly. "Well, that might be the problem." He muttered, annoyed. "With grass this tall, there should be plenty of herbivores, but there are none. Doesn't that seem wrong to you?" But just at that moment, a huge shadow appeared on the ground. Immediately after, a foot slammed down unexpectedly. At the strange movement, Increase's face instantly darkened. A crazed leopard lunged out. His eyes widened, unable to hide his shock in that instant. The leopard's gaze suddenly locked onto Increase. He quickly pushed Andrew's head down. "Get down now!" Just then, arrows suddenly flew out of nowhere. Seeing this, the man's face practically froze. The group screamed in terror. "It's the enemy!" At the same time, a group of strangers, weapons in hand, drew closer. Seeing this, Increase took the lead and ran screaming at the top of his lungs, "Run!" From behind, an enemy suddenly pressed a blade to Andrew's neck. A moment later, even Ellie was cut down by them. The focus now was on Increase, who was clearly their primary target. Increase was like prey being chased down by a pack of hunters. At that moment, one of them drew a bow towards him. Increase glanced back in terror. "Right, the sound-sensing technique I read about. I should be able to use it in this situation." In a flash, the arrow zipped past him. However, Increase's pupils dilated, reflecting absolute horror. In his final moment, a bitter smile appeared on his lips. "So many chaotic sounds. There's no way I can handle all this. Everything I learned is completely useless." In just a few seconds, Increase faced a rain of arrows flying at him. The sharp arrowheads plunged deep into his body. Blood sprayed out in spurts. Increase still hadn't recovered from the surprise attack, his face deep in thought. "If I just knew which direction the enemy was coming from, then I could dodge. But there are too many of them here." Just then, Andrew, with an extremely annoyed expression, shot a cold glare at him. "What did you say? I'll cut your throat. Stop spouting nonsense." This captain wasn't listening to a word Increase said. He didn't pay any attention to him. Now Increase had to find a way to survive on his own. The twilight scene was vast, with the setting sun dyeing the sky in shades of orange. Just then, a shout came through, "It's an ambush run. Hurry up." Although Increase ran in every possible direction, the enemy was always there ahead of him, blocking his path. But Increase wouldn't give up. He would find another way, because he could be resurrected to the day before over and over again. This time, Increase was attacked and killed by 20 assassins with bows approaching from the west. After that, he ran north to avoid them, but was blocked and surrounded by a team of knights. Now, Increase was sprawled on the ground, his hands clutching the barren earth. The leader gave a stern command, "Find him. He must be somewhere around here." No matter if he ran east or west or tried to hide, they always found him in the end. At the same time, Increase tried to observe them, these pursuers of his. They all wore green attire, allowing them to easily hide in the tall grass. A thought flashed in his mind, a mix of confusion and déjà vu. Why are they defending this place so heavily? There are so many soldiers in this field. I don't get what they're trying to protect in this green prairie. Just then the tall grass suddenly parted. A light shone from within, revealing only a tattered, blood-stained flag fluttering tragically in the wind. Increase's eyes widened, his pupils dilating in horror. In that moment of extreme tension, a sword suddenly pierced through the air, splattering fresh red blood across the lush green grass. His blood-soaked hand lay motionless on the ground. Doubts began to surface. I don't understand these damn Asburns. What are they hiding? Suddenly, Andrew shouted decisively, "We need to get through this green prairie and find the Asburn army. Then we'll take a few of them as prisoners and extract information." Increase thought to himself with a pensive look. Even though I've died and come back to life quite a few times already, I still can't do anything. Every time I step into that grass, I know I'm going to die. Thinking this, he grew more and more suspicious. I don't get it. Those bastards. Why would they set up an ambush with so many men? What are they hiding? I have to survive and find out what it is. Increase looked helplessly into the distance. But if there's no way to escape death right now, then it's all pointless. Everything will just repeat itself, but I can't keep dying like this. I have to do something. Ellie turned with a worried expression. Hey, is there something you want to say? He nodded slightly, his eyes showing a newfound resolve. All right, I've made up my mind. At the same time, Andrew roared like a wild tiger. Hey, you new recruit, what are you doing just standing there? Get moving. Max spoke up, his tone both reassuring and understanding. I know you're unhappy with what the captain said, but since we're on the same team, just let it go. We need to stick together, right? Increase replied without holding back. To be honest, I can't stand having a guy like him as our captain. He turned to look straight at him. We're all going to die. He doesn't know the first thing about reconnaissance. You can keep defending that guy, but it won't change a thing. This mission is going to fail. Hearing this, the color drained from Mac's face. What did you just say? Immediately after, Increase gave him a hard shove. All right, I'll go. Hearing this, Andrew tightened his grip on his sword's hilt. So what you're saying is you're not going to follow orders anymore, huh? With a strategy already in mind, Increase shot back. What are you talking about? How can you say that to me? I need to take control of this battle and I will survive. Increase stood up straight and declared with a stern face. From now on, I'm the commander here, got it? By making full use of every person's abilities in this recon squad. Hearing this, the man gritted his teeth. This bastard. Here the recon squad Captain Andrew and that other tall knight were the three most capable people, the ones who survived the longest through the previous ambushes. He had witnessed it. Increase turned his gaze to Mac, that tall knight. He really does fight the enemy quite bravely. The difficult part, however, is that he only listens to what that damn captain says. So you could see him as a knight escorting a nobleman. At the same time, infuriated Andrew drew his sword and issued a blunt challenge. All right, if that's what you want, then let's see who's stronger. The winner gets to command the other. Pick up your sword. Fine. Increase narrowed his eyes, observing the man. If this guy were a normal captain, he wouldn't need an escort. Look at the way he holds his sword. It's clear he's had some proper training. But on the other side, Andrew was ready in his fighting stance. Increase assessed him again. However, his actual combat skills are still quite poor. Could he have grown up in a noble family? Thinking this, Increase couldn't help but feel skeptical. But if that's the case, he wouldn't need to risk his life like this. And just to achieve some military glory, would he? A speculation suddenly formed in his mind. Or perhaps his family is in decline, so he needs to do something. A glorious to restore his family's name. At that moment, the man pointed his sword straight at Increase. I don't see any ability in you whatsoever, and you intend to command everyone. You're just an arrogant nobody. Come on, I'll teach you some manners. He sighed wearily. All right, first I need to focus on defeating this idiot. And then figure out the rest. Andrew emphasized in a low voice, My reason for doing this is completely different from yours. Immediately after he roared frantically, Because I have a mission that I must complete, Suddenly Ingrid beckoned provocatively. All right, come on then. I only need one move to take you down. Hearing this, the man nearly lost his mind and charged forward frantically. Seeing this, Ingrid clenched his fist. The man had recklessly rushed in because of his provocation instead of observing his opponent. Clearly, he completely underestimated me in this fight. But Ingrid's eyes easily followed Andrew's every move. With such carelessness and underestimation, the outcome was certain. Ingrid's hand was seen lightly brushing past the sword's blade. He had used his bare hand to block the man's sword. Faced with Ingrid's counterattack, Andrew's expression changed. Seizing the opportunity, Ingrid rushed forward and punched the man hard in the stomach, sealing his defeat. The pain shot through him, causing Andrew to vomit violently. A moment later, he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Mark's jaw dropped in amazement. A single blow, Ellie tried to stifle a scream. "I can't believe it. Isn't he just a low-level knight?" Right after he declared authoritatively, "From now on, I will command this reconnaissance squad. Does anyone have anything to say?" Hearing this, Ellie remained silent. On the other side, Max showed no intention of objecting. Back with Andrew, the man angrily struggled to his feet. "Damn it!" A moment later, Mark nodded, agreeing with Ingrid's decision. Ingrid looked up into the distance. "Well, the first step is complete." Right after that, the group followed his lead into the plains below. One of the men started to grumble. "What the hell is that bastard thinking?" Just then, Ingrid suddenly asked, "Hey, Ellie, what's your dream?" Ellie turned back, confused. "Why are you asking all of a sudden?" Ellie answered shyly.
I've always dreamed of living a peaceful life with the girl I love back in my village.
Ingrid nodded slightly. "I see. So you want to have that life? Then we all have to survive first." After saying that, Ingrid turned to another man. "How about you?" A young man hesitated, then spoke up. "My wife just gave birth." Ingrid replied, "All right, I understand. You need to get back to your child." Then Ingrid probed again. "And what about the rest of you?" A disgruntled youth answered. "I want to live a quiet life as a small merchant." The man next to him added indifferently, "I want to return to my family and live as a farmer." Just then, Ingrid suddenly turned to Andrew. "Andrew, what about you?" The man hesitated for a moment, then replied, "I want to fulfill my mother's wish." Andrew's eyes changed and he growled, "This mission will help me do that. I will restore glory to my family name." Afterwards, Ingrid concluded, "All right, everyone has their own dreams, but to achieve them, you first have to survive and make it back." The men behind him were baffled by his actions. Then Ingrid made a vow. "I will do everything in my power to help every one of you achieve your dreams." The men were stunned into silence by his strange declaration. In that moment, they all listened to Ingrid's command. There is no greater motivation than igniting the hope in their dreams, for now he had achieved his goal. Suddenly, Ingrid raised his voice and commanded, "Hey, Ellie, shoot an arrow at that tallest patch of grass over there." Ellie looked back bewildered. "But there's nothing there." Ingrid immediately growled, "I gave you an order. Just do it. Hurry up and shoot." At his command, Ellie quickly fired an arrow. A flicker of doubt entered Ingrid's mind. Did I miscalculate? Instantly, the arrow struck an enemy straight in the head. The men shouted in alarm, "An enemy!" The young man at the rear screamed in terror, "Is it an ambush?" Immediately, Ingrid yelled, "Run!" Andrew ran after them, stunned. How did he? Though still doubtful, he decided to follow, muttering a curse. "Damn it!" A confident thought crossed Ingrid's mind. Now we have a slight advantage. After a while, the group caught up with the enemy. Without hesitation, Ingrid charged and stabbed an opponent. They had successfully found the enemy on their own terms, and landed the first blow. An enemy soldier's sharp voice cut through the air. "What the hell is this? Kill them now!" At the same time, Andrew suddenly pressed his blade to an opponent's neck, finishing him in a single strike. Meanwhile, Ingrid silently observed the battle. The enemy was clearly caught off guard by our ambush. We need to take advantage of this. We have to reduce their numbers as much as possible. He shrewdly noticed that since Captain Andrew was following him, his bodyguard, that large knight, also had to stay close to provide support. "Over here!" Mark decisively sliced off an enemy's head with a single stroke. Burning with the desire to win, Ingrid silently confirmed his thoughts. At this rate, the chance of success of this attack is looking a little better. At the same time, he mercilessly struck down one enemy after another. The enemy force had 12 men, and now they're down to just 8. The enemy was panicking, reeling from the surprise attack. They screamed, their voices cracking with fear. "We've been ambushed by these bastards. Call for backup now. We don't know how many of them there are." Ingrid quickly glanced over at his men. The enemy had already managed to stabilize the situation. At that very moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. A group of people stood in a straight line as he called out loudly to everyone. Increase gave the enemy a cold look. He shouted through gritted teeth, "Take them down now!" The moment the words were spoken, the formation immediately scattered. They began their slaughter of the enemy. In this tall, vast field of grass, it was not easy to spot them. The reason why last time. they were able to detect that group's forces was because of an unexpected intervention from nature. One of them couldn't hide his panic when he saw the gazelle. Damn it! It suddenly darted. With a sharp, cold glare behind him, he let out a roar and charged madly towards the gazelle. What a nuisance, die. At the same time, Increase suddenly appeared and attacked him. His eyes quickly darted over to the gazelle. This was the first animal I encountered when I first entered this field, and now I've met it again here. In that instant, it turned to look straight into Increase's eyes. The gazelle had been hunted by the enemy and was fleeing, and it had accidentally run into him. Increase carefully made his assessment. It seems that this time, they couldn't immediately detect our raid because they were distracted by this animal. It's thanks to its intervention that my plan succeeded. I'll spare this animal's life for now. Ellie yelled out, "We're all clear over here!" He immediately turned and replied decisively, "All right, move to the next location now." Meanwhile, the gazelle quietly watched Increase. It didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. After that first fierce battle, the group had lost one person. Now only 6 people remained. Even if today's battle were to repeat itself many times, Increase's fight could not change much. However, this time was the first success they had. Now let's move to the next location. At the same time, a lone survivor suddenly appeared. He was hiding in the tall grass, his eyes following the group's figures. As we know, because today is a repeat he already knew, where the enemy was ambushing them, allowing him to evade them and make critical decisions for the campaign. If the group continued straight ahead, they would have to face nearly 30 enemies armed with crossbows, waiting for them. Increase urgently commanded, "Quickly this way." To avoid losing any more comrades, the only option was to go around them. However, they still spotted a lone enemy on their path. Of course, the basic thing to do was to eliminate that enemy quickly before he could alert his comrades. This was the only thing right now that Increase could do. Once that guy was taken down, the group would move quickly to get past the enemy's encirclement here. Meanwhile, Andrew let out a heroic roar. He was frantically slaughtering the enemy. Marking "Watch your back," Andrew's getting a little too carried away. The main goal of this battle is to escape safely. We can't kill all the enemies in this grass. There are too many of them. At the same time, Increase shouted, "We need to get to the other side of this grass field quickly, before it gets dark," he urged, breathing heavily. "Let's push forward quickly." Max shouted, his eyes glancing around uneasily. "Are you sure you know the exact way?" "The deeper we go, the more dangerous it gets." Increase's retort was as sharp as a blade. "All right, I know the way. Just follow me." Immediately after, he declared forcefully, "I'm the commander here. Everyone just do as I say. Panicking won't solve anything." Right at this moment, the expressions on Ellie's and Andrew's faces showed clear astonishment. They saw Max point his sword directly at Increase. He spoke in a hoarse voice, "This battle has reached a dangerous point. I hope the path you've chosen is a safe one." At this point, Max's voice rose in a threat. "If I feel that even one of your actions is wrong, I will cut you down myself right here. Understand? You may be the commander, but we're not going to follow you blindly." Increase was almost silent, meeting his gaze eye to eye. Then he replied loudly, "It's too late to turn back now. We have to move forward. You know that, don't you?" Increase didn't forget to remind them the grass is much shorter here now. Therefore, we need to move very quickly. If we stand here arguing like this, we're all going to die. Mark hissed again. "You mean we'll be safe as long as we do everything you say?" Suddenly, you grabbed his hand. "There's something I need to make clear to everyone." Increase's voice lowered noticeably. "Everyone here wants to live." Andrew glanced at him. "That guy. I used to think he was just a talentless good-for-nothing." A memory flashed through his mind, just like his father, an alcoholic who squandered all the family's assets while he watched helplessly. Andrew's eyes lit up, but now it seems that's not the case. That resolute look in his eyes. At that same moment, a familiar voice echoed in his ear, "Andrew, my son, perhaps our family will end here." He stared blankly at the ceiling. "However, you're a grown man now." Right after that, he turned to look at Andrew, his lips barely moving. "As long as you have the determination and willpower, you can lead everyone in the family to a new life. You must train and study hard so you can restore our family one day, okay? Become a clan leader that everyone can trust." He gritted his teeth helplessly. That is the mark of a person with vision and outstanding leadership. Returning to the present, Increase with a confident gaze declared bluntly, "Trust in me. Together we will survive and escape this place." Andrew suddenly pushed past the others. He nodded in agreement. "All right, I believe you for now." Andrew exclaimed with full confidence, Captain Increase Myong, lead us to victory. Hearing this, Mark tried to stop him. But Sir Andrew, he immediately cut him off. That's enough. The commander in this battle is now Increase. He reminded them again. We must follow his instructions. Hearing this, he was left nearly speechless. He looked at Andrew with a dazed expression. At the same time, Increase gave an instruction. Everyone stay low as you move. The grass here is much shorter now. Remember to stay close to me. Move quietly and stick together. Instantly, Andrew put his hands on the ground and the others hastily followed. You've already figured out a path for us to escape this field, after so many failures. Now that we've made it this far, we just need to move quietly, avoid the enemy, and escape. Of course, you always need a backup plan. A while later, as the last light of day fell, a foot stepped out silently from within a patch of grass. At that moment, countless spears were planted across the plains. After dying and coming back to life so many times, Increase had found a few key points for this operation. Mark and Andrew's group warily looked behind them at this exact moment and in this exact place. At the same time, Increase led the group through patches of grass. It was their only chance to escape the enemy encirclement without a direct confrontation. From above, the group was almost completely surrounded by the enemy. Mark and Andrew swallowed dryly as fear surged like a storm. On the other side, his face suddenly changed. Just then, the enemy had withdrawn without leaving even a single trace. At the same time, the frightened group was crawling flat on the ground. Everything Increase had done so far was working perfectly. Now that we're here, we need to stay calm. The grass is low here, so we're easily spotted. We need to hide and wait for nightfall for a better chance to escape. Rushing in the previous attempts was the very reason he had failed. This time he would learn from his experience. Increase's gaze shifted to the distance. Looks like there are quite a few enemy patrols around here. Ellie froze in place.
Oh God, we've walked right into the enemy's lair.
The young man groaned helplessly. Just our luck. He whispered into the faint wind. This is the enemy's encampment. It seems like these people are hiding something here. Something they don't want anyone else to find. Anyone who enters these green plains is certain to be killed by them. In that moment, Increase's gaze unconsciously darted in one direction. He saw only a tattered flag stained with fresh blood fluttering in the wind. Beneath it, countless skeletons were scattered about. So the group's mission now is to find out what's in this camp. That's so important to them. Without hesitation, Increase took a step forward. All right, let's go. Because only by doing that can they finally escape from here. Mark let out a dry cackle. Are you really planning to start a fire inside the enemy camp? He continued in a panic. Are you insane? We're in the middle of the enemy camp. One small mistake and we'll be dead instantly. Increase suddenly changed the subject. Hey, what's your name? He looked stunned for a moment but replied, Just call me Mark. Hearing this, he spoke in a steely voice. Mark, I will not accept any objections here. He choked on his words. This guy. In the end, just as Mark was about to speak, Andrew cut him off. Shut up, Mark. He and Incrid charged straight into the enemy's center. Gritting his teeth, his eyes flashed with determination. I know what Andrew is thinking. I'll just have to follow the captain's lead. Mark whispered like a final prayer. This is it, the moment the clouds cover the moon. All I can do now is trust the captain's decision. I hope it's the right one. At the same time, Increase suddenly slashed his sword across a tent. He swallowed hard, his face clearly tense. He's crazy just barging in and destroying the tent like that. Mark glanced around, his face blank with confusion. The tent's empty. Just then he started running frantically forward. He followed blankly. What the hell is going on? What's with him? But Increase kept charging. His steps were swift and precise. Mark's eyes followed his every move. He's rushing through the enemy camp like it's deserted. His heart wouldn't stop pounding. So reckless. Mark glanced from side to side. The darkness seemed to swallow everything. Even running this fast. We still haven't run into a single enemy. We've almost made it all the way through, but how is this possible? Where are all the enemy soldiers? Just then Increase froze. Ahead were guards watching over corpses. He turned slightly, his eyes glinting with resolve. Wait here. He leaned back as Increase scouted ahead. I've infiltrated this place countless times. This is the first time I've found the flag and been able to touch it. A stream of memories suddenly flowed through his mind. All the enemy troops here were focused on me, aiming to protect the flag. A moment later, Increase spoke in a low voice to the Asburn soldiers. That flag is the most important thing on this battlefield, and it's their main objective to protect. In that instant, the flag fluttered in the void. Below it were corpses decomposed beyond recognition. Hearing this, Mark asked with a curious expression, "What happens if that flag is burned?" He couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt. Did the captain know about this flag from the beginning? How? In a flash, Mark's facial muscles tensed, a light gleaming in his eyes, but he was stunned as he remembered. Could this be what the commander was talking about? He was the one who decided to choose the captain for the scout team. That means he knew what he was capable of. Just then, Increase emphasized again, Asburn. They will focus on recovering and protecting the flag. He stared at him, a series of unanswered questions in his mind. The captain who is always so careful with every move, now he's recklessly infiltrating the enemy's center directly. It was all to complete this secret mission, wasn't it? Right after he gave a firm order, "Destroy the flag! Then we escape from here." Without waiting for the group to react, Increase continued in a sharp voice. "From now on, we split into two teams. One will act as a decoy to draw the enemy's attention. This is a difficult challenge." Mark suddenly agreed. The other team will burn the flag. But he seemed a bit surprised by his unusual behavior. Incred shot a suspicious glance at Mark. He's been resisting this whole time, and now he's suddenly cooperating like this. This will make things much easier. You've led my men into the Asburn camp a few times before, but this is the first time with so many people. At the same time, Andrew's group nodded in acceptance of the order. Increase took a slow, deep breath. Today is a good day. I'm feeling pretty good. If things stay like this, they can do this. Instantly, the group threw rocks at the enemy. One of them immediately rushed out, yelling, "Intruders!" The guards swarmed out like a flood. The commander roared angrily, "Get them!" Increase steeled his resolve. We have to succeed in this mission. He quickly reached for a still-lit lamp. A determined glint flashed in Increase's eyes. He tightened his grip on the torch. It's either succeed or tomorrow when the loop resets. Just as Increase let his guard down, Mitt suddenly raised his sword. He swung it down hard toward him, but with his sharp reflexes, Increase easily dodged it. He swallowed hard. When did he get so close without me realizing it? Right now, Mitt and Increase stood facing each other, both radiating killing intent. He watched him cautiously. An enemy that looks very strong. I've never seen him before. Until now. Incred's brow furrowed, his eyes fixed on the man. His mind raced with doubt. Where did this guy suddenly come from? Mitt growled in his throat. "You little rats!" Just then, Incred suddenly whispered, "Too late." The man was momentarily confused by his words. From the side, a fire suddenly erupted violently. A soldier screamed, "Fire! The tent's on fire!" Another man pointed quickly toward Andrew's group. "There are more intruders. Get them!" The leader gave a firm command. "Put out the fire first." Mark acted as the decoy, and Incred got their attention. And Andrew started burning the tents. It's going just as planned. At that moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. Now's our chance to escape. Seizing the opportunity, Incred spread his legs wide, kicking up dust and sand. Every attack begins by focusing power from your feet, stomping the ground, and stepping forward. Lunging his whole body forward, he didn't hesitate to point the tip of his sword straight at him. I see it. His weak point. The tip of the sword was already moving toward Mitt's temple. In a split second, the man suddenly spun around. Before the unexpected movement, Increase barely had time to react. Instantly, Mitt dodged to the side. The blade sliced through the empty air. His hand was still gripping the hilt of his sword while the other man watched him leisurely. A chill suddenly ran down Increase's spine. A wound had already appeared on his stomach. Blood spurted out. In pain, Increase clutched the wound, letting out a soft groan. That blow was almost a perfect thrust. He whipped his head around, his eyes wide with terror. Mid stared at Increase, his voice dripping with contempt. How unpleasant. Increase's body began to sway. I couldn't take him down. With my current abilities, I'll never be able to beat him. To have come all this way? Increase had died and come back to life countless times, broken through the defenses on the Reed battlefield, and avoided being killed in countless ambushes. He finally thought he could overcome this. Today on this mission, a flicker of despair showed in Increase's eyes. Are you truly a wall that I can't break through? He kept asking himself. Increase's hand slowly moved away from the wound as an internal struggle began. If I keep fighting him, I'll die. He lowered his head in despair. And I'll have to lead the squad all over again, crossing the battlefield and repeating this day countless times. After so many deaths, I can't afford to fail. On the other side, the man's expression suddenly changed. Mid roared with fury. Are you smiling right now? Increase lifted his head and looked forward, the corner of his mouth turning up into a smirk. I'm going to kill you. At the same time, the man swung his sword in a rage. I'll turn you into fodder for wild beasts. Increase immediately ducked low. His eyes followed Mid. I have to break through this wall right now. Increase swung his blade again. The two of them charged at each other, the clash of steel creating a deafening sound. Increase seemed to have the upper hand, pushing Mid further and further back. Increase's expression immediately changed. He blocked my attack. Seizing the opportunity, the man lunged forward, raising his sword high. In a heart-stopping moment, Mid brought it down with a powerful slash. He had no intention of letting him go. He swung his blade powerfully once more. Doubt flashed through Increase's mind. From that posture, he managed to block it. The blade, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, flew towards Increase's face. In that hair-raising moment, he quickly used his sword to block. Increase bit his lip, his eyes filled with tension. His movements are too complex. The voice in his head was hoarse, as if strangled by defeat. I don't even have a single chance to counterattack. As I thought, the difference in our levels is just too great. At that moment, Mid slashed fiercely at Increase. His body staggered backward, and in an instant, the man knocked the sword from Increase's hand. Suddenly, from a distance, a dagger came flying. With his sharp senses, Mid quickly used his hand to deflect the blow. Increase swallowed hard. You used your hand to block it and change its trajectory. His rage boiling over, Mid charged forward like a madman. Without an ounce of mercy, he pointed his sword straight at Increase while others began to shout in alarm. The fire is spreading. Back with Mid, the blade in his hand suddenly lost its aim. Mid turned around worriedly as the crowd continued to scream. Someone spilled the oil. One of them started to panic. The fire's near the flagpole. Meanwhile, one of them suddenly called out, Commander! Mid paused for a moment. He roared in anger, his sharp gaze fixed on the man. Don't you know what's important right now? Mid turned to look at Increase. He seemed to be hesitating. This guy. It seems he's not easily swayed even when I'm at a disadvantage over here. His hand still gripped his sword, his eyes almost lifeless. Just then, Mid suddenly called out, grabbing Increase's attention. His voice echoed cold and proud. Just wait until next time. With that, Mid turned and left. He left him all alone on the battlefield. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. Is that guy retreating from this fight? He's just leaving, sparing me like that. A question suddenly surfaced in Increase's mind. Was he not actually the wall I needed to overcome? He immediately denied it. No. Even if he wasn't the wall for me to overcome today, we will definitely meet again in the future. Thinking this, Increase tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Whatever happens today is finally coming to an end. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze drifting aimlessly. For now, the battle had reached a temporary end. Under the flickering firelight, a young warrior called out, his voice trembling and his breath ragged with exhaustion. Commander, sir! His voice carried on. The wind was filled with utmost urgency. We have to leave now. Seeing Increase hesitate, he urged again, Commander, let's go. On the other side, Mid stood motionless despite the sea of flames surging around him. He suddenly turned his head back, his eyes burning with hatred. Meeting Mid's gaze, Increase involuntarily shuddered. Increase didn't have time to think. He sheathed the sword in his hand. Immediately after, he yelled, Fall back, we're retreating! Meanwhile, the soldiers were still frantically using water to douse the flames. Just as the group started to run, a panicked scream came from behind. Put out the fire! Increase glanced around nervously. No one's missing. All 5 members of the squad are here. Suddenly, one of them yelled, Have we done enough? A large-scale pursuit force probably won't chase after us, right? He replied, half sure, half doubting. Probably not at this very moment. Ellie suddenly froze. He groaned in pain, pressing his hand hard against his wound. Suddenly, an enraged roar tore through the night from behind. Capture those intruders! Don't let them get out of here alive, model. Faced with the chaotic scene, the group didn't hesitate to rush forward and shield Ellie. With one decisive slash, Increase lopped off the enemy's head. Over on the other side, Mark bluntly finished off his opponent. His expression was completely unfazed. At the same time, Andrew was slaughtering them like a madman, as if venting his rage. Just then, he yelled out with authority, Don't hesitate, just keep running! The person next to him suddenly screamed, "If we can escape to the prairie fox territory, we'll be close to our own forces." The enemy's pursuit force probably won't follow us there, but wouldn't that make it just as hard for us to get out? Ellie then spoke up, her eyes shining brightly.
I know a safe place. It's a path the hunters use.
Hearing this, Increase nodded decisively. I trust you. Lead the way for us. After a while, the group could no longer hear the enemy's pursuing footsteps. Now only their own frantic footsteps echoed from behind as they ran for their lives. Antelope observed thoughtfully. Thanks to Andrew and Mark's excellent fighting, they were able to kill a few enemies during the retreat without any trouble. If it hadn't been for Ellie leading the way back then, the group wouldn't have been able to avoid the enemy so easily. They had made it this far, because everyone on the team worked together. A while later, the first light of day shone directly into Increase's eyes. He squinted toward the rising sun. From the mountain peak, the sun began to emerge. The scene was incredibly peaceful after the recent scouting mission and attack on the enemy camp. He was completely exhausted. The moment the teenager saw the group, he couldn't help but feel bewildered. What the hell happened to you guys? From behind, Ellie appeared, his body covered in scratches. He spoke in a tired voice.
I think I'm about to pass out.
Meanwhile, Increase took deep breaths of the fresh air. Once again, he had survived today's loop to witness the dawn of another day. Elsewhere, the flagpoles had been incinerated by last night's fire. Harrison spoke softly in a low, sad voice.
The flag in the camp has been burned,
The person next to him added, "We'll just have to prepare it all over again." He sneered, "I didn't think the famous Hound Unit would turn out to be nothing but a burden in this battle." The captain of the Hound Unit. He gazed into the distance, completely unable to understand. How could just a few men follow the trail left by the elite soldiers of the Hound Unit? A trail left in this tall grass, and successfully cross a field where so many of our troops were lying in ambush, and then set fire to the flag and escape. The Hounds, a squad with the authority to operate independently within the Aspen Army. The team's name originates from the Aspen Hounds, famous for their gray coats and tenacious nature. They are famous for pursuing their target, to the very end, whether in love or in war. That is why this special squad, originally named the Hounds, is also known as the Reckless Lovers. In battle, they fight with incredible ferocity. Back in the present, Harrison suddenly interrogated him. Was he really that strong in a fight? Commander Midhorizon neither confirmed nor denied it. If back then it wasn't for someone complaining and coming to put out the fire to save the flags, I would have finished him off. The Hound Commander Midhorizon? Harrison's gaze drifted into the distance. That guy, he was really lucky. In the end, he still managed to escape. Mid's breathing became heavy, his face tensed with a frantic desire. But the next time we meet, he won't be so lucky. At the same time, Increase sat awake alone in his tent, staring at the blade of his knife. The thing that's bothering me is that I couldn't overcome it. That wall. After facing him, I always want to fight no matter how dangerous the battle is. But Increase kept telling himself, one day. In that moment, Mid's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Next time, I will definitely catch him and kill him. On this side, he silently made a resolution. You will definitely fall by my hand. Meanwhile, Jen casually tossed his axe into the air, a look of utter boredom on his face. I'm bored to death. It's almost time for the scouting party to return. Why isn't there any news? Just then he caught the axe, his fingers tightening around it. Jen sat up, stunned, his eyes darting toward the distance as a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could it be he's dead? Jen tapped his head hard with the shaft of the axe. He seemed to have improved a little recently, but he's still just a rookie when it comes to scouting, so it wouldn't be that surprising if he died in action. Strangely enough, I actually liked his personality. Thinking this, he clenched his teeth as if in acceptance. Well, if he's dead, then that's that. Meanwhile, Ratna jolted awake. He was yawning widely, still half asleep, when his eyes suddenly froze on what was in front of him. Jem was staring intently at him, not even blinking. Annoyed, Ratna snapped, "What are you looking at?" Jem immediately flipped him the middle finger, his expression completely unfazed. Faced with the provocative gesture, he didn't react this time. Suddenly, Jem smirked and called out tauntingly, "Hey!" He lunged closer to Ratna. His lips curled into a smirk. "You want me to kill you?" Seeing that he immediately drew his sword, his face burning with rage. "You psycho!" Meanwhile, Joey was questioning Increase doubtfully. You ambushed the enemy and infiltrated their base, and set their camp on fire. He answered truthfully, It was all a spur-of-the-moment decision. I was just lucky to pull it off. Hearing this, she furrowed her brow, a flicker of doubt in her eyes.
Lucky, you say?
Increase didn't flinch. He looked Jo Young straight in the eye. Seeing this, she immediately gave an order.
I see.
Go get some rest and tend to your wounds. As soon as Increase left, Jo Young was lost in thought. I actually thought he'd handle everything perfectly just like last time in the camp. I guess I shouldn't have gotten my hopes up only to be let down. She stared after Increase's retreating figure. What's gotten into him? Meanwhile, he looked back with a disgruntled expression. What the hell is that commander thinking? Does she think it's easy to just waltz into an enemy camp and break through their lines? Just then, Andrew suddenly appeared. Squad leader Increase, he said, abruptly bowing his head. I was rude earlier. I'm sorry. It's thanks to you that I'm still alive. Andrew then looked up at him. Do you think we could be on the same squad again next time? Increase didn't give a straight answer, just waving his hand casually. If we're fighting on the same front line, then sure. At his response, Andrew fell silent. He bowed low to Increase's retreating figure once more. Immediately, a line of others bowed as well, expressing their gratitude. Increase's pace slowed. They're thanking me. Because of me, they're still alive. Even though I only saved 4 of them. A flicker of doubt flashed through his mind. Was that really the best I could do? After all, I still lost 2 members of my squad on the battlefield. At that moment, regret began to wash over Increase. If only I were a little stronger, I could have saved them too. Today, Increase surpassed his own limits by reliving this day over and over. From now on, he will no longer fight in vain. The time has come for Increase to pursue the ideal of the knight he wishes to become. To survive today, that has always been his goal. And to ensure a day like this never happens again. Increase's eyes shot open. I have to get stronger. Just as he was lost in thought, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Those psychos are at it again!" At the same time, Jem and Ragnar charged furiously at each other. Neither was willing to back down. Jem burst into a maniacal laugh, his eyes wild. On the other side, Ratna's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth in fury. Increase watched them closely. Those expressions. I've never seen them make faces like that before. I've fought alongside my comrades countless times, but I've never once seen that kind of expression on their faces when they were facing me. The man beside him couldn't help but blurt out, "Are those guys even human? Look at him, he's a straight-up monster." Human, my ass. As Jem and Ragnar continued their frantic battle, he suddenly felt a pang of regret. I shouldn't have been so impatient from the start. So from now on, I'll achieve the goals I've set one by one and get stronger. His eyes gleamed with determination. First, that expression. I'll make them show it when they face me. Back with the others. Jem swung his axe forcefully. Ragnar quickly parried the blow, then suddenly spun around. Squad leader Increase said nothing. His eyes locked on Ragnar. Jem couldn't hide his excitement. If you were going to show up, you should have given me a heads up. Why are you sneaking around like a cat and spying on me, huh? He roared in anger. You think this is some kind of a game? If you're not going to play with me, then get lost. Ratna walked over and asked him, Are you hurt? Increase insisted, Just a few scrapes, that's all. He glanced over at Jem. Never mind that. Jem, a moment ago when you blocked Ragnar's attack. Jem quickly cut him off. Here we go again with this guy. Now that you're back, go wash up and get some rest. His eyes darted to Ragnar. Ragnar, that attack of yours just now. He whispered, his breathing heavy, his face filled with frustration. What is he trying to do now? Increase was bewildered, a confused look on his face. What is it? Ratna suddenly turned away. It's nothing. Puzzled, Increase watched him go. But it looked like you had something to say. As Increase calmly turned his head, he gazed toward the horizon. Well, just tell me whenever you're ready. When the commander discovered the ambush, she had already dispatched all available troops near the battlefield. While on the move, their wounds healed remarkably quickly, and they used that opportunity to train. Another round of training, Chris asked, munching on something. We're marching out tomorrow, too. Give it a rest, will you? Increase bluntly walks outside. He quietly clicks his tongue. If he keeps this up without any progress, we're all going to die. The next morning, as the dawn light illuminated the sky, Ratna was still half asleep when a sudden sound rang out. He looked outside helplessly. The squad leader is training again. Ratna raised his hands high, stretching his body to the fullest immediately after. Ratna reached for the sword placed at the head of his bed, his hand tightening around the hilt. He has a talent for swordsmanship. Ratna scratched his head thoughtfully. Getting stronger isn't hard. That's why I could already see the path to becoming a knight before. He went outside and let out a huge yawn. But it's boring. A thought flashed through Ratna's mind. What's the point of becoming a knight if I don't even want to? Do I really have to put in all this tedious effort just to become a knight? Ratna had lost his sense of self-worth and no longer had a goal to strive for. So just like that, he stopped. At the same time, Increase swung the sword in his hand down hard. At that moment, a sudden pain shot through his hip. He immediately let go of the sword, clutching the wound in agony. Increase's face turned pale. Cold sweat started to bead on his forehead. Ratna didn't take his eyes off him. The commander learned the basics all wrong from the very beginning. When I first picked up a sword, I mastered the fundamental stances first, he assessed calmly. Because he's learned tricks and bad habits, no matter how much he practices, he'll never get any stronger. But as he thought this, Ratna's sword arm moved unconsciously. At the same time, the pained look in Increase's eyes was replaced by determination. He couldn't help but find it strange. Why is he pushing himself so hard, sacrificing so much? Immediately after, Increase once again gripped his sword tightly. He swung it hard into the empty air. At this point, Ratna couldn't let go of his curiosity. He spoke up, "Why are you pushing yourself so hard?" Increase didn't hide anything. He answered calmly, "Because I want to become stronger." Hearing this, Ratna grew even more skeptical. "And when you get stronger, what are you going to do then?" Increase emphasized every word. "I will become a knight." Seeing this, he continued to ask, "A knight is just someone who's good at fighting, right? So what's the point of becoming a knight?" Increase's voice was low but firm, as if he were making a confession. "For me, becoming a knight is about doing what I believe is right." He continued, his voice reaching Ratna's ears. "It's for the poor, the hungry, and the sick. It's for honor." As he said this, Increase pointed the tip of his sword high. "It's to wield my sword for the one I love. That's what my dream of becoming a knight means." Ratna's eyes were locked on him. Belief and honor. He nodded slightly. "So that's it, huh? In the end, strength is just a means to an end. What does it mean to be a knight? What does this sword mean?" Thinking this, Ratna placed his sword firmly on his shoulder. "What am I really looking for?" He slowly began to walk. "Until I walk that path myself, I'll never know." Ratna suddenly turned to him. "Hey, squad leader!" Increase looked back confused and doubtful. Then Ratna suddenly spoke up. "Do you want to learn how to become a knight?" Without a moment's hesitation, the decisive answer came from him. Of course. At that moment, the two stood facing each other in silence. Ratna lowered his head, a soft sigh escaping him. He bit his lip lightly, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword so tightly that his knuckles turned white. I ran my mouth. Damn, this is so annoying. Immediately after, Ratna raised his head, his gaze sweeping over Increase. "Well, anyway," half mocking, half intrigued, he looked at him. That look in his eyes, this could be interesting. Ratna stepped forward slowly and suddenly asked a question. "So about that beast's heart and the thrusting attack you learned from the Manji tribe, what about them?" "Beast's heart." Ratna nodded. "That and the thrusting attack." He looked Increase straight in the eye, waving his hand slightly as if to remind him. "Besides, those two things throw the rest away." He asked, shocked, "Even the Valen sword style of the mercenaries?" Ratna blurted out an immediate reply, "That one especially has to go." He enunciated each word. "If you don't get rid of it when you learn new swordsmanship, you'll unconsciously fall back on your old tricks. If that's the case, you'd be better off just staying as you are." With that said, Ratna leaned in as if forcing Increase to make a choice. "Throw it all away and start from scratch, or be content with where you are now?" His answer rang out firm. "I will start again from the beginning." Ratna was momentarily stunned by the unexpected reply. He tilted his head to one side, his lips barely moving. "Really?" But Increase didn't answer right away. He turned to look straight at Ratna. "So what do I do first?" Ratna nodded slightly, a spark of interest in his eyes. "This guy is seriously weird." Later, Ratna reached out and gripped the sword. "A strong squad leader like you doesn't need such a light weapon. A long sword would be better. How about you trade with me?" Increase froze. "You're giving your sword to me. Is that really okay?" Ratna replied calmly. "It's fine. It's just something I picked up anyway. For a long sword, it's right hand forward, left hand back. but then his eyes narrowed. "Why are you gripping it so tightly?" Increase answered curtly, "Afraid I'll drop it." Ratna raised an eyebrow and asked, "Who taught you that?" The reply came through gritted teeth, "That useless monkey." Right at that moment, Ratna suddenly yelled, "Hold that pose!" Then he charged at Increase like a storm, his expression grim. As the blade swung down, Increase quickly used the sword in his hand to block it. Increase frowned, looking down at his arm, which was trembling uncontrollably. He complained, "What was that for? That hurt." Ratna paid him no mind and replied coolly, "Of course it did." His voice was as cold as ice, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "If you're as stiff as a block of wood, you'll just break. You're like a dry twig," something like that. At this, Increase's eyes widened and his cheeks puffed out in annoyance. This guy always says the strangest things. What kind of weird comparison is that? In that moment, he seemed to have an epiphany. "Are you saying my arm is as stiff as a block of wood?" With that thought, Increase relaxed his wrist. "If you don't want to break, you have to know how to flow with the sword's momentum. I have to be more flexible." The atmosphere of this training session was tense and dramatic. A roar echoed from below as Ratna angrily kicked his leg. "Focus on your center of gravity." He couldn't help but roar, "Where are the tips of your feet pointing?" Ratna swung his blades down hard. "You're tensing up again, trying to break your own neck." He once again made a sharp critique of Increase's technique. "What kind of dance was that just now, huh?" The fire of the sun scorched the space, dyeing the clear sky a brilliant emerald. At that moment, Increase's body tumbled to the ground. Ratna watched him coldly. Ratna muttered under his breath, trying to hide his contempt. "I can't believe he's this pathetic. He doesn't even know the most basic things about swordsmanship. Teaching him like this probably won't work." The training seemed to have pushed Increase to his limit. His face was drenched in sweat drops rolling down his chin. Though his body was exhausted, Increase's fingers tightened around the sword. Ratna watched blankly as he staggered back to his feet. He looked straight at Increase, stern and somewhat cold as he adjusted his own grip. "Get a firm hold on the hilt again." Hearing this, Ratna helplessly drew his blade. He sighed wearily, then gave an order. "Let's start over from walking." But in that unexpected moment, Jem appeared from behind. "Haven't seen you all day," he commented scornfully. "So you've been hiding here playing children's games?" Then Jem spoke in an interrogating tone. "Is this bastard bullying our squad leader? Want me to teach him a lesson for you? I could just cut his tendons." In that unexpected situation, Increase turned his head, his eyes looking up in surprise. "What's going on? Why are you all dressed up today?" Jem delivered an urgent order, his voice full of authority. "Emergency assembly for the entire barracks," he announced loudly. "The enemy is approaching." Meanwhile, Jackson carefully put away his 2 daggers. Elsewhere, Joey looked up in a certain direction where a formidable army was advancing with fluttering red flags and sharp spears. Immediately after, the key figures were gathering Jem, Increase, Auden, Jackson, and Ratna. He glanced worriedly at Increase. To think I was teaching him swordsmanship at a time like this. Changing to a new sword right now, he's definitely not used to it enough to fight. Because of that, he could die today. The sword lay across Ratna's shoulder, its spine pressing deep into his shirt. He silently made a resolution. "I'll stay close to him today." He pressed his lips together tightly. A helpless mutter escaped him. "Damn it, I still wanted to learn more about swordsmanship. But that's not possible now." At the same time, someone shouted in confusion, "The enemy! What are they doing?" Against the seemingly harmless clear blue sky, tattered flags fluttered in the wind, stained with the color of death. The vast scene was filled with the enemy army. With their cold, sharp spears raised high, a doubtful voice called out, "What a strange formation!" And then a giant, veiny hand appeared. The figure let out a powerful roar. "This is the end for all of you." The figure's silhouette was partially hidden by a thick fog, its eyes glinting coldly. Finally, Joey couldn't help but feel shocked. Sorcery. The sudden appearance of a thick fog shattered the silence, causing extreme panic among the warriors, but Increase remained vigilant. Suspicion was clear in his eyes. How could fog just appear like this? In that moment, Increase froze. He couldn't even see the people standing right in front of him anymore. As the fog grew thicker and thicker, the warrior's vision became severely limited. A panicked soldier cried out, Where did this fog come from?" "I can't see anything at all." At the same time, a sudden sound reached Increase's ears. The panicked soldiers looked around, and one of them yelled, "What was that? Did you hear that just now?" Immediately, they began to scream in panic. "What is that? What's that sound? What the hell is happening in front of us?" It was at that moment Increase yelled out a warning, arrows. The white fog was suddenly torn apart by a devastating volley of arrows, flying at a terrifying speed, giving them no time to react. Many of them fell, their blood spilling out and mixing with the ethereal fog. Meanwhile, Jo Young desperately tried to block the arrows. This isn't natural fog. It's a surprise attack from the enemy. Amidst the chaos, she shrieked, "Get down! Raise your shields! We've been tricked!" Elsewhere, a mysterious cloaked figure suddenly let out a savage laugh. He spoke with arrogance. "Do you have any idea how much effort I put into this? To complete this spell? Of course not. I had to collect the blood of countless animals, water from the purest lake, and even had to continuously cast a rain-summoning spell while it was being cast. The thick fog obscures everyone's vision, but as long as I stand under this flag, the spell's medium, I can see everything perfectly. It allows our troops to attack the enemy with ease." He officially named the mysterious fog that now enveloped the battlefield. "I call it the Death Mist." Just then, Mitt approached from behind. "You seem pleased." The man let out a hearty laugh. "Of course I am. I had to risk my own life to keep this flag from being burned just so I could successfully cast this spell, you know." Mitt clicked his tongue, a fire of hatred welling up inside him. "If it weren't for that bastard burning down our camp, things wouldn't have been this difficult." He glared into the distance. "That bastard? He's going to die by my hand this time." Incred was desperately fighting off the storm of arrows. Countless more shot out from within the fog, making the situation even more chaotic. "Arrows, more arrows, they're coming." Incred narrowly dodged an arrow as it grazed past his head. A blurry figure behind him exclaimed, "Squad leader, don't move." He glanced over, surprised. "Huh, is that Ratna right behind me?" Suddenly he heard furious shouting. "Is this magic? What bastard is doing this?" Incred instantly recognized Jen's voice and frantically scanned his surroundings. "He's right in front of me, but I can't see him clearly through this fog. We can't fight at full strength like this." Suddenly an arrow slammed into the ground with a crack. Sweat poured down his face as his breathing grew heavy. "And I'm using up too much of my energy. It's getting harder and harder to move. Damn it, my legs are freezing up. I haven't even had a chance to use the method Ragnar taught me. I don't think I can master it all." But then, Ragnar's warning suddenly replayed in his mind. "Even if you learn from me, you'll just go back to your old habits. Until you've mastered these new sword techniques. As stay out of battle." Increase had listened seriously. "But if you stubbornly insist on fighting on the battlefield, you will die." At that moment, he whispered, his resolve hardening. "That's right." He strained his eyes, looking death straight in the face. The deafening clang of weapons surrounded him. From behind, Ratna urged, "Squad leader, let's fall back." But he suddenly exclaimed with certainty, "I found a way out, if I can't pull this off in one go." After saying that, he charged straight forward. "Squad leader, have you lost your mind?" The opponent immediately thrust his spear forward. Increase deliberately allowed himself to be fatally struck. Gurgling sounds escaped his throat. "The spear. It went right through my throat." Even so, he met his death with a triumphant smile. "This means I'll get to learn swordsmanship from Ragnar again." The armored soldier shrieked in terror. "You're insane, you psycho, just die already." He used his foot to push the body off and pulled his spear out. The scene quickly shifted back to a time when the sky was blue and peaceful, with Increase now training with Ragnar. "Why did you fail? Do you still not understand?" The young man thought to himself. Honestly, Ragnar isn't that great of a teacher. From his genius perspective, his explanations are just too vague and confusing. "I understand." Increase said, his eyes shut tight. "But my body can't keep up." Ragnar tilted his head, confused. "I'm only asking you to swing your sword. Is it really that hard?" "I don't mean to be rude, I'm just curious. For the optimal stance, where is the body's center of gravity?" Caught off guard by the question, Ratna stared blankly. "Huh, the center of gravity." He awkwardly tried to adjust his stance. Like this. If I remember correctly, it should be something like this." Increase stood up, observing the other man. "I knew it. How could a genius like him understand my body? But I did learn a new lesson. His explanations are hard to understand, but one of my special skills is being able to focus and listen. No matter what, I have to master my stance and footwork when I swing my sword." Just a moment later, that familiar surprise attack happened again. Arrows. Arrows. They're flying this way. With his previous experience, he succeeded. He blocked the arrows, but his arm still wouldn't stop shaking. "My body is still too stiff." A sharp iron spear suddenly thrust out from that skeleton. It's okay. I'll just die and learn again. Increase let it finish him off just like before. He continued to practice his footwork, which became more and more agile. Ragnar swung his sword incredibly fast, but he managed to block it. Today is the 13th day. My body is gradually becoming more flexible. The other guy also noticed the change. That last move of yours wasn't bad. When did you learn that? The young man stared seriously at his opponent. Now you can start learning basic swordsmanship. Ragnar pointed his blade down and began to explain. Basic attacks include cutting, slashing, and stabbing. To defend, use the flat of the blade, if you have a good enough sword. You can also use the edge. Then he pointed it forward. The closest distance between you and your opponent is called the sword's path. His posture and his teachings were all taken in by increase. Limit your opponent's swinging range while increasing your own. That is swordsmanship. Imagine your opponent in your head, then swing your sword. The young man learned very quickly. The opponent's entire body was exposed before Increase's eyes. He watched the spear graze past his body. The creature was startled with surprise as he lightly swept past its legs. Escaping that thrust was so easy. But ahead, countless other spears charged in at the same time. They pierced through his flesh instantly. Today is gradually changing. The training session grew more intense as their blades clashed powerfully. The other guy asked in surprise, "Did you just parry that by only watching my sword's path?" He said nothing and just let himself be reborn again. Though it was still vague, Increase was finally able to execute a decisive blow on his own. Ragnar looked quite pleased. That last diagonal slash of yours was good enough. He realized it himself too. As those small improvements gradually accumulated, when the fog surrounded him, he ran. And Jagna exclaimed as always, "Squad leader, are you insane?" The enemies were just as ruthless as they had been before. The smile on Increase's face grew wider and wider. "I can see the path. It's always that same face." It's always Ragnar's same swing. Before it came down, the young man had already lowered his stance, both hands gripping his crude sword, and swung upwards. Sparks flew as the sharp objects scraped against each other. Today is the 100th day. Ragnar stared blankly at his own numb arm, his fearful gaze fixed straight ahead. The words were caught in Ragnar's throat. The other man panted heavily. "Who are you?" Increase remained silent, observing his opponent. Ragnar's gaze had changed. That familiar wind grew more and more intense. "A talent I never thought could blossom." Ragnar cried out in alarm. "Squad leader, wait!" But he ignored those words and just rushed forward. "Heh, I've leveled up." Increase easily dodged something he had tasted far too many times. He locked his sight on the spear, aiming for where he wanted to go. The young man passed two of them with incredible ease. He couldn't hold back a smile. The knight's path. The enemies ahead were all thrown into confusion. As he charged forwards again, they used that same thing to pierce Increase's body. Blood quickly coated the corners of his mouth, and behind this pain his triumphant smile. He was so happy that he exclaimed in his heart, "This fight is so much fun. So fun, it's driving me crazy." The same offer came from Ragnar again. "Squad leader," that person asked coolly, "do you want to learn how to swing a sword?" His movement as he turned was very slow. "If I can become stronger." As always, Increase had been looking forward to this moment. "Of course, I'm willing to die and be reborn hundreds of thousands of times to achieve it." After sparring for a while, Ragnar commented awkwardly, "I didn't expect you to be this good squad leader." He asked curiously, "Or have you been pretending to be bad this whole time?" Increase wanted to argue but brushed it off. "That's not it." The other man continued, "That's enough for the basics." His attention didn't leave a single one of Ragnar's words. "It seems the squad leader needs more real combat." A rain of arrows fell from above, more familiar than ever. Today had already repeated over 200 times. So familiar that by the time they flew in, Increase was already prepared. The soles of his shoes scraped hard against the ground, kicking up dirt. He lowered himself, supporting his entire body on one leg. The young man gathered his strength to dash straight forward. He was eager. "Let's see how far the power I've honed for so long can go." The first opponent immediately lunged, missed. The attack had been predicted. Before he could even realize it, a blade was at his neck. Increase mercilessly sliced it off. "I remember exactly where and when the enemies will appear. In this fog." He then pulled a small dart from his clothes. Even without being seen, the next unlucky guy took it right in the chest. I can still take down a few more. His comrades screamed, their faces pale. However, all he could see was an empty, cold mist. That guy was mumbling something, but no one was there. Suddenly, Ingrid appeared to finish off that troublesome leg. Resounding screams and chaos began to spread from the enemy's side. "What's going on? What's in front of us? Down below! Watch out! Down below!" The crossbowman hurriedly aimed downwards. Just then, he also remembered Ragnar's lesson. Remember this carefully, eyes, feet, hands. The eyes that can see through everything. He opened his wide to observe and predict with his eyes and move with his feet. Each decisive footstep landed firmly on the ground. Ingrid pounced on the enemy, dispatching them with his sword and finishing them with his bare hands. Then he burst out laughing like a madman. Different. The young man drew his weapon, sending blood flying. Compared to before he'd honed his basic skills, this felt completely different. He craved more running in another direction. More bring it on. That man. Ignoring the crossbows aimed at him, he charged. They surrounded him, forming a defensive line. One of them spoke cautiously. "You've infiltrated our position. But with such a small number of men, do you really think you can make it back alive?" Ingrid ignored the threat, thinking to himself, "Still not enough." He stepped toward them. "Fight me with your swords," the young man commanded heroically, his voice calm. "Come on. I want to test myself further." His words frightened the enemy. "You crazy bastard!" Countless arrows flew from every angle to finish Ingrid. It was the last straw, and the drops began to fall. "You fool!" A voice of reproach echoed. "You ran right to your death." It looked at Ingrid coldly. "Have you gone mad again?" He opened his eyes after that brief exchange. Sitting up, the young man silently replied to him, "What is it? It's been a while and you only show up to curse at me. Why else would I be here?" The person beside him struck up a conversation. "What are you doing just sitting there in a daze?" Ingrid looked up at the shirtless man before him. It was that guy Jen. He remembered every word the man had uttered. "Is it sorcery? What bastard did this?" Every time the fog appeared, you would scream, "It's sorcery!" After reliving it so many times, Ingrid started to realize a few things. The enemy army's formation had no real tactics. Just like in the tall grass field, they're protecting that flag. Curiosity made him blurt out the question, "Why? Do you know anything about sorcery?" The man answered in surprise, "Sorcery. Why are you suddenly asking about that?" Ingrid ignored the question directly. "I'm just curious. If you know something, hurry up and tell me." Jen got a little more serious. All right. Do you know the difference between magic and sorcery?" He crossed his arms and guessed, "Magic is more common." The other man agreed. "That's not wrong." Then he added, "Sorcery requires a catalyst. It's not just needed, it's absolutely crucial." Some new information was revealed. Without a catalyst, sorcery is useless. Ingrid began to think. A catalyst, so that's it. He quickly understood the problem. This fog was created by the enemy's sorcery, and the catalyst is that flag. In other words, if he just destroys the flag, the fog will disappear. The young man carefully probed further. "Does your tribe use this kind of thing too?" Sorcery originated in the West, and Jen came from the western wildlands. Jen suddenly let out a cheerful laugh. "I've seen it before. Did you know? The number of real sorcerers is very small. Most of the ones wandering the continent are just quacks and frauds." After confirming what he needed, Ingrid lifted the tent flap and left. "Where are you going?" He gave a short, cold reply. "To train." Ragnar stood with him on the training ground to talk. Fortunately, what the squad leader learned shares the same origin as my own. He brought up some old stories. "Have you heard of the 5 great sword styles?" That refers to a famous man from 500 years ago. A once-in-a-generation genius was born. Born to a poor farming family at 9 years old, the boy used a single hoe to kill all 12 bandits who attacked his farm. Things went well after that. Soon orphaned and forced to fend for himself, the boy awakened to the principles of swordsmanship. Later, a nobleman who heard of the boy's fame sought him out and adopted him. By the time he reached adulthood, he had made a resounding name for himself, and that genius became known as Leonis Oniak. However, Leonis was as much a gifted genius as he was a tragic figure. The man lay trembling on the ground, his body shaking. From the age of 50, his limbs began to weaken. And before he even turned 12, he contracted an incurable disease that left his entire body paralyzed. The unfortunate genius who seemed destined to be forgotten. Ragnar continued with the most important part of the story. However, at the age of 20, though completely paralyzed, Leonis wrote a new chapter in the continent's history of swordsmanship. He systematized all existing sword schools, Schicht, into 5 types. He listed them out. Swordsmanship of precision and finesse, swordsmanship of power and ferocity, swordsmanship of grace and flexibility, a swordsmanship as swift as lightning, and swordsmanship of unpredictable transformations, the 5 great sword styles. He sat in his chair surrounded by his elite troops as Leonis rewrote the history of swordsmanship. And the Onyx family became the most powerful family in the Empire thanks to this event. This school of swordsmanship has been passed down through generations, becoming the standard. And as Ratna said while pointing his sword at me today, we have the Northern heavy sword style, the Orthodox sword style, the Central roving sword style, the Western fast sword style, the Southern switching sword style, and additionally the Eastern eccentric sword style. To use the Northern heavy sword style, I developed a technique myself. He suddenly hesitated, having forgotten. I think it was the beast's conscience. Incred quickly reminded him, beast's heart. Ratna began to elaborate. Anyway, this technique is even more useful than that. What you mentioned is absolute focus, forgetting everything around you, focusing only on your opponent and your own sword. Ragnar's sword stance suddenly changed. Explain it more clearly. Incred was confused, but still began to speak. Well, it's like this. Before the words could even leave his mouth, they were cut off by a sword strike. It left a cut on his neck, already beading with fresh blood. Incred hurriedly touched his neck, an attack faster than Jem's axe. I almost died. Ragnar, however, nonchalantly asked, "Didn't you feel anything?" Just then, someone suddenly interrupted. "You bastard!" Jen gripped his axe and furiously snapped, "Are you trying to kill the squad leader?" But Ratna didn't even glance at him. When you face death, your focus sharpens. I'm just helping him train. The person behind him exclaimed, "You have to be alive to use a sword skill, you know." It took the squad leader a very, very long time to learn it. Beast's heart, that is. They fell into another argument. It's because he was taught by that stupid barbarian Manji. Are you that eager to meet my axe? Incred turned away and thought to himself, both of your explanations are equally vague. Jen pointed his axe at the other man and accused him, "Hey you, you're from the far north, aren't you? That place is full of nothing but genuine barbarians." The other man immediately shot back, "And you're from a barbarian tribe in the west." He furrowed his brow in annoyance. "Fine, just carve on my tombstone. Killed by the hands of barbarians." Incred was forced to step in and make peace. Let's go. So are you here because of the summons?" Ratna turned his attention back to him to continue the lesson. Feel the sensation of your nerves stretch to their absolute limit when facing death. A young man listened to it all in silence. When absolute focus takes effect, everything around you will disappear, and you'll feel the sword move as you will it. The army and the red flag. The tattered banner of the enemy fluttered high. It's similar to Beast's heart, yet completely different. Incred was walking within his own army. Beast's heart is courage in the face of death. Absolute focus, on the other hand, demands intense concentration. I need more real combat experience to grasp this feeling. He glanced ahead and, the flag is a conduit for a spell that creates fog. The spell they're about to cast. I have to destroy it to stop the enemy's one-sided attack. Our army hurriedly shielded themselves. What is this fog? Another objective for this battle. And Incred quickly moved out with his set goal. First, I have to destroy that flag. He cut down the man blocking his path. If I'd brought Jem or Jagna with me, I could have reached the flag easily. The young man attacked while weaving in evasive maneuvers. The spearmen all fell before his blade. Incred quickly drew his weapon to continue the fight. But I will. His eyes shone with eagerness, wanting to test his own strength. Incred drew upon all his previous failures. Absolute focus isn't easy at all. I've died and come back to life so many times, and I still haven't grasped even a little of it. He listed the skills one by one, honing his hearing to survive an assassin's blade, each with its own advantage. Beast's heart forged by being stabbed, slashed and tumbling on the battlefield. And absolute focus. Ragnar's attack was incredibly fast. It stopped right in front of Incred. Did you feel anything? His instructor reminded him carefully. They say when you succeed, You will see the tip of the sword move in slow motion. You have to feel that. The young man immediately closed his eyes to feel it. I don't know if the courage from Beast's heart is holding me back. He vaguely saw something. I think so. The other man, however, was puzzled. Everything around you blurs, leaving only the opponent's sword. You can predict its path. You don't feel anything. Incred thought it over carefully before asking, using the fear of death to focus. That doesn't sound quite right. So how did you learn absolute focus? His opponent rested the sword on his shoulder and replied, learn what I can, just do it naturally. Confused, he repeated the word. Naturally, Ratna repeated. That's just how it is. You just focus on one point and you can do it. The young man could only sigh and turn away. It was a mistake to expect a clearer explanation from Ratna. It seems I can only experience and understand it on my own. He set another goal for himself. Don't be impatient. We'll continue the absolute focus training later. First, we have to destroy the flag. I'll weave through the enemy ranks and keep our casualties as low as possible. The fog from the spell spread quickly. What is this? I can't see a thing. While they were still panicking, a very loud voice boomed out. Everyone kneel. The bewildered soldiers immediately obeyed. Increase then gave the next command. Shields up. Just as he finished speaking, a rain of arrows fell and countless shields were quickly bristling with them. I've repeated this process over 300 times. I repeat the same move charging forward on my own. I can predict their attacks even with my eyes closed. The melee fighters could only stammer in confusion at his assault. What? Where the cold blade pierced straight through him. Increase continued on cutting down two others. This situation threw the enemy into a panic. That crazy bastard. One guy. It's just one guy. They hurriedly sent their troops swarming toward Increase. Get him quickly. But the more men who rushed in, the more he cut down. Increase himself showed no fear as he broke through every line of defense. The soldier standing by the flag screamed, "You useless fools, what are you just standing there for? Stop him now!" In contrast to their panic, he was smug, a smirk playing on his lips. The force of that powerful sword swing brought the man to his knees, but Increase's next blow finished him instantly. The others were sent flying into the flagpole. He decisively chopped down the tall flag. It took me 10 tries like today's just to get here. The effort had me drenched in sweat. I finally touched the flag. But all Increase felt was shock. He stopped and looked around. I definitely destroyed the flag, so why is the fog still here? A spear suddenly pierced through Increase's body. Just then, a soldier behind him whispered, "Looks like you know a thing or two about spells, huh? You've been tricked." That painful blow made me realize something new. So, only one flag is real. The other 5 are fakes. Now Increase's eyes were fixed only on those flags. I have to find the real flag among them. The next battle began much like the last, forcing squad leader Ragnar to shout, "Sir, where are you going all by yourself?" But he had already broken away from the Legion. The odds are 1 in 5 among the remaining flags. The young man sprinted forward while simultaneously giving the command, "Kneel, shields up." His soldiers were bewildered. What's that guy doing? I can't see anything, damn it, what the hell is going on? Arrows from the other side began to rain down. Increase used the shield in his hand to block them, and only he managed to react in time. The men behind him all fell in the volley of arrows. His face suddenly darkened. Why couldn't I keep up this time? Is it the timing? After this, I need to give them more time to observe and catch their breath. He restarted everything to continue his objective. It took me 3 tries today to reach the second flag. A piece of my body was torn off after that attempt. Another fake. 4 flags left. The next result was the same. The third flag, it took me 5 tries today to get to it. Another trap. He risked his life to find the next one. And the 4th flag, it took me 7 tries today. Increase's voice was laced with disappointment as he was killed. It's still the same. All those attempts, just to narrow it down to 2 flags fluttering in the distance. Now only 2 are left. The young man stared at them with grim determination. If I have to guess which one is real, everything else fades away as I focus on it. The tattered cloth tied to the wooden pole flutters in the cold wind. Standing right next to it is a strangely dressed man. Then it's most likely the flag in the very back. The army fell into chaos just as he predicted. What is this? I can't see anything. Increase immediately roared, "Kneel." They followed his every command without question. Shields up. The arrows began to fall, just as many as before. Jem mumbled in annoyance, "This damn spell. Damn." This time he led the charge again, but signaled to Jem. "Follow me." Though surprised, Jem still chased after him. "What are you planning to do?" Increase began to worry. It's still too far. We'll be exhausted before we even reach the real flag. The first wave of attackers was already upon them. "You bastards!" The young man smoothly slipped past them with Jem's help. Jem would draw their attention, and I would use the opportunity to break through. He roughly grabbed a man's shirt. "Who cast this spell?" Without waiting for an answer, he moved on to the next one. "Not talking fine, I'll ask the next one." Increase ignored the chaos and ran on. "It feels like a year has passed today, and I still haven't escaped death in this fog." The faint outline of the flag was right in front of him. He gripped his sword with both hands to hold it tight. But this fog, this single strike aimed at that fragile wooden pole, will end it right here. However, the next obstacle appeared as his blade was blocked. Am I dreaming? His opponent simply knocked Increase's attack aside. The man even muttered something that made him frown. "The gods have answered my prayers." The man's face slowly came into view through the fog. Mitt stared intently at him. "I am going to kill you with my own 2 hands. The young man froze for a moment. Then he finally spoke. "Who are you?" The question was like a slap in the face, shocking the man to his core. Veins bulged all over Mitt's face. "We were just together a few days ago, and you've already forgotten me." He looked completely bewildered as he faced this strange man. Increase, still utterly surprised, asked again. "So, who are you?" Mitt answered by changing his sword grip. "Once I run you through," he declared, aiming at Increase and charging forward, "you'll remember." He quickly leaned aside to dodge the blow. The man was also surprised by his quick reaction. Increase's feet slid across the slippery ground as he countered the man with his blood-soaked sword. The man's eyes widened, thinking to himself in astonishment, "What the hell?" The aura of the person before him made him doubt if this was the same guy from before. His strength has increased dramatically. Anger quickly flooded his mind. He's trying to attack me with just one move. While he was distracted, the boy seized the initiative and struck. Myth parried the blow just moments from being finished. They struggled exhausted, causing Increase's body to tremble. He uses an orthodox sword style, focusing on fundamental techniques. Sparks flew as their blades clashed, combined with a fluid defensive style. The man suddenly surged forward, pressing the attack. Increase knocked the weapon aside, his entire focus narrowing. Myth, with grave seriousness, raised his blade. If he lost focus for even a second, the balance would be broken. Tense, he dodged the thrust. He poured everything he had into it, his vision starting to fade to gray, and only the weapons shone brightly. Forget the flag, Increase told himself. Every second, every minute, win or lose. The space around him became a void of pure swordplay. Everything else vanished. Every fleeting motion of the blade. All that remained was the sword. Myth gritted his teeth, his eyes turning white. They continued their battle. Sparks flew relentlessly until Increase suddenly had a realization that left him stunned. His opponent drove his sword straight through his chest. The young man coughed up blood, his vision darkening. He collapsed, the sword still embedded in his body. Increase looked up at him and remembered. He finally realized who this man was. "You're the one who blocked the flagpole in the field, aren't you?" The man introduced himself. "Mr. Horiason, captain of the Hound Squad, Duchy of Aran." The nearby soldiers approached. "An enemy?" they asked. "Yes." Their captain nodded. "It seems he's quite skilled at hiding." They muttered, sizing him up. Increase looked a little disappointed. As Myth turned toward the boy, his face twisted in shock. "What did you say? Why are you smiling?" Cold sweat dripped from the boy's chin as his breathing grew fainter. Increase's vision blurred. "Ragnar, this guy's insane. This isn't the focus born from the fear of death, is it?" He stared intently at Myth's face. A worthy opponent. An adversary that would force him to give his all to sharpen himself in this life-or-death moment. Finding this bizarre, the man made a declaration. "So he really is insane." With that, he pulled out his sword and the boy's body collapsed. And so he learned Ragnar's lesson once again, absolute focus. It was a feeling akin to facing death. The young man simply gave a passing reply. Seeing this, Myth scoffed. "Why so indifferent? Have you given up?" It all happened fast as Jem shouted, "Everyone assemble!" This time Increase spoke first. "Let's go, Ragnar." Jem was a little surprised. "Well now, he seems really fired up, doesn't he?" Watching the figure ahead of him, Jem sighed. "What a strange guy." Ragnar smiled. "I guess I should warm up properly today, too." Then a mist descended, accompanied by a scream. "What is this? I can't see anything." They panicked, following the squad leader's command. "Everyone kneel. Shields up." It was a rain of arrows aimed at their formation. Jem stood there muttering, "This damn magic," as Increase dashed past him, calling for him to follow. Jem exclaimed in surprise, "What are you trying to do?" Ragnar was right behind them. "Are you just charging straight in?" Jem immediately shot down the idea. "What's with this guy? Did he take an arrow to the head or something?" Jem's shouting was getting on his nerves. "If you don't want to die, watch where you're going." The trio plunged into the enemy ranks. The superior fighting prowess of Jem and Ragnar carved a path just like old times, and once again he came face to face with Myth Horioson. He walked the same path to meet him again. Increase raised his sword, filled with a strange excitement. "We meet again, old friend. Come on, fight me." Myth was ready. "You came all this way just for me." He teased him lightly. "What's the matter? First time someone's confessed their love to you."
It was love at first sight for me.
The man replied coolly. "My squad is the Hounds. We're a lovesick bunch. This is the first time anyone's ever come looking for me." The young man smirked. "Sounds a little pathetic, doesn't it?" "Nonsense." Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his sword. The fight ended with a single thrust. Once again, he was immersed in that state of absolute focus where only the blade existed. He watched him fall, his voice dripping with contempt. "You're going down that easily. What makes you think you can face me right now?" Increase's gaze was fixed on the ground below. "My approach was all wrong. Don't force it. Next attempt." They fought ferociously. "Let yourself become one with the sword naturally." Myth managed to land a blow on his arm. Repeat and learn. Increase returned to the fight with intense focus. The feeling... Space simplified until he could only see him. The 18th time. "We meet again." His eyes followed the weapon's movement for the 28th time, trying to enter a state of focus. The loop still hadn't stopped. On the 48th try, Brodna suddenly made a suggestion. "Let me tell you the secret." Increase submitted, bringing himself into focus as the attack was launched. His eyes locked onto the gleaming object rushing toward him. Brodna got closer and closer, his image looming large. Increase unconsciously fought back by knocking his sword away. Surprise was written all over the other man's face. He immediately asked, "Did you just block that with absolute focus?" But Ratna couldn't stop wondering how. However, Increase didn't answer, only thinking to himself, "Absolute focus. It's a state of complete control over the sword and my own body." Then he turned and walked away. Strength technique. Everything had improved by leaps and bounds compared to before the loop. The other man watched in a daze. "What's with the squad leader today?" He gripped the sword in his hand and said, "Let's go see the company commander." With this certainty, Increase resolved in his heart, it's time to end today. Young looked busy handling paperwork. "You wanted to see me. What is it?" Increase got straight to the point. "It's about sorcery. I just remembered something I saw while on a scouting mission." The company commander's eyes stopped when he heard that. Increase continued his report. "The Aspen soldiers called a suspicious person a sorcerer." Jo Hyung immediately grew serious and said, "Tell me more." And just like that, things played out a little differently. "I've passed on everything I can to secure a victory in this battle, but our army was still overwhelmed by that sorcery." "What is that?" "Fog. But their first wave of attack was staunchly defended. Kneel, shield, wall." The three leaders charged forward, following the old script. Increase carefully calculated. "The rest can only depend on the skill of our commander." He scanned the battlefield, looking for the enemy. "What I need to do is the same as always. Myth is next to the key flag in this battle." That annoyed face revealed itself. "Get past that guy." The man slowly uttered, "Back then you..." But he was suddenly cut off. Mithridian, the enemy commander, was surprised. "You know my name." Incrid immediately changed his stance. "From the first time we met, I've always wanted to settle the score with you." Without a moment's hesitation, he charged in. "Today, I will defeat you." A powerful downward swing was dodged, sending a clang echoing through the air. Myth began his attack, the signal being his two clenched fists. Increase immediately shifted to a defensive stance. The man's blow was nullified by that solid stance. Myth took a step back, a little bewildered. This guy... The young man, like a wild beast, attacked relentlessly. The man quickly parried the blow, but it took a lot of effort. Both of them raised their arms high behind them, then put all their strength into pushing against each other. Myth's eyes widened as he asked, "Were you hiding your true strength?" His own eyes never left the man. Just a coincidence. That guy suddenly wondered, "What's your name?" He gritted his teeth and replied, "Increase." The other man suddenly shoved him away, surprising Increase. Myth spoke as he launched his next attack. "I will remember that name." "There's no need," he replied nonchalantly. "If you forget, this week Apocalypse Night will remind you." As soon as he finished speaking, he widened his eyes to enter that state. A gray color enveloped the space, leaving only the dazzling light of the sword. The tip of Increase's shoe dug hard into the ground. Absolute focus. Center of gravity shifted to the right foot. Every one of the opponent's actions was carefully analyzed. Preparing to launch a diagonal slash, he seized that opportunity to dodge the blow. A technique honed today, experience accumulated through each loop. As the opponent's arm drew back, he mirrored the movement. Everything combined became clear before my eyes. They aimed for each other's neck, trying to pierce through. Myth sensed the danger from that attack. He immediately ducked to avoid it. A scratch left by Increase began to bleed. Why, I thought I could take him down in just a few moves. But now, I'm on equal footing with this guy. A surge of jealousy rose in his heart. Unacceptable. Myth poured all his concentration into this next blow. The sword styles I use, the main sword and the flowing sword, are both defensive, lacking in killing power. My stance lowers my center of gravity to my legs while my hands are at shoulder level. That's why I painstakingly trained this secret technique. The path of the sword was created. Swinging the blade from below, drawing a large circle, he quickly unleashed that deadly blow. Revolving moon blade. On this side, Increase had figured it all out. I see everything. He remembered the times he had failed against that man's technique. The one I've taken dozens of times because I could never predict the timing and trajectory of the attack. The path of the revolving moon blade. It's also the direction he's aiming for. A triumphant smile bloomed on his face. Absolute focus. He successfully countered. With the clash of swords, he was instantly stunned. How could he have read my attack's path and blocked it? He was so shocked that his mind flashed back to his family. The Harrison family, one of the 3 great powers of the Aspen Duchy. The Harrison family is the very symbol of martial prowess. They recruit and train anyone with martial talent, whether from the main family or a side branch. Back then, when he was just a young man, I was one of them. A bastard son taken in by the Harrison family. After receiving the Harrison name, I proved my strength with my natural-born talent. The defeated lay scattered behind him. At 15, I could easily handle 2 adult soldiers. At 18, I defeated every swordsman representing a village. By 22, I had become a master of great renown. Mitt boasted proudly. With my innate talent alone, I became one of the top 3 masters in the duchy. Very few could ever match me. He would sit off to the side, watching the others. Why should I train until my thighs are swollen? Why swing my sword until my hands are raw? Disdainful thoughts filled his mind as he watched them struggle and crawl on the ground. All it takes is a few tries. Why bother training so hard? But facing Increase made him realize his mistake. I had become content. I had grown complacent in my own strength. That was my arrogance. The sword aimed for Mitt's shoulder and plunged in. The young man landed a clean hit, causing him to freeze up. As the blade was pulled out, fresh red blood followed. Mitt clutched his wound, groaning in agony. He was too shocked to even blink, still coughing up blood. Increase had already resumed his stance, though he too was panting with exhaustion. Mitt hesitantly groaned. I was careless. I thought that attack was a sure hit. You, a weakling like you. Increase finished his sentence for him. You're right. And yet the one who won was me. Mitt clenched his teeth in bitter frustration. Damn it! The blade was raised once more as his opponent coldly announced, Now you die. It was like a breeze merely grazing his neck. As he wallowed in regret, someone else jumped in. Protect the captain! He immediately fell back as another man blocked his path. The captain's soldiers rushed to help him up. Captain, snap out of it! Harrison coldly commanded the soldier. Get Mitt to safety. He scanned the area. To think you'd dare charge in here all by yourself and cause this much of a mess. Then Harrison growled, weapon in hand, "You won't die an easy death." The threat snapped Increase back to his senses. That's right. I can't forget. It's not just him. Countless other crossbowmen are surrounding me. This is the enemy's nest. That flag is still flying high. I have to destroy that flag and open an escape route. Harrison stood before him like an impenetrable wall. The young man glared, thinking to himself, he's the wall standing between me and victory. Harrison roared, ordering all his soldiers forward. A volley of countless small spikes shot out all at once. Harrison was on the defensive while Increase went on the attack. He took the initiative charging forward, but he was still calculating carefully. I can't dodge all of his attacks. Rushing in like this is a bad idea. Harrison furiously raised his weapon high. How dare you! The young man blocked the strike on pure reflex. The sheer force Harrison brought down cracked his sword, just one swing, and he's completely overpowered me. He's using a greatsword. I have to break out of this deadlock first. If I fight him head-on, I'll die countless times, but seeing an opening Increase through a throwing knife. My objective is to win this battle. By destroying that flag, it flew high, grazing the cloth. Once the magical catalyst for their army is destroyed, the fog will vanish. Then our army can attack. He was slightly disappointed. So aiming for the flagpole doesn't work. Harrison swung at him in a rage, forcing him to lean back to dodge. That bastard! Increase ignored him completely and threw another knife. The thing I need to hit, he thought with conviction, is the tie between the pole and the flag. This time it cut right through a piece of fabric at the top. Elsewhere, her vision obscured by the fog, Jo-Eung fought desperately in her iron armor. I already warned the commander that the enemy was using magic so we could prepare a counterplan, but there was no countermeasure whatsoever. She cut down another one. This kingdom is completely rotten. They put an incompetent fool in command of the battlefield. Lifeless bodies were piled high around her. At this rate, we're all going to be wiped out. Just as she was despairing, the world around her suddenly changed. The enemy soldiers cried out in unison, "The fog is disappearing!" Confused, they began asking each other, "What's wrong with the flag?" Jo-Eung seized the opening, finishing her opponent with a fatal thrust. She turned and shouted to her troops, "The fog is gone! The enemy is in a panic! This is our chance to counterattack! All troops advance!" Her soldiers' morale surged, and they quickly followed. Charge, slaughter them all, kill. Jo-Eung fought on. With the fog gone, the situation had improved, but who managed to dispel it? Her eyes quickly shifted in a specific direction. Could it be? By now, Increase, the squad leader, was covered in serious wounds. He wiped the sweat from his brow but couldn't calm his ragged breaths. I miscalculated. The rest of the soldiers started closing in. I thought if I just destroyed the flag and hurried back to the camp, I could meet up with Jem or Jagna and we could get out. But where is everyone? But Jem was stranded in this field of reeds. You guys... He raised his axe, threatening them. "Give me the mage now, or I'll kill every last one of you." Elsewhere. Ratna was frozen in place, surrounded by enemies. Their commander also raised an eyebrow in confusion. He fell silent, and it took him another moment to realize something. Ratna muttered to himself, "This is the enemy's barracks!" While the commander over there shouted, "Who is this guy? Does he want to lose his head?" The soldier in front of him sneered, "You disgusting bastard! You're still alive after that attack." He aimed at the boy, raised his sword high, and yelled, "Just give up and die." Suddenly, a black panther lunged out and bit his arm. The young man, startled, looked at it. The beast with piercing green eyes returned his gaze. "It's just like the panther we saw in the fields." The crossbowman cried out in fear, "What the hell is that thing?" The ferocious beast tore one of them apart and then leaped away. Its speed and agility caught them off guard, huh? When they looked again, they were horrified to see that the panther had severed their bowstrings. After harassing them, it stood fiercely in front of Increase. He spoke wearily, "You should all just leave." Harrison's face darkened menacingly. "If you don't want to die here." The man gritted his teeth, filled with utter hatred for him. Just then, a hand gently touched his shoulder. "Fall back, you fool." Vengers stepped forward boldly. "I'll save you." Increase, surprised, called his name, "Captain Vengers." The captain immediately took a serious stance, raised his sword and charged, but before he could even land his first blow, Harrison sent him flying. Vengeance tumbled to the ground instantly. "Damn it! He's too strong." The young man beside him said, "And you said you were going to save me." "This isn't working." He immediately devised a new plan and shouted to the soldiers, "Archers, fire! Fire at him!" But Harrison blocked every single arrow they shot. "What the? He's a monster!" The Black Panther suddenly pounced on the man, but his reflexes were still incredibly fast. He used the hilt of his sword to block it. The beast whimpered in pain as Harrison's blow sent it skidding across the ground. In the end, Increase had no choice but to enter a state of deep concentration. So that's it. His opponent's every move began to appear in slow motion. He quickly drew the dagger at his side. As the man brought his sword down, he had already anticipated it. Strength alone would never be enough to stop that greatsword. So with just that small blade, Increase successfully parried his attack. He didn't stop there, continuing to analyze his opponent. I have to parry first, then counterattack when he shows an opening. In that very instant, the dagger knocked the sword's tip off its trajectory. Harrison was so astonished he was speechless. He stopped right in front of him. "That parrying technique you just used? Where did you learn it?" The young man just gave a slight smirk. Then he replied defiantly, "What about it?" Vengers suddenly rushed between them, pushing the man back. Harrison also realized the situation was not in his favor. Jo Young's soldiers had swarmed in and were closing in on him. He let out a quiet "ch" of his tongue. In the end, Harrison had to turn and leave. "I'll remember your face." Increase replied coolly, "Do as you wish." He raised his hand and gave the order to his soldiers on that side. "Retreat!" Captain Vengers hurried over to him. "Your shoulder isn't bandaged. Just sit there for now and stop the bleeding." Meanwhile, he pulled the Black Panther towards him. "We need to take this panther back with us, too." The captain lifted the young man's body and grumbled, "Are you insane? Worry about yourself first." A deep, grim voice echoed from the wall as he held a small lamp, letting his canoe drift with the current. "So you've finally achieved your goal, haven't you? You truly are a formidable one." The wall's face showed pure curiosity as he stared into the void, continuing to wonder, what was it that made you this way? Meanwhile, on another front, a fierce battle was raging with swords and spears everywhere. A few moments later, the sound of many people murmuring filled a tent. Who did this so ruthless? Weren't there two of them that charged out together? I lost sight of the squad leader. Never mind. The company captain said he needs to rest now. I just hope the squad leader is all right. A young man stirred slightly, wondering to himself, what's all that noise? It was Increase. He slowly opened his eyes and saw a leopard curled up in his arms, causing him to wonder, a leopard. The other members gathered around him. Seeing their leader wake up, their eyes were glued to him. The squad leader's awake. "This time I really thought you were a goner. You're safe." "Thank heavens!" they exclaimed. Faced with their outburst, a bewildered Increase sat up and asked, "What's going on?" Jackson approached him. "Want some water?" Increase nodded as he took it, not forgetting to reply thanks. Jackson added, "You lost a lot of blood." Christ explained his condition to him. "Luckily, the physician said there won't be any lasting effects. The goddess of luck was smiling on you. Our squad leader really is lucky." He then looked down at the panther licking itself in his arms and slowly began to remember everything that had happened. "I think I passed out during the retreat." Jen was the first to leave the tent after making sure Increase was all right. "He's awake. Well, I'm off." With that, the crowd gradually dispersed. "I need to get some sleep." Increase was left alone with a single relieved thought. I finally made it through the day. The camp passed peacefully into a new day. Jen was lost in thought, his eyes fixed on the person opposite him. When Increase noticed his curiosity about the creature in his lap, he made a kind offer. "Why are you staring at me like that? Want to pet it?" However, his friendly offer was met with Jem's blunt refusal. "No, I'm not interested in animals." He furrowed his brow, his gaze turning more serious. Jem spoke again. "Squad leader, how did you know it was sorcery?" But Increase froze at this question. He took a few moments to consider his answer. "If I say I know because today is repeating, you definitely won't believe me. Should I just make something up? No, I can't. Jem helped me with all he had. I have to be sincere with him." Finally, in a low voice, Increase answered Jem's question as vaguely as possible. "I used to live with a guy who was a nomad like you. I heard a few things from him and then just inferred and guessed on my own." He calculated silently, feeling incredibly nervous nonetheless. "All right then, I'm not lying because the stories I heard from him are true." Jem didn't ask any more questions. He stood up and replied, "Think whatever you want, but don't you dare get involved with things like sorcery." Jem's words hit a nerve with Increase, and though he said nothing, a ripple went through him. This guy is sharper than he looks, he thought, seeing Jem turn to leave. Increase called out curiously, "What about you? Where did you run off to back then?" He answered succinctly, "I went to see the face of the guy who raised the flag, then turned to look at." Increase smiled and added, "But his face was so unpleasant that I chose to forget it." The memory of Jem slaughtering the others flashed through Increase's mind. He looked around, his hand still stroking the leopard's head, but his mind was elsewhere. I don't see that sorcerer anywhere. Jem must have taken care of him. Chris wanted to feed the leopard but was met with its wariness. He had to gently coax it. It even let out a loud growl to warn Chris. Increase turned when he heard the sound and gently reminded him, "Chris, be careful. You don't want to get scratched." Chris, who was already hiding behind a bed, looked tremblingly at Increase and replied, "But if I miss out on 10,000 corona, my heart will be broken." Increase asked, puzzled. 10,000 corona? And Chris began to explain, "Yes, I heard it from Henry, who went scouting with you, squad leader." He shared what he knew about this leopard species. They call it the lake-spotted leopard because of its lake blue eyes. It's a sacred creature that lives by absorbing energy from the heavens and earth. Just one of its claws alone is worth more than 10,000 corona. Since it has to sharpen its claws regularly, we can... Chris continued to ramble on as Increase thought to himself, 1 gold coin for 1 corona. So 10,000 corona is like 10,000 gold coins. That's more than my entire salary. As evening approached, Increase continued to recount the battle situation. After I fell, our forces gained the upper hand since we were no longer hindered by the fog. But we still could not secure a complete victory. After that, we neither retreated nor attacked. A few days passed just like that. He recalled his own moment of brilliance from before. That feint back then, could I do it again? I'm not sure. Jackson, who was cleaning his weapon, had to speak up when he saw Increase move. "Be careful, you'll injure yourself again," he reassured Jackson. "I'm just adjusting. Moving like this is fine." Ratna from across the way added a suggestion. "For now, sir, you can only do stretching exercises. Or maybe you should take the chance to get a little shut-eye." Jem, half-joking, nudged his shoulder and retorted, "Are you trying to pass your lazy habits onto the squad leader? Just focus on standing guard properly." Provoked. Ratna started to move while muttering, "Where's my sword?" Jem wasn't the least bit afraid and even challenged him back, "What, you want to fight me?" Increase cut into their argument with a question. "I have a question about swordsmanship," he explained with a serious face. "I used a technique that I've never practiced before, but it felt completely natural. It was the first time I've ever experienced that. Is it possible that—" Jem, while cleaning his ear, explained it to him in detail. "That's normal. Nothing special about it. When the beast's heart harmonizes with your body, you can look straight at your opponent and observe more closely how they use their sword, how they distribute their power." Ratna also added his perspective on the matter. "If you have the fundamentals down, it's easier to grasp the movements. Moreover, squad leader, you succeeded with absolute concentration. Your field of vision expands even further then." And Increase listened intently as Jem shared his experience. "Even so, you were very lucky. With your skill-level squad leader, it would normally take hundreds of real battles to pull that off." But his eyes were focused, his face a mask of pure curiosity as he understood the principle behind it. "I see." Increase thought about the past. For me, these todays that have passed weren't just single days. They were hundreds of days where I fought and studied desperately to win. He pondered this as he clenched his hand into a fist. "No, it's not that I simply remembered what happened. I've grown stronger through my own efforts." Increase closed his eyes, understanding his own potential. "No matter how mediocre my talent is, I can still become stronger." A few moments later, he spoke again, cutting in on the two who were still at odds with each other. "Jem, Ratna." A simple proposal was made with a serious expression. "I want to spar." The two of them temporarily forgot their squabble and looked at him in unison. Jem spoke first. "Even I get called a madman, but squad leader, you're even crazier than I am," Ratna agrees. "For once I'm on the same page as that Manji guy. You still want to spar in this condition? Your body needs to rest, squad leader." Just then, Jo Hyung entered from outside and immediately questioned Increase. "The flag that was the medium for the spell, was it you who destroyed it?" Increase's expression immediately turned serious at the sight of Jo Hyung. Several possibilities flashed through his mind. I knew Command would ask about this eventually. But why would the company commander come all the way here herself? But in the end, he chose to admit it. Yes, I did it. Increase stood at attention like a soldier and continued his report. I saw it while on reconnaissance. On. Furthermore, I have some knowledge of magic. She pressed him. There were 5 fake flags. How did you find the real one? Jo Hyung tilted her head slightly, staring intently at Increase as he gave his answer. It was just a lucky guess. Then she turned to leave, leaving him with just 2 words, all right then. Increase couldn't help but ask in surprise, that's it? She explained briefly, I was just passing by to check on you. Her words put Increase on guard. She seemed to glance his way as she added, we seem to be fated to meet, don't we? It wasn't just him. Ragnar and Jem also watched her leave with the same question. Fated. What the hell is she talking about? Jem sneered, starting to tease Increase. What's the secret? I'm all ears. Ragnar chimed in. You've got some serious game, huh? Even with the company commander. Increase shot them down in a firm voice. It's not like that. Be quiet. But then Chris peeked in from outside, giving Increase a thumbs up with a comment. See, you were born to open a tea shop with me. I'll give you the best benefits. He glared at Chris and retorted seriously, not in a million years. Shut up. Increase thought to himself, I'm the one who's curious about what the company commander is really planning. She's my superior's superior? This is so annoying. Chris spoke up again. Oh, right, I've got some hot news. His words made Increase's eyes widen in disbelief. They say a Marquis from the Night Order has arrived. Increase silently repeated the phrase he'd just heard. The Red-Cloaked Night Order. Speaking of which, the division we serve in is named after a knight. It's called the Cypress Division. And the Night Order that Cypress belonged to was none other than the Red-Cloaked Night Order. Knights are individuals who possess extraordinary talents, a very rare existence on this continent. For that reason, a Night Order isn't comprised solely of knights. In their organization, the disciples who follow the knights are called marquises once they are acknowledged by a knight. A marquis will then become a vice knight, and finally rising above them all are the knights who have transcended human limitations. Increase lowered his head deep in thought. A marquis doesn't usually join a knight on the battlefield. The one who came here must be on the verge of becoming a vice knight. Nearby, a powerful voice gave a command. Move out! Move out! Chris looked toward the source of the shout and commented, Looks like we were waiting for this marquis to deploy. We're going straight into battle as soon as they've arrived. Jen added, advising Increase. Squad leader, you should focus on resting this time. Increase's eyes were serious as he made a silent decision. I have to see this for myself. Zen turned his head and saw Increase's restless expression. He smirked and remarked, I hit a nerve, didn't I? You look like you're about to dash out there right this second. Then go. The dream I've always cherished. Increase thought as he and the other members went outside, witnessing the sheer scale of the army firsthand, and a part of it is unfolding right before my eyes. Increase's eyes widened in amazement as he watched a lone figure advance, their cloak billowing in the wind. As they strode toward the archers who were readying their bows, the enemy archers grew wary of this single foe. But the knight continued to advance fearlessly. An order was shouted. The moment it was uttered, a volley of arrows was unleashed, creating a shower of projectiles aimed at the soldier who had not a single shield. Arrows filled the sky, but the soldier simply kept advancing. As the arrows descended, the soldier crouched their hand on the hilt of their sword. As he took a stance, power gathered in the balls of his feet. From the sidelines, Ragnar commented nonchalantly. He's channeling his will into his legs. The rain of arrows was about to reach the soldier. While he was still in his preparatory stance with a single motion, he blew the entire volley away. Instantly shrouding the area in a cloud of dust, he tore through the air toward the enemy. The move stunned Increase. In a flash, that soldier was already upon the enemy. With his hand still gripping the sword's hilt, he charged through the enemy soldiers as if they were training dummies, giving them no time to counterattack. Then in one motion, the sword left its sheath, and his foes fell like stalks of wheat. Increase's pupils dilated even more as he witnessed this overwhelming sight. That soldier swept through the opponent's troops without a shred of mercy. Increase watched with wide, astonished eyes. Even the enemy commander's eyes bulged as he cried out, What the hell is that? This soldier continued to prepare for more attacks. He spun around, blowing away the grunts around him, sweeping across the battlefield like a ferocious beast. The terrified remnants of the army shouted to each other, Damn it, retreat! How is this possible? This is insane. The general on horseback roared, "Stop them! You idiots, stop them!" The words had barely left his mouth when his head was separated from his neck. The soldier hovered in midair. That proves the one who just killed the enemy general was him. The scene unfolded in a flash. No one could react in time. They could only watch blinking as their leader was beheaded. Increase's eyes widened following the man's movements. Jem, standing beside him, thought to himself, "He's ruthless. A true god of war, no doubt." Ratna was also observing silently, but his thoughts were a little different from Jem's. With that level of skill, it won't be long before I'm... Jackson stood silently making his own calculations. At least 5 times I had the chance to finish off that marquis. The enemy commander is too foolish. The big guy clasped his hands and prayed for the Allied forces. May the Lord protect his brave sons. Grace, standing next to him, scratched his head and remarked, "There's no need to retreat anymore. It's all over." Increase thoughtfully observed the man. He silently analyzed his fighting style in his head. The Marquis's swordsmanship. Is it the orthodox sword? No, there's also the heavy sword and the swift sword in there. Speaking of sword styles, the orthodox sword is righteous and refined, leading the opponent into one's own stance before countering. Then there's the heavy sword, a powerful and ferocious blade that chops and crushes everything with brute force. Another type is the illusion sword, a blade that mesmerizes the mind. It deceives and strikes unexpectedly. Valen's mercenary sword style belongs to this type. Along with those, there's the swift sword, a blade as fast as lightning that overwhelms the opponent with speed, and the flowing sword, a flexible blade that neutralizes the opponent's attacks and counters. Increase watched without blinking, analyzing the pros and cons. The heavy style of the heavy sword and the agility of the swift sword are completely different in nature. His gaze turned to that imposing figure, and yet I can feel both at the same time. He let out a long breath at this remarkable discovery. He continued to ponder the art of the sword. Although each style has its own characteristics, they all originate from the same root. Then he came to a bold thought. If I can understand the common ground between the orthodox heavy illusion swift and flowing styles, and control my sword as if it were a living creature. Increase's gaze lowered. He closed his eyes and began to use his other senses, to imagine everything. The soldiers charged forward in unison with imposing spirit rushing to attack. Jem on the side watched quietly, his eyes fixed on Increase. Ratna did the same. Jem let out a smile, certain that Increase was having a breakthrough of his own. He spoke to the other members. "Hey, you lunatics, the squad leader is about to break out of his cocoon." Then, without a word, they all stood in a circle around Increase, protecting him while he achieved his swordsmanship enlightenment. "Don't let him get distracted." Increase was deep in thought, realizing the truth doesn't mean everything will change. It felt like he was floating in the middle of the universe. Increase looked around. He was like he was standing on water, a tiny increase in a vast space waiting to be explored. Shows me just how long the road ahead truly is. The Allied soldiers rushed past them. Increase was carefully protected by his team members. His mind was unshaken amidst the chaotic world. One of Increase's hands is slowly climbing higher on that cliff face. He was dangling from a treacherous cliff, his determination clear in every move he made. He will reach that peak. A chaotic battle raged between the two sides. The scene before them was filled with the smoke of war, but Ingrid was still focused on climbing the cliff in his mind. The Allied army relentlessly pursued those who had lost their will to fight. "Advance! They've lost their will to fight. Kill the rest of them. Attack, attack. Tonight we will redraw the map of this continent." Increase himself remained steadfast in his goal. A hand was raised, a symbol of victory. Following it were flags, swords, and cheers that echoed throughout the entire region. Only then did Increase open his eyes and look around. The battle had come to an end. As dusk fell, the battle finally concluded. This winter and spring are going to be very busy. Night fell at that fortress. About this place, a country built by 3 powerful families, the Duchy of Aspen. Duke Aspen was the one clutching his head in exhaustion, cursing at the others. These damn scoundrels, daring to break the unwritten rule of not using the night order. The scar-faced man being yelled at is from the Harrison family, the symbol of military power. The old man with glasses over here is from the Eakins family, which holds political and administrative power. He was pondering a document as he spoke. They used the appearance of General Broach in the battle as an excuse. With Broach's strength, deploying the night order is understandable. Alfred sighed. If only that damn brooch hadn't shown up. Ekins continued to present the information he had. Brooch has always been a free spirit. This was bound to happen sooner or later. Even if it wasn't him, they would have found another reason. He added, if the sorcery had succeeded, it wouldn't have come to this. Alfred's eyes widened in rage as he furiously declared, the doghounds will be held responsible for this. Only then did Harrison speak up. I will not let this go. The scene shifts to a fertile, hilly region. After a long and fierce conflict, Aspen has been forced to retreat, and our army began its march home. Increase marched with them. To the fortress city of Bordisgath, a border fortress directly managed by the king. Located right on the border with Aspen, with an army that makes up 1/5 of its population. This is a true military city. Inside, an announcement from the higher-ups was echoing. Once again, I would like to commend the elite sons of Neurolia who have brought a glorious victory to our country. Now I would like to bestow rewards upon the soldiers who have shown their loyalty and courage. The first person to be named is Increase of the 4th Squad, 4th Platoon, 4th Company for breaking Aspen's cowardly sorcery. Increase quickly stepped forward to receive his reward, but every step he took was met with scornful whispers from the crowd below. That no-name squad leader, how could someone like him break the spell? Every single harsh word reached Increase's ears. He's so weak. What's going on here? Is he trying to steal credit from his comrades? They're getting more and more vicious. The company commander must have fallen for some kind of trick. Just a trick. What's his actual skill level? But they were quickly shut down by a word from Mark, try him and you'll see. Andrew, who was next to Mark, also agreed, openly defending Increase. He's not the kind of person that you all can judge so carelessly. They all thought about Increase, and every one of them was proud of him. And it was undeniable, watching him receive the reward, that he was an extraordinary person. His eyes showed no particular emotion as he looked at the pouch of money in his hand. As soon as Incrid returned to his squad, Chris greeted him with a question. Squad leader, what are you planning to do with that prize money? Booze women. I know a few good places. Incrid replied nonchalantly. Good places. He then requested Chris take me to the best blacksmith in the city. Incrid's declaration left the crowd gaping in shock. Someone cried out, what are you planning to spend all that money on, a sword? The swords we're issued are good enough, aren't they? Chris grimaced, offering a dozen reasons against it. There's no shortage of swords on the battlefield. We could just pick up enough to last the entire squad a lifetime. But Incrid had other ideas. Right now, he had only one goal in mind. To become a knight, I first need a weapon worthy of one. He picked up a proper sword, inspecting it. While answering Chris, what's the use of that cheap junk? Increase thought to himself, it's time to prove my own strength. Then he let out a declaration that shook everyone. I'm going to take the soldier promotion exam. The time has come to leave this rank behind. Hearing this, Chris couldn't hide his surprise. A promotion? But I thought you weren't interested in that sort of thing. Increase explained with a short but compelling reason, I can't stay stuck in one place forever. Chris raised an eyebrow in agreement. You've got a point. All right then, let's get started. Now, regarding the ranking system, Neurulia uses a soldier hierarchy to boost troop morale. Highest class, high class, middle class, low class, and lowest class. In addition, there's a special class for soldiers of overwhelming strength. Each rank comes with corresponding rewards. To be promoted, a soldier must spar and defeat 3 other soldiers of the same class. Therefore, for the soldiers who come to watch, it's basically a betting sport. Chris took full advantage of this to line his own pockets. Place your bets. Place your bets now. Any middle-class soldiers want to take on our squad leader Increase? No one. The other soldiers, seeing the challenger was Increase, sneered openly. That piece of trash squad leader dares to challenge a middle class? He only got that reward by riding on someone else's coattails. And he doesn't even know his place. As the man stepped forward, Increase watched him and thought to himself, so he's my first opponent, huh? The crowd was also cheering for his opponent. Go easy on the little guy. Don't go easy on him even if he starts crying. Increase sized up his opponent. A famous mercenary. A pretty strong soldier for a middle class. The man glanced at the money box Chris was carrying. He let out a contemptuous laugh. Ha! Someone actually bet on that no-name squad leader. What kind of moron was that? But Increase just smiled and replied simply, we won't know who wins or loses until the very end. The two combatants took their stances. Before, I've grown stronger by dying over and over. But in this match, there's practically no danger, because I only have one shot, Incrid thought as he observed his opponent. He moved cautiously. Focus, be careful. Mediocre talent, the limits of hard work, he thought, looking at the other man. He made a general assessment of the fighters. Most of the rabble here have a level of skill I couldn't have even dreamed of reaching before. Increase furrowed his brow, his eyes showing intense focus as he reminded himself, don't get cocky. I have to fight as if I'm facing death. The other man shouted, Come on, you idiot! Increase's eyes widened as he observed and analyzed the trajectory of the sword. A block forged on the battlefield. If I can pull this off and create even a tiny opening. Then in a single motion he lunged forward, smacking the other man's sword from his grasp. Before his opponent could even react, his sword was sent flying high into the air. Increase's gaze remained fixed, watching his opponent and wondering. The other man let out a pained shriek from the stinging blow. What the my fingers? Increase silently watched the man. Then he followed up by slamming the pommel of his sword into the man's mouth, preventing him from saying another word. Struck by 2 critical blows, he collapsed to the ground, spitting up a mouthful of blood before curling up on the dirt floor. Increase was a little stunned, thinking to himself, why is he so weak? The crowd was utterly stunned. They cried out, some even turning to vent their anger on Chris. That no-name squad leader actually won. Hey, you're the one who placed a bet on that no-name captain, aren't you? Did you know how this was going to turn out? Chris himself was just as astonished. He confessed honestly, I had no idea. Since when was our squad leader this strong? I only bet on him to save face. Oh my God, that's amazing. That remark left the others speechless. You're a squad member and you don't trust your own squad leader? But Incred just kept his eyes fixed on the sword in his hand. He thought it over and over. Was it because my opponent underestimated me and got careless? But normally, victory and defeat aren't decided so easily. A mid-tier soldier is no pushover. He silently came to a final decision as he saw the second challenger step onto the floor. If you have any doubts, you just have to try again to find out. This guy showed up and started crowing, You got lucky once and now you're acting all high and mighty. Clutching the spear in his hand, he gritted his teeth and continued, This time, let me fight you. Incred observed and analyzed the opponent before him, a member of the squad. An armored soldier from our company's elite forces. He watched as the other man took his stance, deducing his attack pattern. A feint to distract with the spearhead, followed by a surprise attack. Then he thrust his spear at him. Caught by surprise, Incred had to dodge to the side, the sword in his hand smoothly slicing off the spearhead. His eyebrows furrowed. Incred's gaze was fixed on his opponent, but a flicker of disappointment was still clear on his face. Was it just a straight thrust? Or was it a trap? He'll use the shaft of the spear to launch another attack. He continued to observe, then dismissed that thought. When he saw the shocked disbelief on his opponent's face, no looking at his expression, that's not it. Was it really just a straight thrust? Really? Am I allowed to counterattack? He quickly considered it, then decided to kick the other guy straight in the stomach. It sent him tumbling to the ground. The crowd, half amused and half stunned, let out a roar that echoed through the arena. He won again. They cheered for Incred. Winning 2 times can't be called luck. A piece of trash squad leader easily defeated 2 mid-tier soldiers. Chris looked up at the onlookers and called out, Next, who wants to go next? But they all hesitated, refusing to step forward. Why are there so many spectators all of a sudden? Damn it, if I go out there and lose, it'll be so humiliating. The hesitation of the crowd made Vezus, who was standing to the side, cross his arms and remark, A bunch of idiots. A moment ago you were all looking down on Incred. And now you're all scared. Another guy retorted, You were looking down on him too, squad leader. But Vezus immediately cut him off. Shut up. I never did that. Andrew next to Mark thought to himself, after that last defeat, I've been training my swordsmanship day and night with Mark. This time I will challenge Sir Incred again. He was about to rush forward to issue the challenge, but Mark beside him stopped him. Stop! Andrew froze, instantly letting out a confused sigh as he glanced at him. Mark explained, Your skills have improved a lot, but if you fight now, even I would have a hard time winning. Squad leader Incred. Hearing that, Andrew obediently sat back down and watched Incred in silence. Elsewhere, a guy nudged another young man with his knee. Hey, you go out there, he urged. Seeing it was Jem pushing him, the guy panicked and yelled, What, who, you psycho? Jem smirked and retorted, You were just sucking up to the squad leader a minute ago and now you're scared. Provoked, the guy immediately stood up and declared loudly, I'm not scared, Incred thought to himself. In all my previous battles, I always had to struggle so hard that I didn't realize. His memories were stirred. The slashing maniac I met on my first day. One by one. Then the next assassin. Then meet Harrison, who I just fought. And then more familiar people, even the comrades I spar with every day. Ingrid noted seriously, I've only ever fought opponents who were too strong. The guy who had just been provoked by Jem slowly stepped forward while Ingrid still lost in thought with his eyes closed. My old swordmaster warned me never to underestimate an opponent. He asked, "What are you thinking about?" Without opening his eyes, he answered simply, "Nothing." Inside his head, Ingrid was still pondering, I used to think that advice was useless to me. Who knew there'd come a time when I'd be the one underestimating an opponent? The other guy snapped, "What do you mean, nothing? What's with that look on your face?" Ingrid looked at him and smiled confidently because he had come to a realization, I'm now strong enough to overwhelm mediocre opponents like this. He said simply, I just find it interesting. His thoughts were just as simple, because I've gotten stronger. As soon as he finished speaking, Ingrid rushed forward and attacked the other guy. Before he could even get into a stance, Ingrid's sword came down on him with mighty force, making the man struggle just to block the blow. This is Norulia, the land of knights, a place where strength is revered. As Ingrid swung his sword down hard, the other guy tried to block it, but the force of Ingrid's strike shattered his weapon, leaving him screaming in fear. But Ingrid thought, right here I have... His opponent no longer had any will to fight. Ingrid coldly raised his sword again and brought it down on the unarmed, defenseless man without mercy. He was so scared he passed out, foaming at the mouth. As Ingrid stopped his sword right in front of his face, he looked down at the man. Prove myself, he thought relentlessly. The crowd shared a single expression that could be summed up in 2 words, utter shock. Ingrid stared at the man foaming at the mouth on the ground. As he said nothing, a voice rang out. The spellbreaker Ingrid's ability is finally being recognized. It's true, that's the captain who destroyed the flag. It wasn't because of his comrades, it was his own power. Everyone looked at him with wary eyes, especially Andrew and Mark. Andrew was the first to stand up and cheer. The spellbreaker. Ingrid glanced over silently, wondering, what is that guy doing? He turned to the rest of the crowd and urged, you all cheer too. If it weren't for squad leader Increase, half of you would be dead by now. Convinced by him, the crowd erupted into a chant. The spellbreaker. The spellbreaker. The spellbreaker. The spellbreaker. Their voices filled the air in an instant, surrounded by their shouts of the spellbreaker increase, the spellbreaker increase. He let out a long breath, taking in their praise. The spellbreaker. The spellbreaker. The spellbreaker. He glanced over, thinking to himself, not half bad. Chris excitedly ran up to him carrying the betting box. That was amazing, squad leader. You're a mid-rank soldier now. Increase gently but firmly reminded him, it's too early to celebrate. His gaze fixed on a single point as he continued, there's still high rank. Hearing that, Chris's jaw dropped as he asked, what, you still want to keep going? Suddenly a voice rang out with an extremely mocking exclamation. Well, now this is interesting. As the man walked through, the crowd instantly fell silent. That's... They murmured amongst themselves as they observed the man's appearance. The eagle insignia? The border guard under the king's direct command. Increase also watched as his new opponent slowly approached, the whispers of the crowd still reaching his ears. An elite unit made up entirely of high-rank soldiers. The butcher of the border. What's he doing here? He looked at his opponent. Torres smiled amicably as he made his offer. Squad leader Increase of Unit 444, how about a sparring match with me? The two fighters stared at each other like old acquaintances. Over on the side, Jem remarked, oh man, this is going to be tough for the squad leader. Increase thought to himself, the border guard is a unit on par with Aspen's hounds, which means this guy... He quickly sized up his opponent's capabilities. He could be on par with Midhurison. In an instant, his grip on his sword tightened as he readied himself for the next fight. His thoughts raced. I'm actually curious. If I have to fight an expert of this caliber right now, without the ability to redo this if I die, what will the outcome be? Bring it on, Tors scoffed at Increase's arrogance. Ha, look at you. Aren't you afraid of me? A special forces soldier. As he drew his sword, he thought to himself, this guy's more interesting than I thought. Another voice yelled out from the crowd, don't get cocky just 'cause you're in the border guard. Show us what you're really made of. The spellbreaker, a fan chanted. The flower of the battlefield is... The cheers continued to ring out. The infantry. The flower of the battlefield is the infantry. Torres glanced at them, frowning in annoyance as he thought, what a bunch of idiots. Don't they realize that special forces are infantry too? He gets one small victory and suddenly he's full of himself. Then he got into his stance, ready to face Increase. Let me teach you, Torres began, but before he could finish, he lunged forward, threat emanating from his every move. His unfinished sentence, a lesson in humility, was made clear in his attack. Increase's gaze didn't waver. He didn't even blink as he watched the path of Torres's sword. He saw it as clearly as daylight. Increase swiftly brought his sword up to parry. As they clashed, Torres noted incredible focus and minimalist movements. But his balance is quite impressive. Even so, he managed to grab Increase by the collar and push him back, thinking, I've got you now. Increase grabbed the arm at his throat and ruthlessly thrust his sword down towards Torres. His eyes widened in terror. A single thought raced through his mind. I'm going to die! I'm going to die! Increase held Torres in place with one hand while his other hand mercilessly continued the downward strike. His face was a cold, serious mask of a predator. But the sword plunged into the ground. Torres had let Increase go, choosing to save his own arm by retreating. After creating some distance, he lunged forward with fiery determination, thrusting his sword at Increase. Increase skillfully retreated to maintain the distance, his eyes going blank as he entered a state of deep thought. Incredibly, Increase caught Torres's blade with his bare hand, then used the momentum to drive a knee straight into his opponent's gut. His own sword remained planted in the ground as the two fighters pulled apart. Torres didn't waste a single second. He rushed in to attack again. Increase quickly drew a dagger from his vest, staring down Torres, ready to counter. The two blades were about to clash when Jo Young suddenly appeared. With one decisive move, she deflected both of their swords, much to the astonishment of Increase and Torres. In a cold voice, Jo Young warned them, "Stop any further and you would have killed a comrade." Increase panted, looking at her. At some point, Jackson had also appeared behind Torres, holding a knife to his throat, ready to strike if he had harmed Increase. It wasn't just Jackson. The other members of Increase's squad had surrounded Torres as well. Zen was the one who spoke his words light, but his tone chillingly threatening. "This guy's pretty lucky." Torres remarked, "That was terrifying, and it was just supposed to be a sparring match. One more round of that and I'd be full of holes." Meanwhile, Increase was thinking, "Even though I had a lapse in concentration just now and nearly died if we had continued fighting." The crowd, meanwhile, was buzzing about the match they had just witnessed. "Damn, their guy can really fight. Is that really the no-name squad leader we know?" Then Torres spoke to Increase. "I wasn't expecting much, but I have to admit you've got real skill." He held out his hand with a friendly smile as he introduced himself. "I'm Torres, captain of the border guard." Increase took his hand. His expression still wary, but his voice was much softer. "Increase. Squad 4, Platoon 4, Company 4. The crowd was stunned to learn Torres's identity. He's the captain of the border guard. That means his opponent was an elite soldier. They began to cheer for Increase. With this level of skill, he should at least be promoted to a senior rank. "I respect you, Sir Increase." The endless cheers drew Increase's attention. "You're the best, and so handsome." Increase gave up trying to reason with them. As Torres shook his hand, he remarked, "I have to say I quite like that smug look on your face. We'll meet again." Increase's expression remained ice-cold as he listened to the comments. "Increase, senior soldier, you've taken another step forward." Another. Evening began to fall over the area. Soft light shone on the quiet, still houses. A sudden offer was made. "Come to my unit." It was a captain. Graham, captain of the Armored Division. Increase couldn't help but be surprised, thinking to himself, this is the third offer already. Thanks to his promotion to senior soldier and his title, the Spellbreaker, Graham continued his pitch. "My Armored Division is the backbone of our forces. You understand the value of this invitation, don't you?" Increase considered it. This was a path to the Army's elite ranks, a tempting offer. But he bowed his head politely and refused. "I'm sorry." Confused Graham asked again, "Why?" "If you're worried about your Squad 4 captain, I can handle that." Increase explained, "It's not that." Seeing the determination and seriousness in his eyes, Graham spoke up. "You don't seem to have any regrets, do you?" He let out a sigh. "All right, then. Just consider me a little disappointed. Increase suggested, how about letting Jem go instead of me? But Graham bluntly refused. I'll pass on that bastard. He turned, waved, and walked away, leaving one last comment. It's thanks to you that I survived that last battle. Keep up the good work, kid. Chris poked his head out of a window, asking, was that squad one this time need help packing your things? Increase glanced at him and replied curtly, I'm not going. Chris continued to ask as Increase went inside the house. Why are you turning them all down with your reputation now you could be valued anywhere? Increase was lost in thought for a moment before speaking. It's because of someone. Just then someone approached them. Both Increase and Chris turned to see Torres standing with his arms crossed, smiling as he spoke. How's it going? Squad leader Increase. He continued, not giving them a chance to reply. I'll get straight to the point. He made yet another offer. Come to the border guard. But Increase just furrowed his brow considering the words. The border guard was the army directly under the king's command, an offer even more valuable than the armored division. The other members, Jem, Ragnar, and Jackson, waited in silence for his response. Jem frowned, calculating in his head. Normally, a squad leader like him would never get this kind of opportunity. Even if he refused the other invitations, he shouldn't pass up this one. Torres stepped closer to Increase and continued his assessment. After you landed that blow on me, I realized you have a thirst for battle. He laid out an extremely tempting recruitment offer. If you come with us, you'll experience terrifyingly intense training and battles straight out of hell. Joining the border guard means you will grow strong enough to reach your absolute limit, he said, holding his hand out to him. Jem sighed, certain his squad leader would agree. Ragnar lay quietly on his bed, saying nothing. Jackson and the other members had no intention of interfering with his decision. Increase took a breath and began to explain, if we're talking about hellish training and combat, then no place can compare to this one. He continued his words, an implicit rejection of Torres's offer. Because my goal isn't to reach my limit. Increase stated his conviction unwavering, it's to surpass it. The scene changes to a remote, secluded area. Jem was shivering under a thin blanket, complaining endlessly.
So cold. I'd rather be dead than this.
Jaylat paused and asked, Squad leader, where are you going? Get me some heated bricks. Seeing this, Increase frowned for a moment, thinking to himself, I guess there's nothing for me to do after that last battle, huh? Suddenly, from a distance, Auden appeared and yanked Jem's blanket away. He said with a cheerful smile, You'd better get up and move around to warm up. Come on, let's have a sparring match, just our fists. Hearing this, he couldn't help but get angry, yelling, Get lost! Don't even think about it! I'll kill you right now. But Auden quickly regained his composure and took the initiative, asking, Squad leader, you really don't want to spar. It'll help your body put off the stiffness from the cold. In response, Increase just gave a cold, stern look. I have a mission to carry out right now. We'll train after I get back. Watching Increase's back fade into the distance, Semke shamelessly called out, My hot-headed brick of a squad leader. Don't you forget it. Annoyed for a moment, he lowered his voice and cursed under his breath. I know, you idiot. As Increase walked silently through the cold winter air, he thought, I just figured it would be a little chilly, but who knew? Very soon after that, the scene shifted to a bustling marketplace. The calls of vendors echoed all around, especially for the winter season. Freshly baked bread here. The duty of the guards is to fight, but when there's no war, we patrol to maintain order in the city. At the same time, Increase suddenly ran into two other guards. They greeted him with a smile. It's an honor to meet you, one of them said, introducing himself. I'm Jack, and this is Bon. Today, the three of us will form a patrol team. Looking at them, Increase felt a brief pang of familiarity and thought to himself, Jack and Bon, aren't they from the reconnaissance unit? Those names sound so familiar. With that thought, he strode away decisively. Despite Jack tagging along behind, chattering nonstop, it's such an honor to patrol with the one who broke the enemy's fog magic. Seeing this, Bon couldn't help but excitedly chime in. I heard you were promoted to a higher rank, is that right? The man was suddenly excited, firing off questions. I can't believe it. How could you climb to such a high position so quickly? Starting from such a low rank, too. It's truly beyond imagination. To this, Increase just gave a cold, perfunctory reply, I was just lucky. Instantly, Jack, who was standing beside him, couldn't hold back and pressed, I'm curious, what are the combat skills of an experienced warrior like you? When we get back, can we have a little sparring match? Without a moment's hesitation, Increase accepted firmly, I'm always ready. Seeing this, the man immediately jumped on his words. That's a promise, right? And so the three of them quickly walked a long way around the village. As they walked, Jack shivered continuously and complained, "Do we really have to go? On patrol in this damned weather? Seriously?" Bon helplessly agreed. "This year's winter is really cold, isn't it?" This annoyed Increase for a moment, who thought, "Why are they huddling up like that? It's not like I'm big enough to block all the wind." Suddenly, from a distance, a loud voice unexpectedly rang out, "Everyone look at this!" An old man bellowed, "We've got ready-made, dried, wrinkled fruit here." In an instant, he attracted the attention of a large crowd. Suddenly, a strange figure appeared in their midst. Seeing this, Increase stopped in his tracks, momentarily confused by the person. The person was staggering and suddenly collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Increase immediately walked over worriedly and asked, "Hey kid, are you okay?" But in response, the person said nothing, instead hastily pulling out a sharp dagger. As soon as he realized it, Increase's eyes widened in horror. In the blink of an eye, he was dealt a fatal blow. Blood spurted from his mouth as Increase, in momentary shock, thought, "What?" Without a word, Jack cooperatively covered his mouth. "You've had too much to drink." Bon also shamelessly leaned down to ask, "Are you okay?" Faced with this situation, Increase immediately understood. They're covering up the situation. These guys are all in it together. The mysterious cloaked figure suddenly spoke, surprised. Rotten gradually revealed himself with a savage smile on his lips. A diligent hunter never forgets his prey. Looking at him, Increase couldn't help but realize with a shock, At Abide de Mo was a half-elf. He's one of Aspen's soldiers sent to assassinate me. The reason is revenge for breaking the fog magic in the last battle. In a flash, Rotten suddenly ripped the dagger out. A large amount of blood gushed out. Watching Increase collapse to the ground, Jack urged, "Mission complete, let's go." At Rotten's word, Bon immediately signaled a comrade in the distance. Very quickly, Increase understood everything, silently cursing in his heart, "Jack, Bon, Rotten. Now I remember. The scouts that Christ mentioned, the ones who were injured in that day's battle." He instantly recalled Christ's emphasis. Especially the reconnaissance unit. Jack, Bon, Rotten, and the others. Many were injured. And then he made the connection. They used that injury as an excuse to leave the reconnaissance unit and conspire with Asburn's army. In an instant, Increase was exhausted and lost his balance. He collapsed to the ground. 3 against 1, huh? This immediately attracted the attention of the villagers nearby. A woman instantly turned pale with shock when she saw his familiar figure. Mrs. Tazalad screamed loudly when she saw the gushing pool of blood. This is going to be interesting. Very quickly after that, Increase's eyes flew open. He suddenly shot up and snapped, "Good morning!" This made Jem instantly confused, who asked, "Are you ready for a dreamy morning?" He answered him coldly, "Not at all. I just want to start the day with plenty of energy." A moment later, Incred stepped outside to a lazy request from Jem, the squad leader. "If you're going out, remember to bring me a few hot bricks, will you?" Without another word, he answered in a cold, curt voice, "Got it." Just then, Auden was decisively dumping a bucket of water on himself. Then he suddenly turned, smiled, and said, "Were you the one who called me squad leader without a moment's hesitation?" Increase got straight to the point. "You mentioned a training method to generate body heat, right?" Hearing that, Auden happily replied, "The method you're talking about, well, it involves using your hands. In this winter cold, training is necessary to keep your body from tensing up from the cold. You have to always be prepared for any situation." Those words immediately struck a chord with Increase, igniting the flame of his determination. Right then, Increase Zealot growled out a request, "Show me." As he said that, he anxiously recalled the scene that had just happened. When I saw him pull out the dagger, I couldn't react in time. Increase blamed himself, thinking his body was stiff from the cold, and I couldn't handle it. Try to endure. Just like that, in an instant, he threw himself into training, telling himself, I should have noticed when Jack and Bon got too close. I'll take out those two first. No. If I do that, I'll lose track of that half-elf. Standing to one side, Auden enthusiastically encouraged him, "If you can't get used to this kind of training, your muscles will tense up and ache. Failure." A flustered Increase agreed, "That's right. When I was close enough to catch him, it happened so fast." And right after that, the familiar scene appeared once again with Jack's introduction. "I'm Jack and this is Bon. The three of us will form the patrol team today." Looking at them, Incred was filled with momentary rage, thinking, "Take them all down one by one in order." Then he replied in a cold voice, "Fine." Standing to the side, Jack was the same as ever, his mouth never stopping. "Aren't you cold?" Incred calmly replied, I just got back from training. This made Bon gasp in awe for a moment. It seems your reputation as a mighty warrior is well-founded. Just then Jack started complaining resentfully, do we really have to go on patrol in this damn weather? Bon chimed in with a sigh. This winter is really cold, huh? Wiggling his palms, Increase thought confidently to himself, thanks to Auden's guidance, my body is in peak condition now. And now, thinking this, he immediately glared. The marketplace was as bustling and lively as ever. From a distance, a cloaked figure with a familiar silhouette gradually came into view. Increase suddenly swung his arm. Jack was immediately knocked senseless. Only Bon was lucky enough to dodge. Bon quickly drew his sword and cried out in horror. He noticed, looking at the familiar figure before him, Increase silently guessed, that guy has two options. One, retreat alone, or two, join them. And then in the very next second, he suddenly drew his sword decisively. I have to deal with these two as quickly as possible. Suddenly, from a distance, the cloaked figure yelled, Increase, you're being ambushed! A bewildered, incredulous expression. What was that sound? He stared in disbelief, only then foolishly realizing a throwing knife from who knows where. A sharp blade had pierced straight through Increase. He was instantly horrified, thinking, to throw a knife through a crowd from this distance. Increase then remarked with a determined gaze, how precise. As for Rotten, he still wore that savage smile. He said excitedly, a diligent hunter never forgets his prey. Once again, Incred collapsed to the ground, thinking to himself, by the time I recognized the sound, the dagger had already sunk into my heart. A knife faster than sound. Seeing this, a woman screamed in terror. She immediately panicked and shouted, Someone's been killed! Seeing this, a helpless. Increase thought to himself, looks like I have to deal with both close-range and long-range enemies at the same time. As he thought this, a thrilled smile spread across his lips. Now how should I prepare to deal with this situation? At that moment, Increase calmly thought, the elf half-breed will stab if he gets close. If not, he'll throw daggers from a distance. It's just a few simple tricks. This challenge is pretty simple this time. Back in reality, Increase with trembling hands let out a cry. He suddenly wailed, I'm dying, which made Auden burst out laughing. You're exaggerating. But once again, Increase insisted, no, I'm about to die. Sitting to the side, Jagna couldn't help but ask, what have you been doing? Practicing torture endurance. Seeing this, Jem chimed in wearily, my God, is that pose really that hard? Come over here, do it like this. Just as the shout rang out, Jackson suddenly walked in. Squad leader, who's next? Jen was already in the training position on the ground, his whole body trembling as he yelled, you just have to stretch out like this. This left Jagna a bit stunned. I can't believe the one who butted in couldn't even do it. Maybe I should teach you some flexibility exercises before we get to this. For a moment, Auden couldn't help but laugh. You lazy brothers, just leave this to me. Seeing the scene unfold, a frustrated Jackson could only stay silent. It made the group uncomfortable for a moment. Hey, what are you looking at? This is just training. Sitting in a corner, Increase was deep in thought. The dagger he throws. I just have to block it, and it's over. He silently tried to guess its sharpness and speed, realizing it was completely different from a normal throwing dagger. At that same moment, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind him. The whistling dagger! Swoosh, swoosh! It was Jackson. Increase immediately looked over, stunned. Hearing that a curious Increase Zelad pressed him. Is whistling dagger the name of this type of throwing dagger? Jackson explained honestly. Because of the sound it makes when thrown, it's called the whistling dagger. His expression turned serious as he added, if you run into an opponent who has mastered it, the target will die instantly. It's best to just dodge if you ever meet someone like that. At these words, Increase's face grew serious in agreement. He's right, he thought to himself. No matter how good his dagger-throwing skill is, as long as I can block it, I'll be fine. Back in the present, Increase decisively took care of the bad guys. The scene played out as it had before. Jack got punched while Bon dodged with a terrified look on his face. Bon shouted in shock, damn it, he's figured it out! Right then a plan instantly flashed through Increase's mind. Subdue the fist fighters, then use a shield to block the dagger. In a flash, a familiar sound rang out once more right on time. He was lucky enough to use Bon's body to block one dagger. Immediately after Jack was also hit and froze in place. Seeing this unfold, Increase couldn't help but be amazed, thinking to himself, in that short amount of time, he threw 3 of them so fast. That familiar face of Rotten appeared again. With his usual cruel expression, the man flashed a savage smile. In the blink of an eye, the villagers around them were in an uproar. It's murder! Seeing this, Increase was filled with righteous anger and cursed him. If his allies are useless, he'll kill them too. Does he have no sense of camaraderie at all? Just then, Rotten took the initiative and stepped forward. I'm very impressed with your tenacity. Facing the man, Increase glared with rage. Still the same old line, Rotten stated firmly, a true predator never forgets his prey. Hearing this, Increase just replied coldly, it's a pleasure to see you again. At that, a confused Rotten sneered, huh? You're about to die and you can still crack jokes. This guy's pretty interesting. The moment he finished speaking, he immediately retrieved the blade from Increase's body, and just like that, another failure. He thought helplessly, I admit I underestimated you. Thinking this, a smile unconsciously formed on Increase's lips. A wall is still a wall hard to overcome. In a flash, the wall suddenly appeared and spoke mockingly, You seem to be enjoying this, don't you? Go on, laugh all you want. It excitedly declared, despair will come to you growing exponentially with that joy. That's why it's called a curse. Back in reality, Increase woke up once again. He stepped outside and stated seriously, No, that's a blessing. Very quickly after that, he found Jackson and made a request. Jackson, tell me about the whistling dagger. This confused Jackson Jalot. You're asking about it directly. Without any hesitation, Increase bluntly admitted, If I beat around the bush, would you even tell me? Left with no choice, Jackson got straight to the point. Thin blades are stacked on top of each other, so when they're thrown, they create a distinctive whistling sound. He emphasized, it was once known as the shadowless dagger, with a speed that the naked eye can barely follow. Hearing this, Increase's face grew serious again as he asked, What if I want to see and dodge the whistling dagger at his words? Jackson could only reply wearily, It's impossible to see. But Increase stubbornly pressed on, What if I absolutely have to see it? Instantly, Jackson froze for a moment, then spoke haltingly, Absolutely, with that same solemn expression. Increase asserted firmly, absolutely. Seeing this, Jackson looked annoyed for a second, thinking to himself, Here this guy goes again. What makes him think he can see that dagger? Left with no choice, he said thoughtfully. Seeing the dagger after it's been thrown is meaningless. If you want to see it, watch the movement of the hand. After all, the dagger's path is decided by the fingertips. Although there are techniques to conceal the throwing motion, if you know those techniques, then it's not hard to see through the hidden hand movements. Hearing that, Increase immediately asked, At my level, can I learn that technique? Jackson replied bluntly, With your rock-throwing skills, sir, impossible. At this, Increase was momentarily indignant. This guy always loves to mock me. But then in the very next second, Jackson suddenly offered, Do you want me to teach you how to throw daggers, sir? At these words, Increase was immediately dumbfounded, wondering, Jackson is voluntarily offering to teach me what in the world is going on. He seemed to realize something. Jackson spoke again with contempt. If you're not confident, then don't bother learning. But Increase, without wasting a word, gave a short, serious reply, I will learn it very quickly. The scene changed again to the hustle and bustle of a market. So cheap, freshly baked bread for this winter. As usual, Jack took the initiative to speak. It is an honor to accompany you, the breaker of the spell, sir. At that, Bond shamelessly cut in, Still out training in this cold. You truly are extraordinary. Unlike those 2 nasty guys, Increase was now fondly recalling Jackson's advice. Throwing is just a moment. Keep your whole body relaxed. Then focus all your strength at the moment of the throw. Instantly, he froze for a moment, his eyes darting away. It was a similar sight. The scene was the same as before, still jam-packed with people passing by. Increase suddenly strode forward. He abruptly drew his sword. With just one slash, Increase easily took Jack's head in an instant. Bond was lucky enough to still have a chance to struggle. But then right after that, he too was finished off by Increase with a single slash. The woman who saw it was immediately terrified and screamed loudly. The people around instantly burst into chaos. Murder! From afar, the cloaked figure slowly approached. He seriously observed the man's every move, thinking to himself, Seize the moment the opponent relaxes and focus on listening and observing. In just an instant, Increase had gripped his sword, holding it horizontally across his body. If I protect my heart, I won't die instantly, he resolved. He glared angrily and immediately rushed forward. He focused on the man's fingertips, but unfortunately this time the blade pierced straight through his hand. Increase froze in shock and let out a cough. In a moment of carelessness, Increase had taken a fatal blow. He lost his balance and fell backward onto the ground, his heart aching endlessly. So fast, even though it was just for a split second. As he thought this, Increase unconsciously broke into a savage smile. But I saw it. Recalling an old figure, he thought to himself, a flash of light in that moment, I'm sure of it. Just then, Rotten suddenly approached from a distance. Increase took the opportunity to taunt him, those who are smitten never forget their prey. This made the man stop dead in his tracks, startled. Rotten asked in horror, How did you know? But Increase didn't answer, thinking to himself, just a few more times. Then he gave a sly smile and said, Farewell. See you again. At the same time, he was calculating in his mind, all of your attacks are within my grasp. Increase put his hand on the sword at his side, thinking seriously, I have to be as fast as possible. He decisively stabbed Jack straight in the neck. After that, Increase swung his sword at Bon. A tally in his head, 2 down. The people around screamed chaotically, Murder! He narrowed his eyes, filled with indignation, and thought, I'm no longer the dreamer I once was. A half-elf suddenly appeared holding a dart. Increase looked at the weapon in his hand and thought resolutely, From now on, with enough effort I can achieve anything. The half-elf threw the dart at him. Increase raised his hand to block and parry the attack. As he controlled the dart, the half-elf growled, This madman! He quickly glided away, dodging the attack. The man attacked him head-on, but he sidestepped. The half-elf pulled back the hand holding the dart. Increase narrowed his eyes, assessing it internally. A feint. He suddenly swung his arm, throwing the hidden weapon at him. Increase's feet skidded across the ground. A trickle of red liquid ran from the corner of his mouth. He was stunned. He can adjust the timing of his attack based on his opponent's movements. This weapon. Increase gritted his teeth and pulled the dart from his body. He stared at the hidden weapon. It's magnificent. I want it. With one hand, Increase spun the dart forcefully. Then he threw it, sending it soaring high into the air. Jackson was confused. What is the squad leader doing? He calmly replied, Practicing how to throw a whistling dart. Jackson retorted, That's not how you throw a whistling dart. At that moment, Increase spun the hidden weapon and spoke with determination. I will perfect this technique soon. One side of the dart broke off and flew out, whizzing past Jackson's face. Increase stood motionless, looking at him. 8th time today. The half-elf threw a hidden weapon at Increase. He charged fiercely forward. I won't fall for your trap again. Increase's eyes widened in shock. An arrow pierced his back. Rotten, so you were useful for something. Rotten stood high above, drawing his bow and aiming down. Increase threw a dart straight ahead. 9th time. The man gritted his teeth as he took the full force of the hidden weapon. The half-elf threw a hidden weapon towards Increase's squad. You fool, how dare you let your guard down when facing me? The dart struck the apple in Jackson's hand. He watched the apple fall to the ground. Jackson turned to look at Increase. He asked seriously, The hand and arm are the launch pad. You use the full spring of your body. What else is missing? Then Jackson bent down, picked up the apple, and replied, That's enough. Where did you learn to throw a dart, sir? Increase thought to himself, I learned it from you. He replied, I saw a guy on the battlefield who was great at throwing, so I copied him. He assessed him thoughtfully. To reach this level just by watching, is he a genius? Jackson raised the dart and asked, Are you familiar with the bullet sword technique, sir? Increase took the hidden weapon and listened as he explained. It's a technique for using throwing weapons created by a legendary assassin named Do. Its name originates from the whistling dart weapon, Jackson continued. Do tried to create a silent dart with just a thin blade, but because it was too difficult to use, it was improved into the whistling dart we have today. Increase's expression darkened. A technique with a long history. He asked suspiciously, Is this the first time you've heard of it, sir? That's impossible. Increase probed, Why do you think that? His face became tense. Because your stance when using the whistling dart is perfect. Increase thought to himself, the 10th time. Jack asked, Where are you going, sir? You're just walking off so boldly. I already said I'm going to patrol somewhere else, you panicked fool. But our designated area is the market. If we do this, we'll be disciplined. But Increase frowned and turned back his voice ice cold. Am I not the highest ranking person here? I will take responsibility. Just follow me.